Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 79. Lu Yin bid farewell to Saruzin and returned to Xenu Star with Su San and Bronson. Everyone had their own destiny, and Lu Yin had no right or ability to interfere. Whether or not they could cross paths in the future was up to them. The three returned to Xenu Star that very night and saw King Zishan's residence not far from the palace. It was at this moment that Lu Yin understood why the officials had been so against him entering the palace. The most majestic building on Xenu Star was the palace, and no other building could compare to it in terms of height. King Zishan's residence was second only to the palace. Back then, His Majesty and King Zishan became sworn brothers. After inheriting the throne, King Zishan's residence was elevated to become a landmark second only to the palace. Even though the Zishan family has disappeared, the residence remains, and no one is allowed to enter. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Let's go inside. The capital star was extremely prosperous, and even at night it was as bright as day under the countless lights. For many, the nightlife had just begun. On a mountain range not too far from the palace, dozens of spacecraft were idling, surrounded by countless people cheering. Roars, roars, roars. Hundreds and thousands of people shouted, drowning out the mountainside. Roz was pleased and glanced at the man nearby. This is the last round, Wu Kai. You've lost, so you'll have to kneel when you see me in the future. Wu Kai gritted his teeth. I won't lose. Don't forget your promise. Roz was disdainful. When have you ever beaten me? But I'll keep my promise. If you win, I'll ask my father to plead for General Sigmund, but that's impossible. The crowd cheered even louder. Elsewhere in a huge manor, Hu Shaoling was being led around by a little girl. Sis, you promised Xiao Xiao that you'd take him out to play. You can't go back on your word. Hu Shaoling smiled bitterly. Yes, yes, Xiao Xiao. I won't lie to you. Let me go first. The little girl pouted. No, you lied to me like that last time. I can't catch up to you. Hu Shaoling sighed. She suddenly smiled slyly. Xiao Xiao's helping you. Helping me? Hu Shaoling was confused. The girl giggled. Those idiots from Fire's Melt Planet keep pestering father to marry you. Let's take this chance to slip away. Hu Shaoling rolled her eyes. Don't even think about it, little girl. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Stupid. The little girl pouted angrily. On the other side, in a noisy bar, a group of people were singing and dancing to their heart's content. A woman wearing revealing clothes and black leather boots was shouting excitedly. She would occasionally gulp down alcohol and shout loudly. Outside the bar, a young man walked in and sat in front of the bar counter gloomily. Give me a glass of hard liquor. Soon, a cup of dark green liquor appeared. The man took a big gulp and choked, coughing violently. The man's embarrassment caused many people to laugh at him, especially the woman in revealing clothes. She pointed at his nose and laughed. The man was furious. Shut up, you bunch of maggots. For a moment, the bar was silent. Everyone stared at the man in a daze. Their gazes were not filled with anger, but with sympathy and a trace of admiration. The man felt that something was wrong, but he did not care. He was the strongest person in the Imperial Military Academy, Ian. In terms of status, he was far above these trash who only knew how to hang out in nightclubs. The woman in revealing clothes slowly walked to Ian's side and narrowed her eyes, revealing her beautiful shoulders. She suddenly grabbed Ian's shoulder and leaned over. Little brother, were you talking about me just now? Ian frowned as he smelled the woman's alluring scent. He was a little impulsive, but the thought of her hanging out in nightclubs made him lose his appetite. Get lost. The woman laughed loudly. and in an instant, the entire bar was flooded with laughter. Everyone was laughing, including the bartender. Ian was confused. What was going on? Miss Dana, someone's insulting you. Someone in the imperial capital actually dares to insult you. This is worth celebrating. Let's drink to the word maggot. Cheers! Everyone shouted. The bar became inexplicably excited. Ian was even more confused. Were these people crazy? How could they be so happy after being insulted? The woman called Dana was also very happy and kept slapping the bar counter. Interesting. How many years has it been since someone dared to insult me? Today's bill is on me. Thank you, Miss Dana. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Ian was furious. Enough. Suddenly, a suffocating force descended upon him, causing cracks to appear on the bar counter. Ian's gadget shattered, and his breathing stopped. He stared at Dana in disbelief. This pressure was coming from her. The others didn't react, and only Ian felt it. He couldn't understand what level of strength this was. Was it a melder? A limiter? Or an explorer? Dana leaned closer to Ian. Little brother, do you know who I am? Ian's mouth was bleeding, and he knew that he had offended someone incredible. No, I don't. Dana's lips curled up, and she licked her lips in an extremely seductive manner. I'm the daughter of the captain of the Bladestorm mercenaries, Chi-Jin. Ian was confused at first, but then his expression changed. Everyone knew about the Bladestorm mercenaries, and even the upper echelons of the Great Yu Empire knew about them. The mercenaries themselves weren't anything special, but their vice-captain was the captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons, Shalosh. At that moment, Ian felt as if his entire world had collapsed. He had caused trouble by insulting the daughter of the captain of the Bladestorm mercenaries. Many things could happen at night, and many things could only happen at night. Xenia Star's nightlife was very rich, and there were many nobles, powerhouses, thrill-seekers, fugitives, and so on. Countless people would appear at night, making the capital resplendent. However, amidst this brilliance, there was a trace of darkness that could never be illuminated. This was the darkness that covered King Zishan's palace. King Zishan's palace was extremely vast, and its height was second only to the imperial palace. Its shadow was always shrouded in darkness, and it had been like this for hundreds of years. But at this moment, that darkness was illuminated. Lu Yin stepped into King Zishan's palace and immediately lit it up as bright as day. Not only did he illuminate the palace, but he also illuminated the only dark place in the capital. Everyone simultaneously looked up at King Zishan's palace, and the darkness that had been there for hundreds of years was finally illuminated. Amidst the mountains, the aircraft competition began. The instant King Zishan's palace lit up, everyone looked up. Only Wukai Mathers didn't care. He only hoped to win this competition so that Sicker could speak up for his father in court. At this moment, even the burning of the imperial palace wouldn't be able to distract him. Roz cursed, his attention drawn to King Zishan's palace. By the time he reacted, Wukai Mathers had already disappeared. He had lost this round. In the Hua family, Hua Xiaoling was just about to take Hua Xiaoxiao out when she saw King Zishan's palace light up. She was shocked, and the image of a man and the dagger that had been pressed against her neck appeared in her mind. Lu Yin. The bar was originally under the shadow of King Zishan's palace, and the moment it lit up, everyone inside could clearly feel it. Everyone walked out and stared at the tall building not far away in shock. Isn't that King Zishan's palace? It's actually lit up. Did a descendant of the Zishan family appear? I heard that he did. It's a young man who was given the title of King Zishan by His Majesty. Ian stared blankly as Lu Yin's figure appeared in his mind. That person had easily robbed him, causing him to be ridiculed by everyone in the Imperial Military Academy. He was ridiculed as the weakest student in history, that bastard King Zishan. If not for him, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. He wouldn't have come to the bar to get drunk, and he definitely wouldn't have offended the Bladestorm mercenaries. That despicable bastard. Little brother, how should we deal with you for insulting me? Dana ignored King Zishan's palace and stared at Ian with interest. Ian lowered his head and didn't say a word. Dana sneered, "From today onwards, you will join the Bladestorm mercenaries and serve me. You will wash my clothes and cook my meals as an apology." Ian opened his mouth to refuse, but in the face of her threats, he had no choice but to agree. He wouldn't be able to return to the academy anyway, and that place would only be filled with mockery. Within the palace, the undying Yushan looked at King Zishan's palace in the distance with a nostalgic expression. "Old brother, if you were still alive, I would have followed you into the Innerverse again and brought the Great Yu Empire along." The reopening of King Zishan's palace had caused some to rejoice, some to worry, some to reminisce, and some to be angry. None of this had anything to do with Lu Yin at the moment, as he was focused on his gadget. A stranger was trying to contact him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 80. Bronson was arranged to stay in the outer courtyard, but Lu Yin couldn't let him get close to him. He had too many secrets, and so did Su San. Lu Yin tapped on the screen and saw a familiar figure appear. "Hello, student." Lu Yin hadn't expected Silver to contact him. "How do you know my gadget number?" Silver smiled. "I can find it if I want to." "What do you want?" Lu Yin asked indifferently. Silver beamed. "I haven't seen you in a while, and I missed you. Here's a gift for you." "A gift?" Lu Yin was confused. Silver sent a location to Lu Yin's gadget. "There are a few corpse kings hidden here. You might be able to use them." Lu Yin's gaze turned sharp. "So you're related to the Neo-Human Alliance. Baruda's betrayal was your doing, right? You assassinated Zhang Dingtian on Earth because of the zombie wave, and you took those corpse kings with you, right?" Silver picked his ear. "Don't be so loud, people will hear you. I'm not from the Neo-Human Alliance, I just happen to know about this. Don't push everything onto me." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "What are you trying to do by telling me the location?" "I already said that I'll help you. And I also said that even if you help me, I won't repay you in the future." "Ha, how heartless. Since that's the case, I'll be a good person and do you a favor," Silver laughed. Lu Yin stared at him. "Destroying the Neo-Human Alliance is everyone's duty. I know the location, and I'll definitely take care of it. Don't even think about escaping, I've already got my eyes on you. Once I find your location, I'll capture you and send you to the 13 Imperial Squadrons." Silver's lips curled up. "That'll depend on your ability. Goodbye, student." With that, the screen disappeared. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The Neo-Human Alliance was a huge organization that dominated the Innerverse and Outerverse. What was Silver's role in it? Why was he helping him? Was it because of his status as King Zishan? It seemed like his status as King Zishan was more useful than he had imagined. His family had made him King Zishan, and the Neo-Human Alliance had also approached him because of his status. The Great Yu Empire was just a power in Frostwave Weave, so how could King Zishan be so attractive? There were only two things he needed to do right now. The first was to enter the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, and the second was to join Astral 10. As for King Zishan, that would have to wait. Looking around the outer courtyard, he turned off the lights in his room and rubbed his hands together. It was time to roll his dice. This moment was always worth looking forward to, and he didn't know what he would get. Now that he had 70 cubes of star crystals, he had never been so rich before. It was enough for him to roll 70 times, but unfortunately, he could only roll it 5 times at most. 4 rolls was just right, but if he wanted to roll it again, he'd have to rest for a while, and if he didn't rest long enough, then he'd have to use up all his star crystals. "Come on, it's time to test my luck," he muttered to himself. At this moment, he was like a gambler. He opened his palm, and the die appeared. It wasn't dull, but rather sparkled with a hazy starlight. Lu Yin smacked his forehead, as he had forgotten that the die could recover on its own even without star crystals. However, it would take a long time to recover, and the time he had spent on the trip from Earth to Xenu Star was more than enough for it to recover. Unfortunately, he should have rolled the die if he had known. Looking at the die, Lu Yin tapped it, and when it gradually stopped spinning, 2 appeared in front of him. 2, not bad, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the disintegration vortex. He took out a number of items from his cosmic ring and threw them inside, including a few cosmic rings. Lu Yin didn't recognize the materials that came out of the vortex, but these weren't the only materials that had been disintegrated. They would be thrown in again until they couldn't be disintegrated anymore. This time, the only material that he recognized was the essence of ancient gold. He had gotten 2 grains this time, and with the one from last time, he now had 3 in total. It wasn't much, but it wasn't bad since it was quite expensive. Aside from the essence, there were also a bunch of other materials that he didn't recognize, but they should be decent. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Lu Yin had obtained quite a number of materials. There were many types, but they were few in number, but they were all good stuff. He took out a cube of star crystals, and the die quickly recovered. Lu Yin tapped it, and the die spun rapidly until it finally stopped at 5. When he saw 5, Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to rush out of the door. Roll 5 was an innate gift, and he had to come into contact with a cultivator within 10 seconds to borrow their innate gift. But then he stopped himself. Who could he borrow from? Lu Yin blinked, but he couldn't seem to find any cultivators with innate gifts. There were definitely cultivators with innate gifts on the capital star, but he didn't know any of them. His mouth twitched, 10 seconds had passed quickly, and he'd wasted it. Wait, wasn't that Su-san? Lu Yin was speechless. How could he have forgotten about him? Sighing, he decided to just let it go. He took out another star crystal, and when the die stopped spinning for the 3rd time, a 6 appeared in front of him. Before he could celebrate, a terrifying suction force came from the die, and the star energy in his body was instantly sucked away. At the same time, the star crystals in his cosmic ring were quickly absorbed as well. He didn't even need to crush them, they were turned into star energy and disappeared into the die. A spatial crack appeared in front of Lu Yin, but it didn't last for more than a second before disappearing. Everything returned to normal. Lu Yin gasped for breath. What was going on? Looking at the dim die, he was confused. He'd clearly gotten a 6, but why hadn't there been any reaction? The star energy in his body had also disappeared. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly checked his cosmic ring, only to find that all the star crystals had disappeared. This can't be, this is robbery, Lu Yin said bitterly. There were 6 pips on the die, 3 of which were unknown. The other 4 were fine, but the 6th required a terrifying amount of star energy. He had about 70 cubes of star energy in his body, but he could only open a crack. Furthermore, he couldn't even figure out what it was for. It was too disgusting. Lu Yin suddenly had a bad feeling. Would this happen again if he got a 6 in the future? Did the 6 pips draw out all his star energy? That was impossible. Every pip had a purpose, but the 6th pip's purpose was too terrifying, and he couldn't handle it right now. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 81. Long Chu continued, King Zishan, do you know what the 2nd ring is called? Lu Yin looked at Long Chu. On the surface, the second ring is part of the 13 Imperial squadrons, but in reality, it's just a killing machine that spies on us. They're called the True Defense Force, and their purpose is to guard against us. What do you want me to do? Lu Yin asked. Long Chu whispered, regain control of the Zishan family's military and make decisions for the Zishan Royal Army. We're soldiers, not petty people who play with the rich and powerful. We're definitely not enemies of the Empire. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Commander Long, you think too highly of me. You're a smart man and should understand my current situation. To put it nicely, I'm the Zishan king, but to put it bluntly, I'm just a pawn that His Majesty is using to repay the kindness of his ancestors. To His Majesty, giving me the title of King Zishan is already giving the Zishan family's former subordinates an explanation. It'll be difficult for me to regain power. How will you know if you don't do it, Your Highness? The third ring supports you. Long Chu shouted. Lu Yin waved his hand. This isn't urgent. Is there anything else, Commander Long? Long Chu exhaled and sat down. There's something I hope you can help me with. What is it? Lu Yin looked at him. Long Chu said, General Sigmund Mathers was also a former subordinate of the Zishan family, but he was arrested because of the trial on Earth. I hope you can help save him. He must have been framed. Why are you so sure? Lu Yin frowned. Long Chu lowered his voice. His Majesty didn't give General Mathers any chance to explain himself. He even sealed off the news the moment he learned of Baruda's betrayal. It's obvious that someone was afraid of complications and slandered His Majesty. They couldn't wait to kill General Mathers. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have convicted him so arbitrarily. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Long Chu stared at Lu Yin, his eyes bloodshot. It was obvious that he hadn't slept all night and was very anxious. After a while, Lu Yin looked at Long Chu. I understand. I'll immediately seek an audience with His Majesty and do my best. Long Chu was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Yin nodded and asked Su San to see them out. He watched Long Chu's departing figure with a cold gaze. This is the second time, and he still dares to make a move. Does he really think I'm easy to deal with? Silver had given him a slip of paper on the Perseverance that contained information about the Zishan family's former subordinates, as well as information about some of the traitors. Long Chu was one of those traitors. He was a member of Sikar. Long Chu's goal was simple. He wanted to force Lu Yin to save Sigmund. With Lu Yin's current strength, there would be no good outcome if he showed up. Not only would he fail to save Sigmund, but he would also leave an impression on undying Yushan that he was trying to reorganize Zishan's old subordinates as soon as possible. Many people would see his ignorance and mock his blindness. That way, his position as King Zishan would be ruined in the Great Yu Empire. No one would help someone who was blindly arrogant and couldn't see the situation clearly. But if he didn't help, he would offend Purple Mountain's old subordinates. Although Lu Yin didn't understand why his family had made him King Zishan, this identity was definitely useful, and the old subordinates of Zishan were bound to be his future helpers. If he offended them, it would be troublesome in the future. No matter how he dealt with it, he was in a dilemma. Sikar's methods were good. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment before leaving King Zishan's residence and heading to the Imperial Palace. As soon as he left, Crown Prince Doran and Second Prince Duque arrived at the same time. Seeing Lu Yin's back, Doran smiled. Why are you here, second brother? Duque replied lazily, to see father. What about you, big brother? Me too, Doran said. Duque glanced at the palace. Then why aren't you going in? Second brother. Why aren't you going in? Doran asked. Duque pouted. Stop smiling at me, it makes me sick. Doran sighed, so what if I don't smile? Second brother, don't tire yourself out in life, it'll be hard. Duque picked at his ear, you should say that to yourself, but with me chasing after you, you'll be tired even if you don't want to. Is the throne really that important to you? You don't even acknowledge me as your big brother, Doran whispered as he stared at Duque. Duque Yushan ignored him and walked straight into the palace. Let's go. If we're any slower, father will be angered to death by that King Zishan. I don't want him to die before I can become crown prince. The throne will be yours. Doran sighed and walked into the palace. Bronson's expression was calm. The struggle for the throne was bloody, but the Great Yu Empire was an exception. Undying Yushan only had 5 children, and the third and fourth had died in the inner verse, leaving only the crown prince, second prince, and fifth princess. The throne had to be given to one of the 3, but the fifth princess wasn't interested. The crown prince and second prince had been fighting for it, but it was a little too open and they even dared to speak of it in public. Lu Yin greets your majesty. Undying Yushan looked at a glowing purple plant and waved to Lu Yin, come take a look, this plant comes from a strange planet, it doesn't have a name yet. Lu Yin walked closer and looked at the purple plant. It was round and grew up in segments, emitting strange undulations that he couldn't tell if it was strong or weak. Don't get close, it's very domineering right now. Lu Yin was confused, domineering. Undying Yushan nodded, it can kill explorers. Lu Yin's expression changed and he quickly retreated, looking at the purple plant in shock, it's that powerful? The Undying Yushan laughed heartily as he looked at the purple plant. He approached it step by step and, to Lu Yin's surprise, reached out to touch it. He then turned to Lu Yin, do you want to touch it? It's very comfortable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 82. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled as he stepped forward and reached out to touch the purple plant. It was soft and comfortable, and there was also a sense of recovery as well as a faint fragrance. The Undying Yushan looked at the plant and sighed, nature's laws of survival are cruel. This plant will restrain itself in the face of powerhouses, and no matter how they touch it, it will not attack. Even if the surrounding creatures resist, it will not move. Thus, this plant was the only one that survived on that planet and was brought to me. In front of me, it will always be an ornamental plant. It has no other use, even if it has the strength of an explorer. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, the Undying Yushan was warning him. What business do you have with me? The Undying Yushan asked. Lu Yin replied respectfully, during Earth's trial, I accidentally heard some things. I heard that there might be a corpse king hidden there. The Undying Yushan was shocked and looked at Lu Yin, what did you say? You know the location of the corpse king? I'm not sure, but it might be. It was vague. The Undying Yushan lowered his voice, what about the coordinates? Lu Yin sent the coordinates to the Undying Yushan, who immediately sent them out. He then looked at Lu Yin and smiled, have a seat and rest, we'll have results soon. Lu Yin nodded and sat down. At the same time, Doran and Duque arrived and looked at the scene in astonishment. King Zishan hadn't pleaded for Sigmund. Why wasn't their father angry? Why are you two here? The Undying Yushan asked curiously. The two quickly bowed. The Undying Yushan nodded, since you're here, let's sit together and wait. The two were puzzled, but they didn't ask any questions and calmly sat beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded to the two and didn't speak. A palace maid served snacks. Half an hour passed quickly, and the Undying Yushan's gadget beeped. He looked at it and smiled, looking at Lu Yin with praise, well done, there were 3 corpse kings in total. You'll be the first to be credited. Lu Yin quickly stood up. Uncle's army was invincible, that's why we were able to capture the Corpse Kings. Father, what Corpse Kings? Doran was puzzled. Undying Yushan explained the situation to the two, and they both looked at Lu Yin in shock. The Neo-Human Alliance was extremely destructive, and the destruction of any Corpse King that escaped from Earth was a great merit. Thus, the fact that 27 Corpse Kings had escaped from Earth had shaken the Empire, forcing Undying Yushan to use Sigmund Mathers as a scapegoat. Now, Lu Yin had provided the coordinates of 3 Corpse Kings to help the Empire eliminate the Neo-Human Alliance, which was definitely a great merit. Even if it couldn't make up for the loss of 27 Corpse Kings, it still made the Empire look better. Well done, royal brother, Doran praised. Duke Yushan sized up Lu Yin in astonishment. He'd thought Lu Yin to be an idiot, but it turned out he had some brains. No wonder he'd been able to toy with those people on Earth and even defeat the newly awakened Night King. Interesting. Undying Yushan laughed heartily. Little Yin, you've done a great service. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. As long as it's within my means, I won't refuse. Lu Yin took a few steps back and bowed respectfully. Uncle, General Sigmund saved my life during Earth's trial. I implore you to announce to the world that General Sigmund was the one who provided the Corpse King's coordinates. The 3 fell silent. Doran and Duque looked at each other in astonishment. So it was back to the same topic again, but this time it wasn't a plea for leniency, but a transfer of credit. The Undying Yushan's expression was solemn, but he didn't speak. Lu Yin bowed, his eyes flickering. Lu Yin wasn't happy, speaking as if he had just been released from prison. Bronson, do you know where Vice Treasurer Sicker lives? Bronson was stunned. Yes. Take me there, Lu Yin said. Bronson nodded. They boarded the aircraft and set the route, quickly arriving at Xenu Star's runway. This was Lu Yin's first time visiting the capital, and it was as he had imagined. It was filled with technology, but there were also some retro buildings and a lot of greenery. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew past Lu Yin, and from time to time, people would look at him in surprise. His aircraft was too eye-catching, and could be considered the best. Not far away, a huge screen showed an innocent-looking girl singing at the top of her lungs. The ground and bridges were packed with people. High up in the sky, the 3 rings of the continent were clearly visible, almost as if they were solid clouds. Boss, look, so many beauties. Su San exclaimed as he looked down. Lu Yin wasn't interested. He had been in the inner verse before, and the Great Yu Empire paled in comparison. Up ahead, an aircraft suddenly rushed over and swerved to catch up with Lu Yin. Through the glass, Lu Yin could see a pretty girl winking at him. Hey handsome, let's have a match and see who's faster. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sure, let's bet. Her eyes lit up. Go ahead. 5-star crystals, Lu Yin said. The woman's jaw dropped. Are you crazy? 5 cubic meters. Do you even have that? Don't play if you can't afford it. She snorted and turned to leave. Su Sen felt it was a pity. Boss, you shouldn't have scared her. Lu Yin smiled nonchalantly. Technology was advanced, and there were too many beauties around. He didn't care, unless they were as beautiful as Bai Shui. Still, his price had been too high. The strongest students in Earth's trial only had an average of 1-star crystal. Only people like Roz and Jenny Anna had more. Ordinary students didn't even have one. The girl from before was just an ordinary student. She only had a few star crystals on her at most, so 5-star crystals was definitely a shock to her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 83. Lu Yin didn't have any star crystals on him, and he didn't even have any money. He should probably go to the Mavis Bank and see how much Undying Yushan had given him. Xenu Star was huge, but most of the nobles lived close to the palace. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a luxurious manor. This was Sikar's home. Bronson walked out of the void at the same time. Lu Yin led the two into the manor, but they were stopped by the guards. "Tell Sikar that King Zishan is here to greet me," Lu Yin said. The guard was shocked and hurried to report. It didn't take long for Sikar to arrive with Roz. "Bastard, why didn't you invite His Highness in?" Sikar reprimanded the guard before bowing respectfully. "Please forgive His Highness for not going out to welcome you." Roz bowed respectfully as well, his eyes flashing with hatred. Lu Yin smiled. "Please forgive my sudden visit, Lord Sikar. I apologize for disturbing you." Sikar replied, "It is my honor to have King Zishan here. Please come in." Lu Yin nodded and did not stand on ceremony as he led the way inside. Sikar's mansion was luxurious, but that was only to an average level. It was nothing compared to his status as the vice-treasurer, and he was a cautious person. His words were watertight, and he was very respectful towards Lu Yin, even though the latter had no real power. His behavior in front of and behind the scenes was to the point that even Lu Yin admired him. Many people had one attitude towards the emperor, but another when they were behind his back, but Sikar was different. It was as if he was living under Undying Yushan's watchful eyes, and he always thought of Undying Yushan in everything he did. There was no way to find fault with him, and he was a very powerful person. He couldn't help but recall Silver's introduction. Although Sikar was the vice-treasurer of the empire, he had taken over the treasurer, Bailey, and was in charge of the empire's finances. Otherwise, the 12th Squadron wouldn't have taken a liking to him. Most people would have a headache dealing with someone like him, but Lu Yin liked him because he was smart. "My lord, my son Roz offended you during the trial, please forgive him." Sikar immediately apologized. Had Roz apologized to Lu Yin? Lu Yin smiled. "Lord Sikar is too polite. Trials are battles, and I hope that Lord Sikar won't blame me for being too harsh on your son." Your Highness is right to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this brat would think that he's so powerful in Yu Academy. It's good to let him broaden his horizons and know that there's always someone as talented as your Highness," laughed Sikar. Lu Yin smiled back at him. Both of them were very hypocritical. Actually, Lu Yin's visit had come as a surprise to Sikar. He didn't know what Lu Yin's goal was. Roz had bewitched Varen to show off his power on the Perseverance in an attempt to embarrass Lu Yin, but that incident had already passed. As for the matter of Long Chu, Sikar didn't think anyone knew that Long Chu was one of his men. So why had Lu Yin come? Denounce him? It doesn't look like it. "Lord Sikar, I've heard that the planet you were born on has beautiful scenery," Lu Yin asked curiously. Sikar smiled. "Yes, I was born in." Soon, an hour had passed. Su San stood behind Lu Yin, bored to death. He didn't know what Lu Yin was up to. The same was true for Roz, who simply stood beside Sikar and watched as the two chatted about all sorts of things. Everything about the Great Yu Empire was new to Lu Yin, and he could ask countless questions. However, Sikar was different. As the vice-treasurer, he had a lot of things to deal with, but he couldn't directly refuse Lu Yin's questions. He could only answer them in detail, from the planet's scenery to the local customs and customs, to various matters related to the trial, and even gossip. 2 more hours passed just like that. Roz couldn't take it anymore. Sikar coughed and picked up his teacup. His meaning was simple: he wanted to see Lu Yin off. However, Lu Yin acted as if he didn't see it and took a sip as well. Another hour passed, and Sikar coughed again. "Your Highness, may I know why you've come to see me?" Lu Yin replied, "It's nothing. I just wanted to pay a visit to Lord Sikar and gain some knowledge from him. After all, I've interacted with your son a lot and know that he's a profound scholar." I wanted to learn more about him. Long Chu also told me that Lord Sikr is very knowledgeable. Sikr's eyes flashed and he nodded, muttering to himself for a moment before whispering a few words to Roz. Roz gritted his teeth and left with an ugly expression. Not long after, Roz handed Sikr a cosmic ring. Sikr smiled at Luin. Your Highness has just arrived in the capital, so there are many things that you can't do personally. You can hire a few servants to run errands for you. I've received a favor from King Zishan's residence in the past, so please accept this small gift as a token of my respect to King Zishan's residence. Luin was stunned. How could I accept this? He accepted the ring naturally. Roz was disdainful. Sikr smiled. You're welcome, Your Highness. Luin stood up. In that case, I'll accept it. Thank you again, Lord Sikr. Sikr stood up and bowed respectfully. I'll see you out, Your Highness. At the door, Luin stepped out of Sikr's residence and suddenly turned back. Lord Sikr, when will you be free? I'll come visit again. Sikr smiled. My apologies, Your Highness, I've been too busy recently. If there's anything you want to know, we can discuss it outside the Grand Astral Gate after the court. Luin grunted. All right, goodbye. Sikr's face sank as he watched Lu Yin's back. Father, what's that bastard trying to do? He wants to come again. Roz was furious. Sikr coldly replied, he's testing me, and also warning me that if I attack him again, he'll come again. Him. Did he really think that he could do anything to us with his status as King Zishan? Roz mocked. Sikr's gaze darkened, realizing that this person was beyond his control. How did he know that Long Chu was his subordinate? No one knew about this outside of him and the second prince, not even Roz. This person had just saved Sigmund, so he wasn't simple. Send someone to find out where he's gone, Sikr ordered. My lord, King Zishan has gone to Lord Bailey's residence, a soldier immediately reported. Sikr's gaze changed and he clenched his fists. King Zishan had come to his residence first, then Bailey's. This was a clear indication that King Zishan knew that he had taken over Bailey's authority, or he wouldn't have gotten the order wrong. There had to be someone behind King Zishan, or else he wouldn't know so much about the capital star. Roz, remember, don't provoke him for now, Sikr said in a low voice. Roz didn't understand, but he didn't dare to refute his father. Bailey's residence wasn't far from Sikr's, and they were both in the same noble circle. Luin was respectfully invited in by Bailey, and after half an hour of conversation, Bailey gave him a cosmic ring without hesitation. Sikr had many misgivings, but Bailey didn't. He was just a puppet and had plenty of money. He gave Luin a crystal card from the Mavis Bank that looked even more exquisite than the one Sikr had given him. It's my honor to have Your Highness here. Please take care of me in the future. Bailey politely smiled as he saw Luin out. Luin smiled. You're too polite, Lord Bailey, please leave. Bailey nodded and watched Luin leave. When he was out of sight, he spat. What the hell are you, trying to extort me? Let's see how long you can be so smug in the future. Luin was in a good mood, very good. When Crown Prince Doran Yushan had given him a greeting gift, he had already thought of going from house to house and asking for bribes, no, greeting gifts. If they gave, he would leave. If they didn't, he wouldn't leave. He had all the time in the world. Anyway, he was just an idle prince with no real power, and nothing mattered. So what if he was sued? Who could sue him for bribery? Who would bribe an idle sentinel prince? Besides, Undying Yushan had promised that no one would bully him as long as he was in power. This promise had to be used as soon as possible, or who knew when Undying Yushan would die. As for his reputation, he didn't care what the courtiers thought of him. Everyone was greedy, but why would Undying Yushan tolerate it? It was because they were capable of doing things instead of just being greedy. Greed wasn't scary, but greed without doing anything was. Sicker's greed was definitely astronomical, but he had managed the empire's finances well, and no one dared to criticize him. Lu Yin was the complete opposite of Sicker. He wasn't in power, and no matter how greedy he was, he wouldn't arouse fear. Instead, it would lower the wariness of many people. He had spent so much effort pretending to be a descendant of the Zishan family, and if he didn't get anything in return, he would feel sorry for himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 84. He spent the next 3 days asking for bribes, reaping a bountiful harvest, 5 Mavis Bank crystal cards, 12 Empire crystal cards, and 200 star crystals. Susan's jaw dropped and Bronson's face twitched. This was the first time he'd seen someone so shameless that he'd come all the way here to ask for money. Lu Yin was grinning from ear to ear. He had visited more than a dozen courtiers in 3 days, and none of them had given him much. They hadn't even dared to give him too much, but when added together, it was still pretty good. He should do this more often in the future. Not bad, not bad. It was a pity that many courtiers had closed their doors to visitors. Right, it was time to go to the Mavis Bank to exchange for some money. He felt like he was missing something when he didn't have any. Bronson, set the route to the Mavis Bank, Lu Yin said in high spirits, feeling like a nouveau riche. Within the palace, several officials reported to Lu Yin, "Your Majesty, King Zishan has used his status to his advantage and has asked for bribes. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. Your Majesty, please uphold justice." The undying Yushan drank his tea tiredly and asked slowly, "Did you give him anything?" "No, Your Majesty, we didn't see him. We don't have money to bribe him." "Then how do you know he's asking for bribes?" the undying Yushan asked. Another courtier replied, "This humble subject has heard that Lord Bailey, Lord Sicker, and Lord Galao were all asked for bribes." "Heard. My officials are suing King Zishan based on hearsay." "Did Sicker and the others admit to it?" the undying Yushan asked sternly. The officials were terrified and didn't dare to say another word. How could Sicker and the others admit to it? The undying Yushan sipped his tea. "I know that King Zishan visited some officials, but from what I know, they gave him some gifts. He's a child after all, so it's not too much to give him some gifts. What do you think?" "Yes, Your Majesty, it's not too much." The officials didn't dare to say anything else. The undying Yushan was clearly on King Zishan's side. "All right, you may leave," the undying Yushan waved his hand. The officials hurriedly left. Undying Yushan couldn't help but laugh as he tapped on the screen. There was some information about Earth's trial, and it was highlighted that Lu Yin had captured dozens of students and robbed them all. Being so fond of money isn't the Zishan family's way of doing things. In the end, he's still young. Undying Yushan shook his head and smiled, not minding the matter. The Mavis Bank on the capital planet wasn't too far from the palace, and the influence of these enormous companies that spanned weaves far surpassed that of the weave empires. However, in order to show respect to the Great Yu Empire, the Mavis Bank's building wasn't too tall, and it wasn't even one of the top 5 buildings in the capital. Still, no one dared to underestimate this place. Those who were able to enter and leave the Mavis Bank were definitely influential people. Even from a distance, he could see the iconic tree structure. The Mavis Bank's building was based on a large tree, and its branches were densely packed with universal coins that numbered in the tens of millions. These were real universal coins that would sometimes fall when the wind blew, and they belonged to whoever picked them up. This was why the land around the Mavis Bank was extremely expensive, even surpassing that of the palace. Every day, countless people would wander around the area, hoping to pick up some universal coins. The Mavis Bank had bought an area of 1,000 kilometers and planted exotic flowers and plants that couldn't be found in the outerverse. There was also a specialized army protecting the area, and there were even space-exploring powerhouses. Bronson heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, Your Highness. Boss, what about me? Su Sen asked, looking at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin casually handed him an Imperial Bank card. Buy some furniture and do as you see fit. Don't train. Su San was puzzled as to why Lu Yin wouldn't allow him to train, but he didn't ask any questions. Lu Yin considered whether or not he should report Su San's innate gift to the Empire. If he did, Su San would be given a chance to reform his body, but at the same time, he wouldn't belong to him. But if he didn't report it, was he going to raise him forever? He couldn't just stop him from training forever. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that he had wasted 5 pips from the lottery. Su Sen also had an innate gift that he could have used, but he had forgotten about him. It was also his fault for focusing so much on Bai Shui that he had forgotten about the other 2 innate gifts. Currently, the universe divided innate gifts into 3 categories: natural innate gifts, biological innate gifts, and exotic innate gifts. Natural innate gifts, as the name implied, allowed one to control the power of nature, ice, fire, and other natural phenomena in the universe. It was rumored that someone had awakened a black hole innate gift and was invincible for a time. Biological innate gifts were related to living creatures. The universe was vast, and countless lifeforms had been born. It was also rumored that someone had awakened a celestial phoenix innate gift that could set the universe on fire. Exotic innate gifts were all-encompassing, including eyes, ears, and even the human body's 5 senses. There was also Lu Yin's own dye, and so on. In short, all inexplicable innate gifts were listed here. Su San's innate gift was one of the exotic innate gifts. It was hard to say which of the 3 innate gifts was stronger, but any one of them could be used to dominate a region. This was also why the Universe Youth Council was willing to allow cultivators with innate gifts to join them. Innate gifts were 1 in a million, and their potential was enormous. Lu Yin had originally planned to sell Su San to a powerful organization, but he felt that it would be too much of a loss. He had brought Su San all the way to the Great Yu Empire, and he was unwilling to let go of a cultivator with innate gifts. There were many ways to get money, but cultivators with innate gifts were different. Once Su San interacted more with the outside world, he would understand the importance of cultivators with innate gifts. As he thought about it, Lu Yin sent a message to Undying Yushan, informing him of Su San's situation. It didn't take long for news to arrive that Undying Yushan had agreed to allow Su San to remodel his body and join Yu Academy. At the same time, the 7th Imperial Squadron had also expressed their desire for Su San to join. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Bronson had introduced the 7th Imperial Squadron to him before. The captain was named Batson, and his weapon was an ancient flintlock. Was he interested in Su San's innate gift? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 85. Boss, someone wants to take me away. Su San suddenly called out. Lu Yin replied, I've already told the Empire about your situation. Remodel your body like Zhang Dingtian and the rest. How far you can go in the future is up to you. Outside King Zishan's palace, Su San carefully swallowed and spoke to his gadget. Boss, remodel my body. I wouldn't dare. He would never forget Zhang Dingtian's pain. Lu Yin laughed. Well, it's your fault for absorbing energy crystals before meeting me, but you wouldn't have been able to awaken your innate gift otherwise. Alright, that's all for now. Work hard, and your future achievements might not be inferior to Zhang Dingtian and the rest. He then hung up. Everyone from Earth now had their own homes, and the future was up to them. Luin himself had to become stronger as soon as possible. Astral 10 would descend at any time, and it would be too difficult for him to join with his current strength. King Zishan's palace had both a training room and a large training ground, but Luin was the only one in it. There was a gravity room in the training ground, and Luin habitually adjusted the gravity to 40 times normal. He crushed a cube of star crystals and began training the Day-Night Punch and Sky Beast Claw. Only by using star energy would he be able to achieve better results. Most people didn't have that luxury, but for Luin, this wasn't a problem at all. He didn't leave King Zishan's palace for 7 days straight, and many guessed that he had been reprimanded by His Majesty. 7 days later, Zhang Dingtian arrived at the second ring outside of Xenia's star at the 13 Imperial Squadron's encampment. He looked up and saw the word 5 in front of him. This was the 5th Squadron. His identity was verified and he was brought to the 5th Squadron's encampment. He felt the surging power all around him, each of which could easily crush him. His gaze was resolute. The 13 Imperial Squadrons were the most powerful organization in the Great Yu Empire. Countless powerhouses were gathered here, and the official members of the 13 squadrons were all melders at the very least. Every squadron had several space-exploring powerhouses, and the captains were the cruisers who represented the Empire's most powerful forces. The captain of the 5th Squadron, Hua Qingshan, was an absolute powerhouse who had followed Undying Yushan into the Innerverse. He was also the head of the Hua family and Hua Xiaoling's father. Zhang Dingtian was brought to the bottom of the gigantic volcano. With a deafening roar, lava blossomed in the air like fireworks before crashing to the ground and melting it. Zhang Dingtian didn't move. He watched as the lava came crashing down on him. If it hit him, he would be melted into ashes. Just as the magma was about to touch him, it suddenly disappeared. The surrounding high temperature rapidly decreased, as if it was being absorbed by an even more terrifying force. "You're from Earth." A huge sound wave accompanied by high temperature descended. Zhang Dingtian was being suppressed, and his skin was being burned, but there was no fear in his eyes. "Yes, I'm from Earth." "Why did you walk out?" "Become stronger," Zhang Dingtian said firmly. "You will die." "Weakness is even more lamentable than death," roared Zhang Dingtian as he felt the pressure. His legs couldn't take it anymore, and his clothes began to burn. "From now on, you will be a member of the 5th Squadron. You will belong to me, Hua Qingshan." Zhang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Within the volcano, a middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Dingtian. His fiery red hair was hotter than magma, and he was one of the captains that Luin had seen at the imperial court. Compared to his ordinary appearance at the court, this man was the real Hua Qingshan, a man hotter than magma. Bai Shui was brought to the 6th Squadron's encampment in the second ring. The 6th Squadron was completely different from the 5th. Most of its members were women, and the environment was beautiful with all sorts of pink trees and fragrant flowers. Bai Shui hadn't expected the 6th Squadron to be like this, and she looked around in surprise. Not long after, Peach came out with a tall woman. The woman was several meters away from Peach. "You're Bai Shui, King Zishan's friend." Peach hovered 10 meters away from Bai Shui and looked at her curiously. Bai Shui bowed, "Yes." Peach nodded in satisfaction, "You're beautiful." "Good, you're a member of the 6th Squadron from now on. Remember, if anyone dares to bully you, tell them my name, Great Peach." Bai Shui was confused. This was the captain of the 6th Squadron? A loli. It can't be. She felt like she'd been caught in a trap. "What, you don't want to?" Peach's dissatisfied voice came from behind Bai Shui. Bai Shui's eyes narrowed, and she turned around to look at the previous position. Peach was still there, but there was another one behind her. Was this speed? Why wasn't the afterimage disappearing? Peach smiled slyly. See, even space couldn't react to my speed. It's only now that I'm gone. Bai Shuai stared blankly at the previous position, where Peach's afterimage had slowly disappeared. She didn't understand, but she knew that it was terrifying. Greetings, Captain. Peach was pleased. Even further away, at the 11th Squad's base, a strange scene was taking place. Their leader, the blind monk, and Saruzin were sitting opposite each other. Neither of them said a word. They just stared at each other in silence. Quite a few people stole glances at them, feeling like they'd seen a ghost. The two's appearances were more frightening than the other, especially Saruzin. He'd followed the blind monk for many years, but this was the first time he'd seen someone whose appearance completely outshined the blind monk's. That withered arm was just too awesome. How many years did it take to hold it up? Su San was still in the second ring, where the 7th team was stationed. Su San was trembling with fear as he looked around. It was too scary. Boss, I don't want to stay here. 7 days later, Lu Yin left King Zishan's palace. Training required a balance between work and rest, and it was time to go out for a walk. He found that training in the gravity room didn't have much of an effect on his battle techniques, especially the day-night fist. It was a technique that had been passed down for an entire race, and it required more than just training. It was more like understanding, alternating day and night. There was a bar not far from King Zishan's palace. It wasn't large, but it was exquisite. Lu Yin walked in, hearing cheers and shouts as young men and women sang and danced to their heart's content. He didn't take more than a few steps before leaving. He didn't like the noisy atmosphere. Lu Yin wasn't sure where to go when a man approached him and bowed. Your Highness, our master invites you for a drink. Lu Yin followed the man's gaze and saw the second prince, Duke Yushan, sitting at a table in an open-air tavern a few kilometers away, raising his glass to him. Lu Yin was surprised. What a coincidence, sure. The open-air tavern was much simpler than the bar, and the wind was chilly. Duke Yushan drank alone as he ate. No one would have dared to believe that the second prince of the empire would be in such a place. Brother, you're in such a good mood, Lu Yin greeted, sitting across from Duke Yushan and pouring himself a glass of wine. Duke Yushan smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here. Don't you like bars? Lu Yin shook his head. It's too noisy. This place is much more comfortable. You can cook wine in the cold wind and have 100 different dishes. I was afraid you wouldn't like it. The owner of this tavern was smuggled in from a barbarian planet and doesn't have much skill, but he's great at cooking wine. You should try it, Duke Yushan toasted Lu Yin. He took a sip and pursed his lips. To be honest, he didn't know much about wine, but this cup of wine wasn't spicy or dry at all. It felt pretty good, as if it stimulated his appetite. Even though it was warm, there was a cooling sensation that went straight to his brain. Good wine. Duke Yushan smiled and filled Lu Yin's glass again, as long as you don't mind. Why are you in such a good mood to drink here? Lu Yin asked. Duke Yushan shook his head, tired. Lu Yin was surprised, but he didn't say anything. Duke Yushan took another sip. Fighting for the throne is too tiring. Lu Yin coughed, almost spitting out the wine as he looked at Duke Yushan in shock. That was too direct. Duke Yushan laughed. What, is this the first time you've heard of it? Lu Yin laughed. Yes, it is. Brother, you're so forthright. The corner of Duke Yushan's mouth rose. Not just to you, I've said it to many people, even to father. Lu Yin was surprised. Was the fight for the throne so straightforward? He had stayed on Earth for more than a year and understood some of its history. The struggle for the throne had always been cruel and unpredictable, but he had never met anyone who was as direct as Duke Yushan. The Great Yu Empire is huge, with the royal family, the 13 squadrons, Yu Academy, the guards, and so on. Everyone has their eyes on the throne and us. There are 4 people who are qualified to fight for the throne, with eldest brother being the closest, but there are always people who don't want him to take the throne. So many people support me, like Sikar. Similarly, there are people who support fifth sister, but her ambition isn't in the great Yu Empire. 4 people, who's the last one? Lu Yin was curious. He only knew of Crown Prince Doran Yushan, but Duke Yushan and 5th Princess Wendy Yushan. Duke Yushan looked at Lu Yin. You. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 86. Me. Lu Yin's heart trembled at Duke's words, me. Duke nodded, that's right, the 4th one is you. You have the right to become the emperor of the great Yu Empire. Lu Yin blinked, stop joking, royal brother. I'm just an idle prince, not a member of the Yushan family. How could I have the right? Please don't speak nonsense. Duke smiled at Lu Yin, I'm not speaking nonsense. Do you know what my father said to the undying Zishan before the undying duo ventured into the Interverse? He paused, if we don't die this time, we'll split the empire equally. The great Yu Empire belongs to both the Yushan family and the Zishan family. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and met Duke's gaze. He smiled and picked up some food, it's not bad. Duke Yushan retracted his gaze, eat more if it's delicious. The servants are insensible, I apologize on their behalf. Lu Yin knew he was talking about Sikar, but he didn't mind, royal brother, when will Astral 10 descend? Do you have any definite news? Duke shook his head, I don't. There's only one person in the great Yu Empire who knows, and that's 5th sister, your fiancée in name. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He knew about Wendy Yushan, but fiancée. She wouldn't even look him in the eye. She didn't even place the great Yu Empire in her eyes. Duke threw a cosmic ring on the table and stood up, as your royal brother, this is a greeting gift. I hope you don't mind, I'll take my leave. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, this was good stuff. He trusted that Duke wouldn't be lacking. Duke smiled and was about to leave when he suddenly said, rumor has it that the Zishan family has a treasure trove. Why don't you take a look, royal brother? You might find something unexpected. Lu Yin held the cosmic ring in one hand, his eyes twinkling. Treasure trove. What did Duke mean? Did he want him to find it? What a joke. Undying Yushan hadn't mentioned a single word about the treasure, and it was obvious that he didn't want anyone else to get their hands on it. If Lu Yin went to look for it, wouldn't that just be courting death? Undying Yushan was trying to trick Lu Yin into thinking that he was greedy for money. As he ate, Lu Yin glanced at his cosmic ring, and his eyes lit up. There was a ring armor inside. Duke had to be at least a Melder's armor. It was good stuff, and he was quite generous with it, but it was a little too shady. However, he didn't expect the Zishan family to have the right to inherit the throne. Did Sikar suppress him because of this? Impossible. Even if he was qualified, it did not mean that he would succeed. How could he compete with the Crown Prince and the Second Prince? They had been operating in the Empire for hundreds of years, and no one would take him seriously. So why did Sikar keep targeting him? Was it because of the Zishan clan? Duke apologized to him on behalf of Sikar. It was obvious that Sikar had acted on his own, or Duke wasn't the only one behind Sikar. Bronson, Lu Yin said. A figure walked out of the void behind him. It was Bronson. Your Highness. Have you heard of the Zishan clan's treasure? Bronson lowered his voice, I've heard of it, but it was hundreds of years ago. No one has mentioned it in recent years. Do you know anything about Sikar? Does he have any grudges with the Zishan clan? Lu Yin asked again. Bronson shook his head, no. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The great Yu Empire's waters were deep, especially with undying Yushan's old age. There were rumors that his old injuries had relapsed, and he didn't have much longer to live. How would this battle for the throne end? However, this had nothing to do with Lu Yin for now. He might be in the Astral Combat Academy when the time came. After sitting for a while, Lu Yin left the tavern and returned to King Zishan's palace. There were many books in the palace, but there were no battle techniques. The Zishan clan must have taken them away. Lu Yin focused on finding books on breaking through to the Melder realm. Breaking through to the Melder realm was a turning point for cultivators. A person's future could be determined by their Melder realm. There were many books on this topic, but Lu Yin didn't understand what it meant. All he knew was that the path to becoming stronger was through realms and battle techniques. What else was there? Bronson, have you been to the Innerverse? Lu Yin asked. Bronson shook his head, no. The Innerverse was far stronger than the Outerverse. He had been there before, but he had always been stuck in one place. He didn't know much about the Innerverse, much less about the Melder realm. Should he ask Undying Yushan? Lu Yin shook his head. The Emperor might have taken care of him a little, but he wouldn't have allowed Lu Yin to look for him for everything. Crown Prince Doran Yushan seemed gentle, but he was just as scheming as Duke Yushan. Who else could it be? Mira. It was best not to contact her. Her value would decrease if he did. Are you thinking about how to break through to the Melder realm, Your Highness? Bronson asked, rarely taking the initiative to speak. Lu Yin shook his head, let nature take its course. I'm thinking about how to become a Melder. Bronson muttered, in the Great Yu Empire, powerhouses rely on battle techniques. However, I've heard that there's an extremely powerful force called Battle Force in the Innerverse. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had heard of Battle Force before. Those who loved to fight had to have integrity. Battle Force originated from a person's heart, and it originated from the very foundation of the human body. It could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens, and tear apart the heavens. It was an incomprehensible force that anyone could possess, but not everyone could activate. Lu Yin had heard of it several times in the Innerverse, but unfortunately, there was no way to cultivate Battle Force in the Outerverse. It was a secret even in the Innerverse, and was even more secretive than Formcast models. Bronson's ability to hear about Battle Force was clearly related to his status, but that was all. He knew nothing about Battle Force. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and the three rings of land. His eyes flashed. How could he have forgotten about the Sky Beast Claw? Learning the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw required the approval of the 5 Hallmasters. Thinking about it, Lu Yin took out his gadget to contact Jerlin and ask for her help in getting Jerbok to let him learn the Sky Beast Claw, but then he stopped himself. Given Jerlin's personality, it would be good enough if she didn't cause trouble for him. Helpless, he could only take the initiative to request the 5 Hallmasters to learn the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw as a member of Yu Academy. Tianming was the first to agree. He had agreed back in the Formcast pool. He was quite easy to talk to. The second to agree was Luo Qing. The third to agree was Hu Zhong. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 87. Just as Lu Yin was about to climb, a man walked out and blocked his path, sizing him up curiously. Brother, which floor do you want to go to? Which floor is Jerbok on? Lu Yin asked. Everyone was startled and looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. You're looking for the Hallmaster. He's the one looking for me, Lu Yin said indifferently. Everyone looked at Lu Yin inquisitively, and a shorter man glared at him from the crowd. He was one of the elites from Yu Academy who had gone to Earth for the trial and had been robbed by Lu Yin. He had a deep impression of Lu Yin and was one of the few who knew of his identity. He wanted to cause trouble for Lu Yin, but decided against it when faced with Lu Yin's identity as King Zishan. "The Hall Master is on the top floor," the man who blocked Lu Yin said. "Thank you," Lu Yin replied before climbing up. Every few meters, there was a huge space. The higher he went, the fewer people there were, and no one was stopping him. By the time he saw the clouds outside, he was already very close to the top, but there was no one here. At the top of the tower, Gerbok stood by a stone window as a strong wind blew past. Lu Yin leapt up to the top floor and saw a youth standing not too far away. His back was straight, and he exuded a fierce aura. This was Gerbok, one of the top powerhouses of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, one of the hallmasters of Yu Academy, and a freak in the mouths of countless students. Lu Yin sized up Gerbok, who suddenly turned around and glared at him like an arrow piercing through the void, causing Lu Yin to feel a chill down his spine. "This person looks very similar to Zhilin, so he must be her brother," Lu Yin thought to himself. They were both hallmasters of Yu Academy, but Tianming was gentle and polite while Gerbok had a heroic aura. His entire being was like an arrow, full of aggression. "Thank you for taking care of my sister during the trial," Gerbok said, his gaze fixed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned and stared back without backing down. "It's the law of the jungle." Gerbok grinned. "That's right. Since you know that, why did you help her?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Help her? When? Didn't he snatch her away?" Although she didn't succeed in Earth's trial, Zhilin is far ahead in terms of individual results. She's even surpassed Eddie. "I don't believe it. I know her. She can't get that kind of result with her strength. You're the one who helped her. You kidnapped dozens of students. That result is enough for her to be ahead of others." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Zhilin didn't seem to have told Gerbok that he had robbed her, which made sense. Given her personality, there was no way she would tell Gerbok about it. Although Gerbok had a lot of authority in Yu Academy, it was limited to Yu Academy. He didn't have the authority to interfere with the trials, so he wouldn't have known about the details of the trials or that Lu Yin had robbed her. "Is that why you don't want me to learn the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw?" Gerbok's gaze swept outside the tower. "I just wanted to see you. Although you're King Zishan, you participated in the trials as a native. A mere native defeated dozens of students, including the elites of Yu Academy, including Roz. I'm very curious about you." He stared at Lu Yin, his eyes full of battle intent. "I want to experience your strength even more. Rumor has it that you can learn the Sky Beast Claw in actual combat, but I don't believe it." Lu Yin smiled. "Let's give it a try then." Gerbok grunted and suppressed his star energy to the Sentinel realm. "Be careful, I won't hold back once we're in battle mode." "Me too," Lu Yin replied, and the two charged at each other at the same time. Boom! Their fists collided, sending shockwaves in all directions as they retreated at the same time before charging at each other again. Gerbok didn't hold back as he raised his hand and unleashed a Sky Beast Claw that was far stronger than Tissan's. This was Gerbok. Even as a sentinel, he could use battle techniques that surpassed Imeldar's. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on Gerbok's Sky Beast Claw. 5 stars appeared faintly around his body, forming a unique defensive force field. When Gerbok's claw reached into the cosmic force field, the distance between them became incomparably distant, to the point where Lu Yin could clearly see every move of the Sky Beast Claw. 1, 2, 3, all the way to the 15th form. Gerbok's Sky Beast Claw contained 15 variations, and its power was terrifying. The void roared and shook the air, seemingly freezing everything around them. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he dodged at an incredible angle. The Sky Beast Claw covered 100 meters, but Lu Yin still managed to evade it and hit the ground, leaving a huge imprint. Gerbok stared at Lu Yin in shock. You actually dodged it, good. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had just learned 9 variations, but that wasn't enough. Gerbok used the same Sky Beast Claw in a futile attempt to defeat Lu Yin. Unfortunately, Lu Yin could see that the Sky Beast Claw wasn't flawless, and every attack was dodged. It wasn't until Gerbok used the Sky Beast Claw for the 5th time that Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had succeeded. The next moment, Lu Yin raised his hand and turned it into a claw, Sky Beast Claw. Gerbok was shocked, but he also used the same technique. There was a loud rumble that attracted the attention of many below the tower. Lu Yin and Gerbok retreated at the same time, leaving deep marks on the ground. When the dust settled, Gerbok's shocked expression was revealed. You can actually imitate, learn, the Sky Beast Claw. You've only seen it 5 times, and you're already able to use the 15th form. Gerbok was a melder, and even if he suppressed his realm, his body was still as strong as a melder's. Lu Yin would be at a disadvantage if he fought him head-on. I never thought that there would be a genius like you. The Sky Beast Claw is engraved on the stone wall, and even the elites of U Academy would take a long time to learn it. Some people can't even learn the 15th form in their entire lives, but you managed to do it in such a short time. I'm impressed, Gerbok praised. Lu Yin didn't see any jealousy in Gerbok's eyes, and his impression of him improved significantly. It just so happens that this battle technique suits me. Gerbok nodded and sighed. That's right, it's easy to learn a battle technique that suits you. Do you still want to fight? Lu Yin asked. Gerbok's lips curled up. The Sky Beast Claw isn't my forte, and since I said I'd fight you, I won't let it end like this. Be careful, I'll use a battle technique that suits me, so don't blame me if you die. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Gerbok was a hall master and a peak melder, so his battle techniques were definitely terrifying. Come. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 88. The shockwave shattered the walls and blew away the clouds, sweeping out in all directions. At the top of the tower, Lu Yin had finally managed to block Gerbok's all-out attack. Not only that, but the explosion of the 5th star had even suppressed Gerbok's thunderbolt arrow, dispersing all of the lightning and nullifying Gerbok's battle technique. Gerbok himself wasn't injured, but his technique had been broken and he had lost. Lu Yin retracted his hand, a black mark appearing on his palm. The power of the lightning had scorched his palm, but it wasn't too serious. You win, Gerbok said. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It's a draw, I'm injured. Gerbok laughed. I used an external force to display my battle technique, so that's cheating. I believe you didn't use your full strength either. I'm not a sore loser, a win is a win. Lu Yin didn't argue, he really hadn't used his full strength. At the very least, he hadn't used Bai Shui's innate gift. With her innate gift and serious palm, he could have been even stronger. Although suppressing your realm isn't very satisfying, it's still not bad. With your strength, you're definitely in the top 10 of U Academy, Gerbok said cheerfully. Lu Yin was surprised. U Academy has more than 10 melders, right? Gerbok sneered. Melders. So what, No more than 10 people in U Academy can block that arrow, so you're definitely in the top 10. He suddenly thought of Tyson, who had challenged him in the formcast pool. That person was also a melder, but he had been defeated by Lu Yin's cosmic palm. There was also Munoer. With Lu Yin's current strength, he could definitely defeat a melder. After all, Lu Yin could easily defeat a melder. Were melders weak? No, they were strong, but the melders of the Great U Empire were weak. Gerbok was strong in U Academy, but he was far from being strong in the Innerverse. This was the difference between the Outerverse and the Innerverse. Luin wasn't in a hurry to break through to the Melder realm. He wanted to learn more about the Melder realm. He didn't want to end up like Munor. At that moment, Luin saw that Gerbok had agreed to his request. "Thank you," Luin said. "There's only Schutz left. How do you plan to get him to agree?" Gerbok asked. Luin hadn't expected this. He had heard of Schutz before, and he was the indisputable strongest person of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation. He was also the #1 expert of Yu Academy, and he easily surpassed Tianming and Gerbok. He was also a former member of the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council. With so many halos around him, even an ordinary person would be praised to the peak. Gerbok chuckled. "I'll be a good person to the end and help you. However, you've already learned 15 moves. 5 more moves won't make much of a difference, but you'll have to pay a huge price." "Are you sure?" Luin was curious. "That depends on the price." Golbo was shocked. "I thought you would do it without hesitation." Luin shrugged. "Just like you said, there's not much of a difference between having 5 more or less styles. If the effort isn't proportional to the benefits, then there's no need for it." Gerbok sized Luin up. "To be honest, I've met many people who aren't afraid of death in the face of powerful battle techniques, especially the elites of Yu Academy. They'll fight to the death with anyone who tries to stop them. It's rare to meet someone as realistic as you." Luin smiled. If he could learn all of the Sky Beast Claw's techniques, he would be willing to pay a huge price, but there was no need for just 20 forms. He didn't rely on the Sky Beast Claw to fight, and his main focus was on the serious palm. Actually, he wanted Gerbok to show him the 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, but he knew that this request was a bit too much. No one liked others to secretly learn their combat skills, even if it was a common combat skill, just like no one liked others to pry into their privacy. Gerbok already knew that Luin could learn the Sky Beast Claw in battle, so there was no way he would use it against him. Gerbok activated his gadget, and a screen popped up. A youth with a cold gaze and a red warblade on his back appeared on the screen. His upper body was naked, and his body was covered in scars. This person was Schutz. Compared to Gerbok, Schutz looked very ordinary, but this person had firmly suppressed countless youths in the Great Yu Empire and become the strongest powerhouse. "What is it?" Schutz's voice was hoarse and indifferent. "I lost," Gerbok replied. Schutz's eyes flashed. "Who did you lose to?" "Luin, that King Zishan," Gerbok replied. "He's a sentinel," Schutz muttered to himself. "I lost to him as a sentinel, and he learned all 15 forms of the Sky Beast Claw perfectly," Gerbok said. Schutz fell silent. "The way I see it, he's already invincible among sentinels. There's no one in Yu Academy who can match him anyway, and his overall strength is enough to rank him in the top 10. Once he breaks through to the Melder realm, he might even become a threat to the 5 Hall Masters. What do you think?" Schutz looked at Gerbok. "Where is he?" "He just left." "Why, do you want to see him?" "I want to fight him. He's a sentinel. He might not have the time. You know, he's King Zishan, not an ordinary student of Yu Academy. He doesn't belong to any hall." Schutz's gaze turned sharp. "Tell him that I can agree to let him learn the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, as long as he dares to accept the challenge." Gerbok thought about it. "All right, I'll look for him." Without another word, Schutz turned off the screen. Gerbok turned to Luin with a smile. "Done. How about it? Do you dare to pay the price?" Lu Yin's lips curled up, excitement flashing through his eyes. "It would be my honor to fight the strongest in the Empire." "When?" Gerbok was about to say something when their gadgets buzzed at the same time. This was an important notification that couldn't be turned off, just like the one from Astral 10. Luin and Gerbok looked at their gadgets at the same time, and after a while, they looked up and stared at each other in shock. The fifth princess of the empire, Wendy Yushan, had joined the Outerverse Youth Council and become a member of the Great U Empire's Youth Council. Something big is about to happen, Gerbok said in a low voice. At the same time, countless people in the Empire received the news that Wendy Yushan had joined the Outerverse Youth Council and was now in charge of the Empire's Youth Council. Most people cheered as someone from the Empire finally had a say in the Outerverse. But at the same time, many sighed. These were people who understood Wendy Yushan, including the Undying Yushan. In the palace, the Undying Yushan sighed and smiled bitterly. This is going to be troublesome. In the Crown Prince's residence, Doran Yushan stared blankly at the screen before sighing. With her temperament, is there anyone in the Empire who can catch her eye? Duque laughed. This is interesting. Looks like the Empire is going to be lively. Many people sighed. On the top floor of the first ring tower, Luin was puzzled. What's with that expression? Isn't it a good thing that Wendy Yushan has joined the Outerverse Youth Council? She's even in charge of the Empire's Youth Council. Gerbok smiled bitterly. Do you know anything about the fifth princess? Luin shook his head. Not at all. He'd only heard that this woman was doing well in the Innerverse and had her sights set on the top of her head. Even the Great U Empire was beneath her. Princess Wendy, she. Before Gerbok could finish, another notification came. The Great U Empire lacks talents. The Council has temporarily suspended recruitment and will be taken over by members of the Outerverse Youth Council. They will soon arrive at Xenu Star. Luin stared blankly at the notification. What did this mean? See, this is Princess Wendy. No one in the Empire's younger generation is worthy of her attention, including us 5 Hall Masters. In her eyes, we don't even have the right to enter the Youth Council. That's why there's no such thing as a Youth Council in the Empire, Gerbok said helplessly. This was the first time Luin had experienced Wendy Yushan's tyranny. She had decided everything, and no one could go against her decision, not even the Undying Yushan. He seemed to have a marriage contract with her, and when he thought about it, he felt a chill run down his spine. She wouldn't break the contract by sending him a notice, would she? Even though he was an imposter, that would be too embarrassing. He hoped that she wouldn't. How strong is this woman? She doesn't even like you guys. Luin asked. Gerbok's gaze was complicated. You should know that she's the second captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. Luin nodded. He'd heard Bronson mention it before. She fought her way up, Gerbok said in admiration. Lu Yin's expression changed. What? She fought her way up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 89. Gerbok nodded with a look of reverence. How is it? Isn't it unbelievable? But it's the truth. The 13 Imperial Squadrons have a rule that as long as a member defeats the captain, they can replace him. She defeated the previous captain and became the new captain. That was the first thing she did when she came out of the Innerverse. From then on, no one knows how strong she is because no one in the Empire is worth her time. Luin was shocked, and his heart was filled with a sense of absurdity. The captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons were all cruisers, which meant that their power levels exceeded 50,000. How could that woman have reached that level? How was that possible? Gerbok and the other Hall Masters were only melders, and there was a huge gap between them and a cruiser. No wonder that woman looked down on the Empire's younger generation. She was a genius who had stood out from the rest of the universe. Top 20 on the Astral Combat rankings. She's terrifying enough to sweep through Frostwave Weave, and even the older generation has to bow down before her. There aren't many in the Great U Empire who can beat her. She's enough to look down on us, Gerbok sighed. At that moment, the screen lit up again. It was Schutz, Gerbach, postpone my battle with Luin. I want to see how strong the members of the Outerverse Youth Council are. Gerbach nodded, I want to try as well. If Princess Wendy likes him, he's definitely not weak. Adjust your condition, the Great U Empire can't be looked down upon. Schutz turned off the screen. Gerbach looked at Luin, go back. Your battle with Schutz will have to wait for a while, at least until the Outerverse Youth Council members arrive. Luin grunted and left, feeling a little conflicted. His fiancée was a little too strong. No matter how big of a commotion Wendy Yushan caused in the Great U Empire, it was still a good thing for the outside world. At the very least, she was the princess of the Great U Empire. Perhaps it was because of her sudden rise that the Huo family had suddenly rejected the marriage proposal from the Fireforge planet. Your Majesty Undying Yushan, the marriage between young Master Yen Feng of Firesmelt planet and the eldest daughter of the Huo family was already set in stone. Now that the Huo family has suddenly gone back on their word, are they looking down on Firesmelt planet? The courtiers were indifferent, but Crown Prince Doran Yushan spoke up, the Great U Empire and Firesmelt planet have always been on good terms, so a marriage alliance is naturally best. However, this is the Huo family's decision, and the Empire cannot interfere. Yen Gang clenched his teeth. Your Highness, are you saying that the Empire won't care? Indeed, this is a family matter. The marriage between young Master Yen Feng and Huo Shaoling isn't decided by His Majesty, nor is it a matter of state relations. The outcome is up to both of you, Doran said with a faint smile. Yen Gang glared at the red-haired man standing below Doran Yushan. He was Hu Qingshan, captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron. Compared to the domineering aura he displayed during Zhang Dingtian's second trial, he looked more like an ordinary person now. Hu Qingshan looked indifferent. I never agreed to marry Little Ling to the Firesmelt planet. Your young master was the one who said that. It had nothing to do with me. Yen Gang clenched his fists as he felt incredibly humiliated. The Firesmelt planet had never suffered such humiliation before, but he could only endure it in the face of the Great U Empire. This was especially true now that Wendy Yushan had joined the Outerverse Youth Council. It would be unwise to make an enemy out of the Great U Empire. Yen Gang looked up at Undying Yushan and bowed respectfully. Did Yen Feng, the young master of the Firesmelt planet, have the qualifications to participate in the Outerverse Youth Council? They really didn't know, but if that was true, then it would be troublesome. Hold on. Everyone suddenly realized that the Firesmelt planet's goal had always been Princess Wendy, right? Huo Shaoling and Jenny Anna had both been a ruse to make the Great U Empire change its mind and reduce the difficulty of pursuing Princess Wendy. The Great U Empire had already rejected Huo Shaoling and Jenny Anna's marriage to the Firesmelt planet. Once Yen Feng successfully pursued Wendy Yushan, it would be difficult for the Great U Empire to reject him. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Many people looked at Undying Yushan, but he remained indifferent and didn't say anything. Yen Gang still had a sullen expression on his face. Hu Qingshan and Rocky Anna looked at him coldly. They had been used, and they would not let this matter rest. All right, I'm tired. You may leave. Undying Yushan waved his hand tiredly, and everyone left the palace. Tell King Zishan to come see me at the palace, Undying Yushan ordered. Not long after, Lu Yin appeared outside the palace in his flying vehicle. King Zishan's palace was too close to the palace, and when he arrived, the courtiers had just reached the Grand Astral Gate. Lu Yin bumped into them, and Bronson stood 10 meters away from him. Jessica smiled at him politely. Many courtiers were unhappy with Lu Yin, as they had all been bribed. There were also many courtiers who avoided him to avoid being targeted. Lu Yin waited for everyone to leave before slowly entering. King Zishan, a voice rang out beside Lu Yin's ear. Lu Yin turned around and saw Rocky Anna, "Hello, Captain Rocky." Rocky Anna's expression was indifferent. He had just announced the marriage between Jenny Anna and Louine, and regardless of the reason, it was a fact. This young man was now the Anna family's son-in-law. Be careful with your words and actions, and don't trust anyone. If you have any problems, you can ask the Anna family for help. With that, he turned and left, his entire body cold. Louine was stunned. What did he mean? "King Zishan, His Majesty is waiting for you," a palace maid reminded him. Louine hurriedly followed her inside. What? A marriage alliance with the Anna family? Louine exclaimed in shock. Undying Yushan smiled and nodded. Yes, this was an agreement between the Zishan family and the Anna family. Rocky Anna personally admitted it today in court. You should prepare yourself and find a good day to get married. You're not young anymore. To who? Louine asked. Jenny Anna, of course, Undying Yushan replied. An image of an arrogant woman appeared in Lu Yin's mind, as well as the scene where she had been tied up by him and the scene where she had threatened Sigmund and the others after her final battle with Qingyu. That woman must hate him to death. He remembered how she had treated him on the spacecraft. Marry her. The rest of his life was over. For a moment, this matter became the laughingstock of the entire capital star. Within the Anna family study, family head Shuashan Anna slammed the table. Amir Jr. from the Firesmelt planet dares to use my Anna family. I'll make him pay for this sooner or later. Rocky Anna sat down indifferently and said, Jenny seems to like Yen Feng a lot. So what if she likes him? The Firesmelt planet's environment isn't suitable for my Anna family to survive in. Besides, once we're connected to the Firesmelt planet through marriage, how will my Anna family survive in the Great Yu Empire? At that moment, Rocky Anna received a message from his gadget. He glanced at it and frowned, displeasure flashing through his eyes. What's wrong? Shuashan Anna asked. Rocky Anna replied, King Zishan wants to marry Princess Wendy. Shuashan Anna sneered. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even Schutz and the others don't have the guts to say such a thing, let alone him. What, does he look down on Jenny? Jenny was completely defeated by him during Earth's trial, Rocky Anna replied. Shuashan Anna grew angry at the mention of this. What a disappointment. She couldn't even beat a native. Pass down my orders, she can't leave the house until she becomes a Melder. What about King Zishan? Rocky Anna asked. Shuashan Anna muttered to himself for a moment before answering, You've already acknowledged this marriage in court, so you can't go back on your word. The royal family and the Zishan family also have a marriage contract, so both sides are reasonable. No one will mock my Anna family over this matter. However, this King Zishan is a little too arrogant. He actually asked for a bribe a few days ago, so we should teach him a lesson. Not long after, Jenny Anna was dragged home from the bar. Tori smiled bitterly at her. I'm sorry, miss, but from today onwards, you can't leave the house until you become a Melder. Jenny Anna glared at Tori. I heard Uncle married me off to that bastard Lu Yin during the royal court. Is that right? And that bastard doesn't want to marry me, he wants to marry Princess Wendy. Tori shrugged helplessly, not knowing how to respond. Jenny was furious. That bastard dares to look down on me. He's just a lowly native. I, Jenny Anna, will never marry someone like that. He's a robber, a despicable, shameless person. I'd rather die than marry him. I'm going to cultivate and become a Melder as soon as possible so that I can return all the humiliation he's given me. Tori Anna sighed. Perhaps he should thank Lu Yin. Without him, Jenny would still be immersed in her worship of Yen Feng and wouldn't be cultivating. Tori Anna couldn't help but admire the youth who had dared to face them and threaten them. Not every native dared to raise conditions with the Empire, especially when the other party was a space-exploring powerhouse. Unfortunately, a person's talent was destined at birth. No matter how talented he was, his talent was limited to the Great U Empire. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 91. Bezer glanced at the man. You're right. What do you think we should do? Seal the news and think of a way to get rid of that native, the man suggested. Bezer tossed the towel aside and approached the man. Well said. What else? Counselor Wendy doesn't care about a native's life. Not only do we have to kill him, but we also have to make it look like an accident that will make his name go down in history. We have to make Counselor Wendy hate her hometown, the man continued. Bezer walked in front of the man and placed a hand on his shoulder. You're right, but have you thought about how nothing can escape Counselor Wendy's eyes? If she thinks that Lord Puyu ordered us to do this, how will Lord Puyu show his face? The man paled and tried to explain himself, but it was too late. Bezer exerted more force, and the man who had been standing still was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood that dyed the ground red. The stench of blood filled the air. Everyone grew even more terrified and lowered their heads, not daring to move. At that moment, footsteps sounded as a young man slowly walked over. He was thin and pale. Don't be angry, Brother Bezer. That native is a sentinel, and so am I. Let me help you out. Deaths are common in sparring, and I'm sure no one will blame me. Bezer wiped his hands. Then I'll leave it to you, Ghostfire. A few days later, Luin was studying the star chart in King Zishan's palace when Bronson transmitted, Your Highness, Captain Peach of the 6th Squadron of the 13 Imperial Squadrons is here to visit. Luin looked up in surprise. Peach? Why is she here? He didn't think he had anything to do with this lowly, but she had glared at him the first time he had come to the capital. She wasn't here for revenge, was she? However, he didn't have time to think about it. As soon as he arrived at the front hall, he saw a little lowly walking around with an extremely beautiful woman. Oh, Luin, you're here. Peach was pleasantly surprised and instantly appeared in front of him, blinking her large eyes as she sized him up. Luin stepped forward. Hello, Captain Peach. She quickly retreated. Don't come close. Luin was puzzled and looked at himself. What's wrong? Bai Shui explained, Captain doesn't like to stand with people who are taller than her. Luin stared blankly at Peach. The little girl was only 1.2 meters tall, and it would be difficult to find someone shorter than her. No wonder Bai Shui was several meters away from her. King Zishan's residence is so big and tall. I like it, Peach said as she looked around. You can stay here if you like. Really? Peach was pleasantly surprised. She liked high places and enjoyed the feeling of looking down. Really? By the way, is there something you need from me, Captain Peach? Peach grunted in acknowledgement, but she turned to him and said solemnly, I want to apologize to you. Apologize? Why? Luin was puzzled. Peach ruffled her hair. I shouldn't have scared you in court. I'm sorry. She bowed solemnly as she apologized. Luin was startled and quickly dodged. This was the captain of the 6th Squadron, a cruiser who was ranked in the top 20 of the Great U Empire. Even Undying Yushan didn't need to bow before her, but now she was bowing to him. He couldn't accept it, but he couldn't avoid it. Several peaches suddenly appeared around him and bowed in unison. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Were these clones? No, it was speed. Extreme speed. After apologizing, Peach giggled at Luin and turned to leave. When Bronson had introduced Peach to Luin, he had told him that she was someone who would correct her mistakes and wasn't scheming. Luin hadn't believed it at the time, but he hadn't expected it to be true. The little girl didn't put on the airs of a captain at all. Would it be able to increase gravity as well? He took out a cube of star crystals and crushed it, thinking about gravity. The next moment, the cube disappeared and his body felt a bit heavier. This was double gravity. This space was virtual, and he could create anything he wanted as long as he paid the right amount of star energy. This was great. 1 cube of star crystals was equivalent to 1 times the normal gravity, and 40 times the normal gravity was equivalent to 40 cubes of star crystals. That was a lot, and if he hadn't asked for bribes, he didn't know when he would have been able to gather so many star crystals. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yin crushed 40 cubes of star crystals and felt a heavy pressure descend upon him. This was a space with 40 times gravity, and the familiar feeling returned. He had already used 40 cubes of star crystals to create this space, and he couldn't just use it for a day. He steeled his heart and crushed another 90 cubes of star crystals, increasing his time by 5 days. Including the 1 day he had left, he now had a total of 6 days. He didn't know how far he could go in 6 days to train the flash step. Who could be as extravagant as him, spending over 100 cubes of star crystals to train a battle technique? Lu Yin's heart ached, but he didn't slow down. He ran in the space with 40 times gravity while recalling the Day-Night clan's extreme speed battle techniques and trying to integrate them. He fell with a thump, his calves swollen. He had been too impatient, he hadn't even fully comprehended the flash step yet, and he'd already tried to integrate other techniques. Thankfully, his injuries weren't too serious. He took out some ointment and applied it before resuming his training. To others, only a second had passed, but to Lu Yin, he'd cultivated for 8 days under 40 times the normal gravity. When he walked out of the gray space, he immediately fell asleep. He was too tired. 2 days later, the members of the Outerverse Youth Council arrived. Many of the Great U Empire's courtiers looked at the silver spacecraft in the distance with solemn gazes. The Outerverse Youth Council was a subsidiary organization of the 10 Arbiters Council. If the 10 Arbiters Council was a gathering of the universe's top geniuses, then the Outerverse Youth Council was a gathering of the Outerverse's top geniuses. Anyone who could join was either a genius or an absolute powerhouse who was unmatched in the younger generation. Even the strongest youth in the Great U Empire, Schutz, didn't have the qualifications to even touch the Outerverse Youth Council, which showed just how many people were gathered there. Only a famous powerhouse like Wendy Yushan could join. Countless people in the Empire were curious as to who could come out of the Outerverse Youth Council. The spacecraft soon landed, and Crown Prince Doran Yushan was waiting outside the space station. As the Crown Prince of an empire, it was already a great honor for him to personally come out and greet the Outerverse Youth Council. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 93. Doran smiled. It's all in the past. Wendy is the one who's taking my father's place in the Interverse. Is she doing well in the council? Baser smiled. She's not someone I can casually discuss, sorry. Doran smiled and didn't mind. So these are the elites of the Great U Empire. Too weak, a discordant voice sounded from the Lemmeter beside Baser. Doran's expression didn't change as he looked past Baser towards the group from U Academy. Baser growled, "Shut up, the council is only responsible for vetting, not training." "Yes, my lord," the Lemmeter replied in a low voice. Lu Yin stood among the courtiers and looked at the group from U Academy. There were many familiar faces, such as Raz and Munawar, but Zhang Dingtian and the rest weren't. "Big guy, he looks really powerful," Peach exclaimed in surprise as she appeared beside him out of nowhere. Lu Yin was startled. "Why are you here?" "I came to take a look. I heard there's someone amazing here." "Didn't His Majesty inform you?" Peach shook her head. "No." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. On the other side, Bezer was curious. Crown Prince Doran, I heard there are 5 hallmasters in your academy, why haven't I seen them? Doran was embarrassed, the hallmaster will be here soon, please wait a moment. Bezer's eyes flashed coldly as he nodded, his gaze sweeping around before suddenly stopping on Peach. This girl gave him a dangerous feeling, why was he acting like this when she was just a little girl? Crown Prince Doran was a cruiser, but even he couldn't give off such a dangerous feeling. Crown Prince Doran, may I ask who that little girl is? Bezer asked. Doran followed Bezer's gaze and replied casually, she's the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 6th Squadron, Peach. Rumor has it that the Great Yu Empire has the 13 squadrons, and the captains are all absolute powerhouses. Why haven't I seen them in the court? Bezer's tone wasn't pleasant. Doran didn't mind, the 13 squadrons have special privileges and don't need to attend court. Besides, they aren't the younger generation. Captain Peach looks young, but she's actually over 100 years old. Oh, so that's how it is. Bezer heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the other party was over 100 years old. Otherwise, it would be strange if a little lowly was so strong. At this time, 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the drill ground. The one leading them was Schutz. He was topless and had a red saber on his back. His face was full of killing intent. The eyes of Bezer and the others, who had originally been indifferent to Yu Academy's elites, lit up. This was interesting. Although Lu Yin was only a melder, he gave them the feeling that he could fight against an ordinary outerverse limiter. Doran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them arrive. Although the students of Yu Academy were all students, it had a special status in the Great Yu Empire. Like the Youth Council, they were all students, but they were independent of the system of power and even held great power. This was the trend of the universe's development for countless years, and no one dared to look down on these students. Even as the Crown Prince, Doran could not interfere with Yu Academy. The use of formcast models had made it inevitable for the younger generation to hold power. The youths had relied on formcast models to grow too quickly and were strong enough to fight against the older generation. The emergence of the 10 Arbiters was the most obvious example, especially in recent years. For some unknown reason, the younger generation had become more terrifying, far surpassing the previous generation. Many people could not understand why. Your Highness, we're here, Schutz spoke in a low voice, staring at Bezer. Doran smiled, these are the members of the Outerverse Youth Council, and they will oversee the younger generation of the Empire in the future. Schutz, Gerbach, and the others stared at Bezer in shock. Bezer was at most 10 years older than them, and he was also part of the younger generation. However, he was already an explorer, which made it hard for them to breathe. Bezer glanced at them indifferently. They were not bad for a melder, but that was all. No wonder Councillor Wendy was unwilling to reorganize the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council and let Lord Bezer oversee it. There really is no talent left, Ghostfire, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, his tone full of provocation. Everyone from the Great Yu Empire had ugly expressions, including Doran's. Wendy Yushan had been ordered to reorganize the Empire's Youth Council, but she had said that there was no talent left. This was a disgrace to the Great Yu Empire. Bezer did not stop them, this was the truth. Schutz stared at Ghostfire, who are you? Ghostfire's pale face sneered, Ghostfire, a subordinate counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council. Schutz was shocked, and so were the others. Ghostfire was only a sentinel, but he had joined the Outerverse Youth Council. Even Schutz, the strongest of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, did not qualify. This did not mean that Schutz was not Ghostfire's opponent, but rather that this person had terrifying talent. You don't seem to believe me. You're all melders, so I can play with you without suppressing my realm, Ghostfire said arrogantly. Doran's eyes flashed as he looked at Bezer. Bezer did not stop him, his gaze indifferent. What big words. In that case, I'll represent you Academy and fight you. Tianming walked out with a solemn expression. Suppress your realm, Shut said indifferently. I already said that there's no need. Realm is also a type of strength. Does your country have to fight at the same level? No one talks about fairness outside, Ghostfire said disdainfully. In the distance, Lu Yin was shocked. He had seen the strength of Tianming and the other hall masters, and he knew that he wasn't their match. After all, they were hall masters of the Yu Academy, absolute peak melders. If Ghostfire wanted to challenge them as a sentinel, it would be terrifying if he won. Everyone dispersed, and Tianming stared at Ghostfire with a solemn expression. This person had dared to challenge him, and Bezer was no idiot. Agreeing to let him fight meant that he was confident. Why would a mere sentinel do that? You can attack now, Tianming said. Ghostfire sneered and raised his hand, a ball of black flames floating out. Everyone was shocked, this was an innate gift of black flames. Bezer's lips curled up as he looked at Ghostfire in admiration. This person had relied on this innate gift to join them and become the pinnacle of power amongst the younger generation. With a whoosh, the black flames formed a chain and flung it at Tianming, scorching the void and distorting it. Bezer reached out to stop him and stared at Lu Yin. That's right, a fight is a fight, there's no such thing as fairness. Since he challenged you, a loss is a loss without any complaints. The Youth Council is not a sore loser. Doran Yushan spoke up, Representative Bezer, this is just a spar, there's no need to determine a winner. Besides, Ghostfire hasn't lost, he'll be able to escape in 3 hours at most. Bezer growled, so what if he escapes? Ghostfire can't win with King Zishan's speed. My brother can't beat Ghostfire either, how about we call this a draw? Doran smiled. Bezer didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. He just stared at Lu Yin for a long time before frowning when he heard the bell ring. He casually waved his hand, causing the ground of the drill ground to explode right beneath the bell. Everyone could feel a strong gust of wind that was as sharp as a blade, and they could feel Bezer's strength. Ghostfire rushed out from the ground and glared at Lu Yin, despicable, fight fair and square if you have the ability, what's the point of using tricks? Is this how the great Yu Empire fights? Lu Yin looked at him in amusement, fighting is unpredictable, you need both strength and brains. I said before we started that I'd teach you for free. Ghostfire was furious, his already pale face turning even paler. Ghostfire, come back. Bezer roared. Ghostfire gritted his teeth, Brother Bezer, let me fight him again. I said, come back. Bezer's body turned into a terrifying bear in an instant, his roar shaking the ground and causing the ground to crack and the clouds to evaporate. Everyone's scalps went numb as they looked at Bezer in shock. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. What a powerful pressure. In that instant, he felt that this person was far more pressuring than Sigmund and the others. Ghostfire's expression changed drastically, but he didn't dare to refute. Bezer calmed down and looked at Doran, Your Highness, we've embarrassed ourselves. Let's go, we're hungry and want to try the great Yu Empire's delicacies. Doran smiled and gestured for them to leave. The crowd watched Bezer and the others leave and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Outerverse Youth Council had put a lot of pressure on them, and even a sentinel was helpless against the Yu Academy's hall master. If Lu Yin hadn't saved the day, the great Yu Empire would have been mocked by the entire universe. Peach appeared beside Lu Yin, good job, friend. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 95. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, do you know who Bezer is? He doesn't seem that old, probably the same generation as me. Peach shook her head, I don't know. She then scanned the ministers and pointed at one of them, you, come here. A middle-aged man trembled as he walked over, Captain Peach, King Zishan, what is it? Who is this Bezer? Peach asked. Schutz, Gerbok, and Tianming arrived at the same time and looked at the minister. The minister respectfully replied, Bezer is from the Heimweave, and his position in the Outerverse Youth Council is second only to the 5 counselors. People call him Violent Bear, and his innate gift is the Astral Beast, the Star-Swallowing Bear. Star-Swallowing Bear. A living innate gift. Lu Yin was astonished. The minister replied, yes, the Star-Swallowing Bear is a type of astral beast. Rumor has it that the strongest of them can swallow planets. Bezer is an explorer, but he once defeated a cruiser. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. No wonder he was so terrifying. A cruiser was equivalent to a captain of the 13 imperial squadrons in the Great Yu Empire. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. You can leave, Peach waved her hand. The minister felt as if he had been pardoned and immediately ran off. She patted Lu Yin's shoulder, don't think too much about it. The universe is huge, and there are bound to be some freaks. You're already very strong, and at least Ghostfire won't be able to beat you. He's a strong opponent that even Tianming couldn't defeat. Tianming was speechless. Captain Peach, can you not use me as an example? Am I wrong? Who was the one who couldn't do anything to him just now? Peach glanced at him. Lu Yin smiled, although we're of the same generation, he looks to be in his 30s. I'm not even 20 yet, so I have plenty of time to catch up. I'll definitely be stronger than him when I reach his age. Peach smiled, well said, good luck. I'll be leaving now. Lu Yin nodded and watched her leave. Lu Yin, when did you become so close to Captain Peach? Gerbok asked curiously. Lu Yin smiled and glanced at Schutz. Schutz looked back at him, thank you. There's no need. I'm doing this for myself. I wanted to challenge them, but Ghostfire suppressed my arrogance. If it weren't for you, Yu Academy would have become a joke. King Zishan, I agree to let you learn the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw. Lu Yin was delighted. Really? That's great. Schutz nodded and turned to leave. He didn't mention anything about his battle with Lu Yin. It seemed that Ghostfire's words had touched them. Why should someone of the same generation suppress their realms when fighting? Realms were also a type of power, and that was true. However, if Schutz hadn't suppressed his realm, then Lu Yin definitely wouldn't have been his opponent. After Schutz left, Gerbok and Tianming left as well. Before they left, they told Lu Yin to head straight to the first stage. The first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw stone wall could be learned from the 5 halls. Only after 20 forms would one have to go to a designated location to learn them. Doran Yushan and the rest had nothing to do with Lu Yin, and no one had asked him to join. He headed straight to the first stage with Bronson, eager to learn the Sky Beast Claw. The first 20 forms were enough to raise the power of the Sky Beast Claw to the level of a 5-star Sirius Palm. It was best not to reveal the Sirius Palm if possible. The Formcast pool was the closest to the drill ground, which was where Tianming was in Yu Academy. Lu Yin headed straight for it. He arrived almost at the same time as Tianming. Tianming personally led him to the stone wall. The first 20 forms aren't a secret. There are more than 50 people in Yu Academy who have learned them, but not many have succeeded. Lu Yin didn't rest when he returned to King Zishan's palace, immediately going into seclusion to experience the power of 3 stacks. It took him more than an hour to understand, and he couldn't help but sigh at the power of Sirius. It could display every change in an opponent's battle techniques, and this was only the beginning stages of Sirius. What would happen if he could master the entire technique? Would he be able to learn the battle techniques of some other powerful races? That would be terrifying. How terrifying would the power of Sirius be? Lu Yin didn't become complacent. The universe was filled with monsters, and he believed that someone had mastered the entire set of Sirius. That person would be so strong that he couldn't comprehend it, he was just starting out. In the depths of the universe, there was a vast continent with a city in the sky. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's base. Overlooking the continent from the city in the sky, it was as if a god ruled over the world. 9 satellites hung high in the sky, each one emitting a silver light that connected them to the continent like a river, spanning endless distances. At the edge of the city in the sky, a young girl looked down. She was beautiful and natural, wearing a white, tight-fitting jacket with gold trim. She held a 2-meter-long silver sword in a scabbard, and her long black hair fell to her waist. Her body exuded a tranquil and simple aura, and her eyes were serene with a trace of sharpness. She was like a sheathed sword, and although it was concealed, it was still sharp. She looked down quietly, watching as more and more people knelt on the ground. Her gaze was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Behind her, a handsome man dressed in black slowly walked over, his gaze gentle. "What are you looking at, Wendy?" "To them, we are gods." "Then, to us, who is the god?" Wendy asked indifferently. The man smiled. "No one can be our god. We decide our own fate." Wendy's eyes lit up, but her expression was calm. "Why are you looking for me?" "Beizer reports that your country's King Zishan has publicly announced that he wants to marry you." The man smiled, his tone slightly mocking. "So?" Wendy didn't care. "What do you want to do?" "Beizer is waiting for your orders," the man smiled. Wendy turned around and looked at him calmly. "It doesn't matter. Do as you wish. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since someone gave me a reward. Come on, give me some encouragement." "Thank you very much." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 96. Don't you want to know about him? "I heard that he defeated Ghostfire," the man asked. Wendy continued walking, unfazed by the news. Ghostfire? To her, he was nothing but an ant. These people weren't worth her time. The man's smile faded as he watched Wendy leave. He activated his gadget. "Play as you wish." "Yes, Counselor Puyu," Beizer replied. Over the next half a month, Lu Yin didn't leave King Zishan's palace at all. He studied the 3 stacks battle technique and tried to incorporate it into other battle techniques while also observing the star chart. During this period, he also rolled the dice, but he found that the dice were always 1 and 4 pips. 3 pips never appeared from the beginning to the end, and the same went for 6 pips. 2 pips also appeared once, but it was not very useful. Lu Yin didn't plan on rolling the die for the time being as he didn't have many star crystals left. He also felt that his spirit was a little weak, probably because he rolled the die too often. Until he replenished his star crystals, he decided to take a break. 2 months after Lu Yin arrived at Xenu Star, an earth-shattering piece of news shook the entire Outerverse. Astral 10 had arrived. The academy that carried the hopes of countless youths in the Frostwave Weave had finally appeared. There were countless academies in the universe, but none of them had reached the level of the Astral Combat Academy. This was especially true when Astral 9 had arrived in the Endless Weaves and given birth to countless geniuses. The entire Outerverse was in an uproar, and after so many years, the 72 Weaves of the Outerverse had been trying to find a way to create another Astral Combat Academy. Now, Astral 10 had finally appeared. No one knew how the Astral Combat Academy had appeared or how it had been entered. Only a few powerhouses knew about it, such as the Great Yu Empire's Undying Yushan and Firesmelt Planet's Master Yen Wujiu. On this day, Undying Yushan announced to the entire nation that 5 days later, the 3rd Squadron's Captain Zhu Lang, 5th Squadron's Captain Hu Qingshan, 9th Squadron's Captain Rocky Anna, and Crown Prince Doran Yushan would lead the students to Astral 10. Lu Yin was also notified that he could participate in Astral 10's assessment. When Earth's trial had failed, it was reasonable to say that those who had failed were not qualified to go to Astral 10. However, some of them had special statuses no one dared to stop them, such as Lu Yin, Jenny Anna, Lulu Mavis, and the others. These people were also allowed to go to Astral 10. Including those who had passed the trial and the elites of Yu Academy, there were close to 100 people in total. There were almost 100 people from the Great Yu Empire participating in the Astral 10 exam, and the entire Frost Wave we've had at least a few 100,000 people participating. In addition, there were also geniuses from other weaves and even the Interverse. Who knew how many geniuses would gather for Astral 10's exam? Schutz and the other hall masters are all going, along with Hu Shaoling, Jenny Anna, Roz, Xia Luo, Lulu. Lu Yin looked at the list expectantly. There were quite a few familiar faces among the 100 people, which was interesting. He wondered how many of them would be able to join Astral 10. There was even Ghostfire, which meant that this person was also traveling with the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Mira, that seductive woman with the red lotus witch bow. Only by joining Astral 10 and achieving something that she would be proud of would she be able to recommend him to the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin believed that she had the ability since she was from the 10 Arbiters Council. His family wanted him to join the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, so he was looking forward to seeing if he could make them drop their jaws in shock. At this moment, a notification came through. Lu Yin glanced at it and was surprised. Baser is inviting me to a banquet. Beep 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 beep. Gerbok contacted Lu Yin, and Lu Yin opened the screen. Baser invited you? Gerbok immediately asked when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. He invited you as well. To be precise, he invited all the students who are going to Astral 10's assessment. Are you going? Lu Yin was conflicted. He could tell from Ghostfire's attitude that the Outerverse Youth Council didn't like him, and it probably had something to do with Wendy Yushan. Attending their banquet at this time would be asking for trouble. Lu Yin, it's best if you go together. Baser is a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, so he definitely knows a lot about the Astral Combat Academy, Gerbok said seriously. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's right, alright, I'll go. Gerbok nodded and closed the screen. That night, many students from influential families gathered at the DU Hotel's luxurious top-floor banquet hall. Roz, Rucky Mathers, Hu Shaoling, and Jenny Anna were all present. By the time Lu Yin arrived, the place was almost full. Lu Yin immediately saw Schutz, who was too different from the rest. Everyone else was dressed neatly as if they were getting married, but Schutz was dressed like he usually was. He was even topless, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't notice the scars on his body. Roz was in stark contrast to Schutz, as if he were a peacock spreading its tail. Those who didn't know would think that he was on a blind date. Although it was called a banquet, it was actually just a gathering to get to know each other. After all, they were all going to Astral 10 to participate in the exam, so it was best if they could help each other out. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Hu Shaoling and the other aristocrats, arriving at a long table where Gerbok was working hard to eat a huge piece of meat. Why are you here? Aren't you going to make some friends? Gerbok's words were slurred as he spoke, bits of meat falling out of his mouth. A girl in gorgeous robes was so frightened that she walked away in disgust, clapping her hands as she did so. Lu Yin shrugged, not interested. Why isn't anyone looking for you? You're a hall master of U Academy, one of the top experts in the Empire. Gerbok sneered, not many know me. But everyone has heard of you, Luin smiled. Jerlin popped out of nowhere with a bang and glared at Luin, you still dare to show up? Luin rolled his eyes, what's wrong? I helped you during the trial. Jerlin grew angry, you dash, but she suddenly stopped talking because Gerbok was watching. She didn't want to embarrass herself by hiding the fact that she had been robbed by Luin. Luyin's lips curled up as he casually picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Eat, you might not have anything to eat in the Astral Combat Academy. She glared at Luin before tossing the piece of meat away and walking away. That girl is so rude, Gerbok grumbled unhappily. Luin replied, girls should have a little temper. Compared to others, Jerlin is much better. Is that so? Gerbok didn't believe him. Luin told him to keep an eye on himself and slowly walked behind Jenny Anna. Hi, Miss Jenny. She turned around and her face darkened when she saw Luin. She snorted and walked away. Luin smiled at Gerbok. See, Jerlin has a good temper. Gerbok nodded, seems like it, my sister's upbringing is quite good. The faces of those who saw the scene twitched and they walked away speechlessly. In the distance, Hu Shaoling was talking to Hu Zhong, who smiled and nodded when he saw Luin. Luin nodded back, the two hadn't interacted before, so a nod was considered a greeting. Shaoling, this King Zishan is very strong. You might not be able to win even as a melder, Hu Zhong said solemnly. Hu Shaoling grunted and glanced at Luin. She was just like Jenny Anna, still worried about being threatened by Luin. However, she had to admit that this person's improvement was too fast. She had seen him fight Ghostfire with such speed that she couldn't do anything about. His battle experience was also greater than hers. On the other side, the peacock Roz was furious and flushed red. Opposite him, a youth sneered, you still have the face to come after failing the trial. If not for your father, Roz, you wouldn't even have the right to come here. Don't forget, Ike, you lost to me, Roz growled. Ike sneered, that was before. Besides, you failed the trial anyway, so there's no way you can join the Astral Combat Academy. Get the hell out of here and give your spot to someone else from the Empire, ha. Roz was furious, but he couldn't retort. The banquet was a social event, especially since the Astral Combat Academy's assessment was about to begin. They needed to work together to deal with the young experts of the other powers, or even the other weaves and the Interverse. The Hua and Anna families were surrounded, and Tianming, Locke, and the others were also being courted. Only Luin, Gerbok, and a few others were not approached, especially Luin. Everyone knew that he had offended too many people, and he was only a sentinel. There weren't many sentinels from the Great Yu Empire participating in the Astral Combat Academy's assessment, so no one bothered with him. This banquet had been a plot against him, all for this moment. Bezier hadn't even thought of telling these people about the Astral Combat Academy. He'd only wanted to draw them here and then announce it in front of everyone in the name of the Outerverse Youth Council. This name alone was enough to spread the news throughout the universe. Luin wanting to marry Wendy Yushan had only been a joke on Xenu Star, but from this moment on, this joke would spread throughout the universe because it had been announced in the name of the Outerverse Youth Council. Rasmus smirked. Jenny Anna was stunned, a trace of pity flashing through her eyes. Hu Shaoling's gaze was complicated, and she looked sad. Tianming and the rest frowned, this was too much. Bezier wanted Luin to become the laughingstock of the entire universe. Unless he could marry Wendy Yushan, this matter would forever be a stain on his record. Jerlin walked over to Luin and tugged at him, let's go. Gerbok pulled him back as well, I'm sorry, I didn't think this would happen. Bezer smiled. I'm sorry, this is an order from Her Excellency Wendy Yushan. As compensation, I can promise you that as long as you successfully enter the Astral Combat Academy, I will be your referrer in the future and help you enter the Outerverse Youth Council. Everyone's expressions changed again, and they didn't know what to think anymore. These words were too vicious, and even if Lu Yin managed to enter the Outerverse Youth Council with his own abilities in the future, he would still be labeled with the word compensation. Bezer was clearly trying to kill him. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot. He rarely felt this angry. The first time had been because of Lu Shaoge, who had brought him extreme pain. The second time had been in his dreams, when that jade finger had crushed the heavens. The third time was now. Gerbok pulled him back and whispered, "Don't be rash, he's an explorer." Lu Yin stared at Bezer, the coldness in his eyes sending a chill down Bezer's spine. Bezer's expression changed slightly, feeling like he had done something he would regret for the rest of his life. However, he didn't mind and smiled. How could a mere sentinel surpass Ghostfire, no matter how talented he was? There were too many geniuses in the universe, and such a person couldn't even enter the Astral Combat Academy, let alone threaten him. In the end, Lu Yin left without a word under everyone's mocking and pitying gazes. Outside the hotel, Gerbok patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "I'm sorry, I was the one who persuaded you to come. I didn't think this would happen." Jerlin also looked at Lu Yin with a trace of worry in her eyes. Lu Yin shrugged and smiled. "It's fine, it's just a cancellation of the engagement. I didn't want to marry her anyway." Gerbok sighed. "Brother Lu, the universe is cruel. Without strength, you'll always be weak, and the weak don't have a sword to protect their dignity. Princess Wendy told the five of us, so don't think too much about it until you have a sword." With that, he left with Jerlin. Lu Yin stood in place, his heart far from being as calm as he appeared. Everything that had just happened would be unforgettable for the rest of his life. He had experienced the ultimate humiliation. Bezer, and Wendy Yushan. It didn't take long for the news to spread, and Lu Yin became the target of ridicule. He had become a toad trying to swallow the heavens. 5 days later, a giant spacecraft passed through 3 rings of land and entered the endless darkness of space. It carried the Great Yu Empire's younger generation of elites and their hopes for the Astral Combat Academy. Even Undying Yushan appeared at the space station to send them off. No one knew how many of them would be able to enter the Astral Combat Academy, but they could only hope that they wouldn't all be wiped out. Bezer had also come to send off Ghostfire as he boarded the spacecraft. He was confident in Ghostfire's abilities. No sentinel could defeat him. Even the freaks of the Innerverse might not be able to do so, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the Astral Combat Academy. "Counselor Bezer, I heard that you held a banquet a few days ago. How are the younger generation of the Great Yu Empire?" the Undying Yushan asked. Bezer smiled. "Not bad, they're all very motivated." The Undying Yushan nodded. "Is that so?" He coughed twice and placed a hand on Bezer's shoulder. "It's been hard on you to announce the annulment of the engagement to Little Yin. However, this is an internal matter of the Great Yu Empire, and it's not up to you to announce it." The Undying Yushan's tone turned cold as his hand on Bezer's shoulder grew heavier. Bezer didn't mind at first, but as the Undying Yushan's hand grew heavier, his expression changed. He wanted to resist, but no matter what he did, he couldn't shake off the Undying Yushan's right hand. It was like a mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, preventing him from moving. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, and Bezer's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The image of a brutal star-devouring bear appeared on his body, but it was crushed in less than a second. The Undying Yushan slowly withdrew his hand and smiled at Bezer before leaving. From start to finish, Bezer couldn't resist at all. Even when he used his innate gift, nothing changed around him. Not even the surface of the ground cracked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 98. This was the undying Yushan's strength. He had once looked down on the Interverse and had entered the top 20 of the astral combat rankings just like Wendy Yushan. Now, he was a hunter, and even though he was heavily injured and didn't have long to live, he was still the undying Yushan. Baiser panted heavily as his complexion slowly returned to normal. He gritted his teeth and glared at the undying Yushan's back, his eyes filled with unwillingness. On the spacecraft, Lu Yin reunited with Xiao Luo and Lulu Mavis. They hadn't seen each other since they had landed on Xenu Star. Lu Yin, I heard that your engagement was called off. How embarrassing, haha. Lulu laughed heartily. Xiao Luo patted Lu Yin's shoulder, don't mind her. Lu Yin smiled, it's fine. But you guys, didn't Baiser invite you to his banquet? Lulu rolled her eyes, do you think just anyone has the right to invite me? Xiao Luo shrugged, I just got back 2 days ago. I wonder how strict the exam will be this time. And who will go from the Interverse, Lu Yin said as he looked up at the sky. The Interverse? Not many will go, Xiao Luo said. Lu Yin was puzzled. Xiao Luo glanced at Lulu, you should know that Astral 10 is an academy that's been banished. Lulu nodded and stopped smiling, the Astral Combat Academies are ranked according to their scores. Astral 10 has been in last place for many years, or else they wouldn't have been sent to the Frostwave Weave. Rumor has it that when the news of Astral 10 moving to the Frostwave Weave, almost all of its students left. That means that we're going to apply for an empty Astral Combat Academy, Xiao Luo said. Lu Yin was puzzled, why is that? Even if Astral 10 moves to the Frostwave Weave, the 3 realms and 6 Daos trial zones that you mentioned before won't be cancelled, right? Why would they leave? I don't know about that, but I'm guessing that most of the people going to Astral 10 this time will be from the Outerverse. It's almost impossible for anyone from the Innerverse to appear. All the geniuses who can enter the Astral Combat Academy are basically monopolized by the top 8 academies. Astral 9 mostly recruits students from the endless weaves of the Outerverse, and Astral 10 will be no exception, Xiao Luo said. Even so, the Astral Combat Academy is still extremely attractive to the Outerverse. Just by looking at your Great U Empire, you can see that the young elites from the weaves near Frostwave Weave will definitely come here. This is the only place that can compete with the Innerverse elites, and the Astral Combat Academy gives the Outerverse hope of catching up to the Innerverse, Lulu explained. Countless geniuses are gathering to compete. The arrival of the Astral Combat Academy was like a line that connected the Innerverse and Outerverse, connecting the young elites of the Innerverse and Outerverse. Just how great was the gap between them? Lu Yin wanted to see just how strong these so-called Innerverse geniuses were. Facing the upcoming examination, all the students were cultivating behind closed doors. Very few of them went out to chat, including Jerbok and the others. Time passed quickly, and in just one day, Lu Yin saw more and more spaceships heading in the same direction. The spaceships were not all uniform, and there were all sorts of strange designs. Lu Yin saw a spaceship that looked like a coffin as it flew past, and there were also spaceships that looked like swords. These spaceships all carried the elites of the Outerverse's various powers. To the Innerverse, Astral 10 was an academy that had been exiled, but to the Outerverse, it was the only hope of catching up to the Innerverse. The gap was not small at all. Another day passed, and when Lu Yin retracted his gaze from the star chart, the spaceship stopped. The examination had already begun the moment the path appeared. The Great U Empire wasn't the first to arrive, there were already many sentinels from other powers that had entered the path, including the Firesmelt planet. Scorching suns roasted the earth, the temperature distorting the air. Groups of sentinels flew into the distance as they walked across the scorching earth, the sounds of battle and the roars of beasts echoing from time to time. On this path, the students didn't just have to face harsh environments and enemies, they also had to face powerful creatures that were all sentinels. They were also enemies that the students had to face. A group of 7 stood in the shadows, looking up at the sky. Young master, the people from the Great U Empire will be here soon. A young man sitting on the ground looked up and smirked. Very well, I'll show them the consequences of insulting the Fire's Melt planet. There was a loud crash as the personal spacecraft crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the hatch opened and Lu Yin walked out, he immediately felt the scorching heat. He looked up and saw the suns extending into the distance, growing hotter the further he went. He soared into the air and felt the air and star energy. Not bad, he said as he accelerated forward. Close to 20 sentinels from the Great U Empire landed on the ground, a few of them close to the 7 from Fire's Melt planet. The young man who was addressed as the young master stood up. Begin the hunt, don't leave anyone alive. The Fire's Melt planet was constantly roasted by flames, and this was their favorite environment. No one could defeat the powerhouses of the Fire's Melt planet in such a hot environment, this was their confidence. With a bang, the cabin door was kicked open, and Ike walked out into the sunlight. He subconsciously closed his eyes and muttered, "To hell with the test." With that, he rose into the air and looked at his gadget. It actually deviated from its original position. Luckily, it's only a dozen kilometers away. It's very close. With that, Ike flew towards the west to meet up with the others. Suddenly, a fiery red spear pierced through the air towards Ike. Ike's expression changed, and he reacted quickly to dodge. The spear brushed past his shoulder and pierced into the stone wall. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 99. Who is it? Ike was furious. He looked at his gadget and saw a power level of 3000, a peak sentinel. Almost everyone who could participate in the Astral Combat Academy's entrance exam had such a power level, so this number didn't mean much. Not far away, a man with dark red skin rushed over, his arms creating sparks as they collided and turned into a flaming spear that pierced towards Ike. Bastard from the Fire's Melt planet, Ike shouted angrily as he clashed with the man. In less than half a minute, Ike was pierced through, his abdomen scorched by the flames. The man sneered, "The Great U Empire reneged on their promise and insulted our young master Yen Feng. This is the price." He pulled out his spear, and Ike's corpse fell to the ground. The same thing happened in several other places. The people from the Fire's Melt planet seemed to know when the Great U Empire would land, and anyone who landed during this time was their enemy. The young man called Young Master looked at the corpse on the ground and spat, "My brother was insulted, so I, Yen Zheng, will deal with it on his behalf." At that moment, there was another explosion and a heat wave. Yen Zheng looked to the west and smiled cruelly before flying away. The spacecraft crashed into the ground, creating a conical crater as a young man slowly walked out. Yen Zheng saw this and didn't even think about it, his arms creating sparks as he stabbed his flaming spear at the young man. The young man looked up, a sharp glint in his eyes as he raised his hand, desolate palm. His palm turned dark yellow and collided with the flaming spear. There was a loud bang as the shock wave pressed down on the ground, shattering the spear inch by inch. Yen Zheng was shocked, his pupils shrinking to the size of needles as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The young man's palm had sent him flying, and he didn't even look back as he soared into the distance. Yen Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into a protruding mountain wall, his face pale. That palm had almost crippled him. "Who are you?" he shouted as he coughed up more blood. The young man was astonished, "You're not dead. I'm Meng Yu. Take revenge if you can." He then quickly left. Yen Zheng endured the pain and squatted down. At that moment, 2 people from the Fire's Melt planet arrived. Young master, who hurt you? Yen Zheng didn't reply and just took out some healing medicine. Soon, 2 more people from the Fire's Melt planet came and surrounded Yen Zheng. After a long while, Yen Zheng finally opened his eyes. He was panting heavily, and his eyes were filled with shock. That palm had not only shattered his battle skill, it had also severely injured him. It was as if his life force had been sucked away. Desolate palm. Why did it sound so? Go take a look at the ship, he said weakly. A member of the Fire's Melt planet immediately flew over and came back after a while. He said, Young master, there are 2 words engraved on the back of the spaceship, chaos. It's Meng Yu's, Meng Yu, young Meng Yu. Meng. It was only then that Yen Zheng remembered who he was facing. It was a genius from the vast Earth sect, a lunatic who had refused to break through to the Sentinel realm. This person had once been invited to join the Outerverse Youth Council, but had rejected the offer. To be able to defeat a melder with an innate gift as a sentinel meant that he was a freak. Yen Zheng sighed. Forget about revenge, he had to avoid meeting such a person. What about the other 2? Why are there only 4 of you? He asked. One of them hesitated and then answered with an ugly expression, dead. How did they die? Yen Zheng was furious. One was killed by a beast here, and the other was killed by a cultivator from the Great Yu Empire. Yen Zheng clenched his fists. Who? Don't know, never seen them before. Yen Zheng was helpless, he had been too naive. This was Astral 10's trial, and countless geniuses had gathered here. The Fire's Melt planet could do whatever they wanted in Frostwave Weave, but they didn't have the qualifications to face the geniuses of the entire universe. Take a break, we'll take revenge after we join the Astral Combat Academy. The others relaxed and rejoiced, they had been afraid that their young master would be too impetuous. That would be troublesome, there were too many freaks here. Elsewhere, Lu Yin met up with Lulu. They weren't far from each other to begin with. Lu Yin, let's see who gets there first, Lulu said eagerly. Lu Yin looked at his gadget. Sure, wait a moment, I'm waiting for someone. Lulu was puzzled, there's someone else with us. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, I'm sending him away. Lulu didn't understand, but Lu Yin's lips curled up, coming. Ghostfire was flying leisurely not too far away, his innate gift was destined to adapt to this environment. Suddenly, Ghostfire stopped and looked in front of him in surprise. It's you? Lu Yin stepped forward, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ghostfire sneered, sorry, I just killed a piece of trash who claimed to be from the Fire's Melt planet. I was worried about where to find you, but you actually dared to show up. You're courting death. Lu Yin clenched his fists, I'll settle the score with Baser later, but first I'll collect some interest from you. He then disappeared and used Flash to appear in front of Ghostfire. Ghostfire sneered, nothing here can trap me, Ant. I'll show you the power of my void flame. Black flames spread out from his body and his body turned into nothingness. His innate gift surprised Lulu, void flame could avoid physical attacks. Even many melders were helpless against this innate gift. Lu Yin sneered, raised a hand, and punched out. White and black alternated, this was the Day-Night Fist. The Day-Night clan dominated the universe, and their inherited battle techniques were incomparably powerful. They could crush countless unique innate gifts, but this was the Day-Night clan, how could they be stopped by mere void flame? The battle techniques of the Day-Night clan included physical attacks as well as spiritual force attacks. The Day-Night Fist was a type of spiritual force attack. Lu Yin had never understood why the Day-Night Fist alternated between night and day until he faced Ghostfire. There were too many unique innate gifts in the universe, and the Day-Night clan's battle techniques were unparalleled. They could be weak, but they were never ineffective. Ghostfire was initially disdainful when he punched out, but then he felt a strange contradiction. His body felt like it was being torn apart by something, and he saw both night and day. Time seemed to flow between the two, and his body was being deceived. The assessment couldn't be that simple, and there would definitely be trouble ahead. I don't want to work for others. Let's wait and rest for a few days, Lu Yin said after some thought. Lulu nodded. Okay. Their surroundings were mostly barren mountain ranges, and the ground was scorching hot. Lu Yin stood on a withered mountain and looked around. There were people flying past in the sky from time to time, but he didn't know how the others were doing. 20 hours passed quickly, and Lu Yin and Lulu were resting at the foot of the mountain when the world suddenly darkened. The sun in the sky dimmed at the same time, and the land entered winter. Extremely cold air swept across the land, instantly freezing the once scorching ground. Lulu exclaimed, "A super powerhouse has made a move to change the weather." As expected of the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin looked up and stared at the sky in shock. A series of suns had been frozen at the same time, and endless cold air had descended from the sky. This was the method of an absolute powerhouse, and it wasn't something he could imagine. If one looked at it from the distance, the entire path would look like a popsicle. Countless people looked on in shock. 10 paths had been frozen at the same time, and the extremely cold air swept across them without affecting the sky at all. Doran and the others gulped. This method was unimaginable, and it was beyond their understanding. Explorers ranged from the weakest explorer to the cruiser to the hunter. The Great Yu Empire had them all, but even they couldn't reach this level. This was the method of a terrifying existence that surpassed the hunter class. In terms of power level, this person's power level exceeded 100,000. Hua Qingshan's eyes burned with passion. He could destroy a path, but he couldn't freeze all 10. This was the limit of power that he had always pursued. The youths of this generation were too lucky to have the opportunity to enter the Astral Combat Academy and experience a power that surpassed the Outerverse. To dim the sky and freeze the suns was a power that shocked everyone. They couldn't think of anything else, they were too far away from this level of power. Lu Yin felt the chill emanating from the ground and sucked in a breath of cold air. Humans could actually reach such a level. Don't look, you won't understand. Even explorers can't. The level of power is different, Lulu said, pouting. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. This path was created, right? Who knows? Maybe it was created by tearing apart a star system, Lulu said casually. Lu Yin looked at Lulu. Does the Mavis family have such a powerhouse? Lulu rolled her eyes. I don't know, I don't want to talk about it. Even if Lulu didn't say anything, Lu Yin could guess. Without such a powerhouse, how could the Mavis family dominate the economy? He raised his head to look at the sky, where the cold winds of the night unconsciously made him feel lonely. Lu Yin's gaze was tranquil, as he had nothing to reminisce about. He had lost his memories, and the only thing worth reminiscing about was Earth. That planet could be considered his home, but he did not know how it was doing. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin leaned against the cold mountain wall and counted silently. More than 700 people had flown over his head during this time, and this was just his surroundings. The width of the Sentinel Path was equivalent to the radius of Earth, so a conservative estimate suggested that more than 100,000 people had passed by. When it was about time, Lu Yin stood up. Let's go. Lulu grunted and clenched her fists. Suddenly, a black dot in front of them rapidly approached and flew towards them. The two didn't move as they watched the black dot approach. It was a young man. The young man was Meng Yu, who had seen Ghostfire's miserable state and the strength of the three stacks technique. He chased after Luine and Lulu, not looking at Luine, but noticing Lulu. Her green clothes were too eye-catching, but the two soon disappeared. Mengyu was helpless. He had circled around for a long time but still couldn't find them. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to catch up, but he hadn't expected to run into them here. Landing on a short hill, Mengyu stared at Luine and took out Ghostfire's photo. "Did you defeat this person?" Luine frowned. "What does that have to do with you?" Mengyu was excited. "Come, let's spar." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "You want to avenge him?" Mengyu didn't mind. "It has nothing to do with him. I'm interested in your battle technique. The 3 stacks technique should be from Grand Top Weave's 9 stacks set. You've integrated it into your shockwave palm, and I want to test its power." Not interested. Lu Yin's tone was flat. He didn't want to waste his energy fighting an insignificant person. Mengyu didn't say anything else and immediately attacked. He rushed towards Luine and lashed out with a kick that carried a hint of ferocity. Luine dodged the attack with a flash and replied coldly, "If you want to fight, go find someone else. We're in the middle of a test, and I don't have time to play with you." "That's not up to you." Mengyu raised a palm and sent it towards Luine. He knew that he couldn't match up to Lu Yin's speed, so he could only use the desolate palm to catch Luine off guard and decide the victor with a single blow. Mengyu pursued the limits of the Sentinel realm and wanted to fight any Sentinel. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 101. Luine could feel the power of the desolate palm, and it felt like his life force was being sucked away. He knew it wasn't weak, so he raised his own hand with a glint in his eyes. Since Mengyu was courting death, he wouldn't hold back. Bang! The two unleashed their full strength at the same time. The Desolate Palm was an inherited battle technique of the Vast Earth Weave's Vast Earth sect, and its power was unparalleled. Lu Yin's Sirius Palm had reached 5 stars, and he had once defeated Tyson, a melder from U Academy. Gerbach had even said that he could rank in the top 10 of U Academy. With a loud bang, a shockwave tore through the earth like a storm, scattering the cold air and pushing away layer after layer. A group of sentinels who happened to be passing by screamed in agony as the ground split in two. Lulu was surprised and immediately dodged. The two's attacks were even stronger than an ordinary melder's. Mengyu was shocked that his desolate palm had been blocked. He had used it to defeat many melders. Both Lu Yin and Mengyu retreated at the same time. This exchange was almost evenly matched. Mengyu's strength surprised Lu Yin. Very few sentinels could defeat a melder, and this person wasn't even an innate gift cultivator. Alright, there aren't many in the same realm who can block the desolate palm. What's your name? Mengyu asked excitedly. Lu Yin frowned. I don't have time to waste with you. Move aside. Mengyu fell into deep thought and looked at Lu Yin for a while before withdrawing his star energy. He recalled Lu Yin's speed, and with this person's attack power and speed, Mengyu wouldn't be his match in a real fight. My name is Mengyu, remember? Lu Yin was shocked. Meng. Could it be a primeval surname? He only knew of a few primeval surnames, so he wasn't sure. Hey, you want to fight? I'll accompany you. Lulu stared at Mengyu, eager to fight. Mengyu glanced at her. I'm not interested in women. Lulu frowned. Don't underestimate me. She suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of Mengyu, kicking out with her leg. It was a very ordinary kick, and although Mengyu wasn't as fast as her, his reaction wasn't slow. He raised his arm to block, and with a bang, a shockwave rippled out. Mengyu's pupils shrank as he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. He was unable to block the force of the kick, and he was sent flying, smashing through 3 small mountains and sinking into the ground. Lu Yin's face twitched as he looked at Meng Yu sympathetically. He'd underestimated Lulu. She was a mavis, and her strength was abnormal. That kick shouldn't have been gentle. You dare to look down on me? Humph. Let's go. Lulu raised her head and waved at Lu Yin before leaping up and flying off into the distance. Lu Yin shot another glance at Meng Yu, who was still covered in dust, and flew away. Underground, Meng Yu clenched his teeth. His arm was unnaturally bent. That kick had actually broken his arm. What a vicious woman. Meng Yu hurriedly took out some medicine to treat his wound. When he walked out of the ground, he saw that the two of them had left. He let out a sigh and bitterly looked at his right arm. He had underestimated her. Lulu, don't you think your attack, no, your kick was too heavy? Lu Yin asked. Lulu snorted. Who told him to look down on me? He deserved it. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh, silently reminding himself not to provoke her in the future. She was just too strong, and that was probably her innate gift. Lu Yin and Lulu didn't encounter any enemies for the rest of their time. Astral 10's exam was only the end of the path, and there was no limit to the number of participants. Few people would actively cause trouble in such an exam, and Meng Yu was considered an oddity. There were no enemies, but the number of astral beasts kept increasing. Under the dark night sky and the icy winds, strange beasts walked on the ground. Many of them flew in the air, and many sentinels were killed by them. Lu Yin and Lulu encountered a terrifying beast. Although it was also a sentinel, it was invulnerable. Fortunately, Lulu managed to crush its innards with a heavy punch, but even so, it wasn't injured at all. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. This kind of defense was too strong. There was also another beast that could spit out lightning. It was fast and its attacks were fierce, far surpassing the lightning bolt that Gerbok had used on Lu Yin. In the end, Lu Yin and Lulu managed to evade it because it was too fast and difficult to attack. Fortunately, it didn't chase after them, as if it was protecting its own territory. There were also many strange plants in addition to the beasts. Coupled with the terrible weather, the two of them found many more corpses on the ground every now and then. Anyone who could make it here was a top sentinel, and even the weakest was at Eddie's level. Even so, the shadow of death still loomed over them. Far behind Lu Yin and Lulu, Roz hid in fear and trembled. The few people who had been with him had all died, and he was the only one left. He didn't dare leave and decided to hide until the end of the test. After an unknown amount of time, the frozen sun in the sky suddenly exploded. Scorching heat and blinding sunlight showered down, making it difficult for many to adapt. Some even lost their lives due to carelessness in battle. Cold and heat intertwined, and the sudden glaring light almost caught Lu Yin off guard. He instinctively flashed to the side, but the ground suddenly exploded as a strange flower emerged from the ground and released a white substance at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand and unleashed a triple shockwave palm, shattering everything in its path. A terrifying gale blasted against the flower and crushed it to pieces. Lu Yin looked up and exhaled. The temperature had changed again. This time, the heat had lasted for at least 48 hours. It's getting hotter and hotter. Look, the sun is getting lower and lower as we go in. The innermost part is almost the same as the ground, Lulu complained. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that the sun was indeed getting lower and lower. The entrance was still far away, and although it was hot, the stronger commoners could still withstand it. However, this region was already extremely hot, and only seekers could withstand it. Even sentinels might not be able to withstand the heat if they went further in. Coupled with the endless beasts, plants, and enemies, the test was truly cruel. The sentinel path wasn't that intense, but the melder path was. Jenny, Anna and Hua Xiaoling were eliminated immediately, encountering Melder beasts before they could meet up. If not for Schutz's appearance, they would have died. Even so, the rest of the test was difficult to complete, and they had to give up. Nearly 80 Melders from the Great U Empire had participated in the assessment, but in less than a day, more than half of them had been eliminated, and as many as 30 had died. These were the true elites of the Great U Empire, not just from U Academy, but also from the various great academies of the Great U Empire. What was even more terrifying was that even one of the 5 Hall Masters, Locke, had been eliminated, leaving Doran and the rest with grim expressions. The Hall Master of U Academy was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Empire's younger generation, and his elimination cast a shadow over this test. Gerbach and Yen Gang are together, someone reported. Doran nodded. This wasn't a surprise. The attacks on the Sentinel Path were just a result of ignorance. If Yen Feng really wanted to marry Wendy, Yen Gang would have to build a good relationship with the Empire. However, Yen Gang was much weaker than Gerbach, so Doran hoped that he wouldn't drag him down. Time passed slowly, and more spaceships appeared around the 10 paths. Explorers stood tall in space, looking at the 10 paths in the distance. On the Sentinel Path, a young man was clutching his left arm and howling in pain. This was Wukai Mathers, son of Sigmund Mathers. He had also participated in the Sentinel trial, but he had just been attacked by a strange plant. His left arm had been shattered, and the plant had been destroyed as well. Wukai Mathers had come to the trial behind Sigmund's back. He wasn't weak, about the same level as Raz, who was hiding in the distance and trembling. Wukai Mathers had used his astonishing willpower to advance, but in the end, he had fallen here, unable to move forward. Wukai Mathers was bitter as his blood dyed the ground and mountain walls red. Was it over? Suddenly, Wukai Mathers' gaze turned cold as he saw a strange pattern on the mountain wall. He stared at it and gradually immersed himself in it. It was a fist technique with no name or origin. It had been buried in dust for an unknown amount of time, but it had surfaced after Wukai Mathers' battle. This was his opportunity. Lu Yin and Lulu flew forward. A few hundred kilometers in front of them, a giant beast was roaring like an ancient dinosaur. It was 100 meters tall, its sharp claws easily tearing through the ground. It was exceptionally irritable in the face of dozens of sentinels, opening its mouth and condensing a terrifying amount of star energy into an energy beam that cut across the sky and destroyed everything. No, our attacks don't work on it. We can't break through its defenses. Let's try working together. No, it's very smart. It attacks whichever side has the most people. There's no room for us to work together. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 102. On a giant tree a few kilometers away, a cute girl watched the battle through the branches and stuck out her tongue from time to time. It's so scary, it's not safe here. Should we go further? No, we won't be able to heal in time. By the time Lu Yin and Lulu reached the battlefield, the number of sentinels had increased to almost 100, all of them attacking the beast. The two stared at the beast in shock. This beast isn't simple. Whether it's its defense, speed, or battle experience, it surpasses that group of people. Also, did you notice that its attacks have traces of battle techniques? Lu Yin asked solemnly. Lulu nodded and clenched her fists. I knew it would be hard to fight. Why are these people fighting it to the death? Lu Yin scanned the battlefield and finally focused on the beast's feet. No matter what the situation was, the beast hadn't stepped on the protruding soil beneath its feet. There's something there. Lulu grew excited. Let's go. I wonder how many punches it can take. Lu Yin had wanted to wait a little longer. He guessed that there were many hidden powerhouses waiting for an opportunity, but Lulu had already rushed out. He couldn't just watch her go alone, so he had no choice but to follow her while secretly keeping an eye on the surroundings. Almost 100 sentinels ganging up on a single sentinel beast sounded unbelievable, but it was actually happening. When the beast dodged Lulu's punch, she grew excited. This beast could sense danger. Roar! The beast roared and swung its huge tail, but Lulu easily dodged it. More than a dozen sentinels were struck, and nearly half of them died on the spot while the rest were sent flying with heavy injuries. Luine was shocked. Such a ferocious attack was no weaker than the 5-star Sirius bomb. The biggest difference between humans and beasts was their imagination. Humans knew how to create, while beasts relied on their bodies and innate gifts. Under the same conditions, beasts were far stronger than humans because they had adapted to nature and evolved, while humans wanted to change it. Before they could do so, it was difficult for humans to defeat beasts. If they wanted to change it, they needed innate gifts and battle techniques. Lulu shouted and disappeared, reappearing behind the beast's back. She raised her right fist and punched out, but the beast quickly turned around and bit down, trying to force Lulu to give up on attacking. However, Lulu had no intention of attacking in the first place. She was just creating an opportunity for Luine. He used Flash to appear above the beast's head and struck out with both palms, using triple stacks, triple shockwave palm, and the 20th form of the Sky Beast Claw. With a loud bang, Lu Yin's palms slammed into the beast's head, sending it crashing into the ground. It was a spectacular sight to see a 100-meter-tall beast collapse, the shockwave spreading out like a tsunami that forced dozens of sentinels back. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. They knew very well how powerful that strange beast was. Not only was it difficult to break through its defenses with attacks, but it also knew how to avoid danger. Such a creature was actually defeated by a single person. That person was definitely an expert. Lulu appeared in front of the protruding soil, and with a wave of her hand, a glowing small tree appeared. There were a few fruits on it, and they were pale yellow in color and looked very enticing. What is it? Lulu was puzzled. The beast roared angrily, shaking its head vigorously as it tried to crawl out of the ground. Watch out, Lulu! Lulu dodged with white flash, but a figure had appeared out of nowhere and looked at her in surprise before reaching out to grab the small tree. Lulu kicked out angrily, but the figure didn't seem to mind and blocked with his left arm. If Meng Yu was here, he would be familiar with this scene. This was how he had been heavily injured. Sure enough, the figure was sent flying in the next moment. Lulu snorted, grabbing a few fruits and leaving. Luine was puzzled, but he didn't ask any questions and simply soared into the sky. After he left, the beast roared and charged out of the ground. At this point, a dozen sentinels hidden in the shadows approached the small tree and tried to steal the fruits, but the beast's roar intimidated them and forced them to retreat. How many did you take? Luine asked. Lulu casually tossed 5 fruits to him, 10 in total, half for each of us. You didn't take more. Luine was puzzled. Lulu replied seriously, always leave a way out, especially when it comes to natural treasures. That's our family's rule. Luine nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At this point, a dozen people appeared around them. Friend, please share some of the things you took, someone said gloomily. Luine didn't care, let's get this over with quickly. He then vanished along with Lulu, and in the next moment, numerous figures fell from the sky like dumplings. They were all cultivators who had been defeated by the two. The cultivators in the distance were terrified, secretly rejoicing that they hadn't attacked. Someone who could defeat a beast in one blow was definitely one of the strongest in this trial. In the distance, a petite girl on a tree exclaimed, "So powerful, I wonder how he compares to Zora." Many sentinels were still attacking the beast, and some of them were snatching the fruits from time to time. Dozens of fruits were plucked from the small tree, and the beast finally erupted, condensing star energy to sweep out in all directions and forcing everyone to retreat. At this point, the sun in the sky froze over once more, and a frigid aura swept across the land, plunging the world into darkness once more. Lu Yin and Lulu didn't stay and immediately left. The girl on the distant tree thought for a moment and followed them. The Astral Combat Academy's trials weren't simple. If it was just a path filled with extreme weather and beasts, many people would be able to pass. This was especially true for a large group of dozens of people, which obviously wouldn't be enough to select the elites. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. The real trial was about to begin. The extreme cold swept across the land, but it still couldn't stop the cultivators from snatching the fruits. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. The beast had suddenly become incomparably violent, attacking without restraint. It no longer cared about the small tree and crushed it with a single stomp. Many sentinels were furious, and in the next moment, roars rang out from all directions. Countless beasts roared from both the front and back, like a signal that caused the earth to shake. Lu Yin stepped onto the ground and his expression changed. Not good, it's a beast tide. Hide! The two sped up towards a distant mountain peak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 103. Coco opened her mouth to say something, but didn't in the end. Her gaze inadvertently landed on Lu Yin's bleeding right arm. You're injured. Lu Yin glanced over. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Coco hurriedly said, let me treat you, or it'll get infected. The universe is full of strange viruses, you can die if you're not careful. Lu Yin's brows rose. You're exaggerating. It's true, any small wound can be the cause of death in the future. Lu Yin was speechless. Did all doctors like to scare people? Alright, can you treat me? Coco's eyes lit up, looking like a completely different person. Okay. Seeing her excited expression, Lu Yin suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, a 3-meter-long syringe slowly appeared in Coco's hand, shocking both of them. The needle was a meter long, and it reflected a cold light. There was an unknown green liquid inside the syringe that made their hair stand on end. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he subconsciously retreated. What are you doing? He asked warily. Coco hugged the syringe and stared at him excitedly. Treatment? Come on, just one shot and I'll be fine. Lu Yin gulped and hurriedly refused. No need, I can do it myself, I don't need your treatment. Coco grew anxious. I'll treat you, you won't be able to treat it completely and there will be repercussions. It'll be too late if all sorts of lesions appear. Come on. Lu Yin backed away again. No need, I can do it myself. Coco felt it was a pity, but she looked at Lu Yin's arm in disappointment. Oh, and the syringe disappeared. Only then did Lulu react. That's your innate gift. Coco returned to her timid and adorable self, nodding. Yes, my innate gift can heal injuries, it's very useful. It's a pity that no one wants to let me use it. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. That thing was over after a single shot. Only an idiot would let her use it. It looked even more terrifying than a sword. Your innate gift is really, really unique, Lulu exclaimed. Coco smiled bashfully. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside the cave as a beast swept past, charging into the distance. Lu Yin looked out of the cave, wondering how Schutz and the rest were doing on the path to becoming melders. Jerlin was smart enough to give up on the test, otherwise, they would have had to carry another burden. Gerbok was unlucky and was injured by the first beast wave. If he hadn't hidden well, he would have become food. Yen Gang was the same, so the two of them could be said to have failed. In the distance, Tianming had successfully evaded the beast tide by hiding beneath a giant boulder. However, his luck was just as bad, as he had run into Silver Tiger, the #1 expert of Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect's younger generation. He was also Tianming's enemy. Silver Tiger excitedly stared at Tianming. I never thought that I would meet you here. Tianming, I heard that you've become the Hall Master of Yu Academy. Congratulations. Tianming's expression was serious as he stared at Silver Tiger. I never thought that I would meet you here. I can finally take revenge for what happened back then. Silver Tiger sneered, revenge. What a joke, you're just a piece of trash who was expelled from the 9-stack sect. You secretly learned 9 stacks without permission, but you only managed to comprehend 3 stacks. You still have the face to say that the Great Yu Empire actually wants a piece of trash like you. I'll help them get rid of you today. Silver Tiger slammed a palm towards Tianming, condensing a powerful fluctuation. Tianming's gaze turned cold as he responded with a palm strike of his own. The shockwave shook the ground, causing it to crack 3 times in a row. This was the fluctuation of 3 stacks, but in the next moment, Tianming's pupils shrank as he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. 4th stacks. You actually comprehended 4th stacks. Silver Tiger laughed maniacally. A piece of trash like you will never understand me. 4th stacks. Today, I'll make you despair. Another terrifying force descended. This time, it was 5th stacks. Tianming's right hand was broken as Silver Tiger's 5th stacks landed on his abdomen. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards and crashed into the mountain wall. Silver Tiger stood in place and looked at Tianming coldly. You were trash back then, and you're still trash today. I'll send you on your way. Tianming spat out another mouthful of blood and raised his left hand, which transformed into a claw. The void howled as the sky beast claw enveloped an area of 100 meters. A dense killing intent descended, shattering the boulders and ground above the valley. Silver Tiger was shocked by Tianming's 43 forms of the sky beast claw, but he didn't have time to block it. Astral beasts fell from the sky one after another, all of them enveloped by the sky beast claw. Boom! The ground shook, and dust rose into the air. More than 10 astral beasts were turned into blood. Silver Tiger's clothes were torn apart, and 4 bloody gashes could be seen on his right shoulder. He had been injured by the sky beast claw, and when he looked up, Tianming had long since disappeared. You can't escape. Silver Tiger roared and leapt into the air. However, before he could land, a shadow enveloped him and a furry claw swept out, piercing through his body. His body exploded into pieces, leaving only his head behind in the valley. The last thing he saw was the heavily injured Tianming hiding under the ruins of the mountain wall. Tianming looked at Silver Tiger's unwilling gaze, and only his head was left glaring at him. He smiled bitterly. He had gotten his revenge, but the test had come to an end. As for whether or not he could survive, that was up to the heavens. The beast wave lasted for an entire day, and it was hell for the cultivators who had participated in the test. Endless waves of astral beasts could appear at any time to take their lives. These beasts were all on the same level as the cultivators, and even the strongest person had to avoid them. They had seen their friends, family, and comrades die with their own eyes. It was like the end of the world, and they could only hide in a corner and tremble. When the beast wave ended, the sun in the sky was unsealed, and the scorching heat roasted the earth once more. At this moment, those who had survived felt the warmth of this scorching heat, as it replaced the cold and murderous winter. Lu Yin's trio walked out of the cave, and what they breathed in wasn't just the hot air, but also the thick stench of blood. This stench. Thousands of creatures died nearby, Coco said with a pale face as she sniffed the air. He looked down at the mountain peak and saw many incomplete corpses. It was just a test, but it had been like purgatory. This reminded him of Earth's evolutionary trial. How many people had turned into zombies in that instant? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 104. The three of them passed, but the others were also attacked at the same time. The short-legged man was instantly killed, but the Astral Combat Academy showed no mercy as dozens of invisible attacks rained down around him. Lu Yin opened his gadget and found that his power levels were disappearing one by one. Everyone who wanted to continue had experienced the terror of the Astral Combat Academy after the first attack. They attacked without regard for their own lives, and ordinary people couldn't withstand it. It was the same on the Melder path. Aside from Schutz and Xiao Luo, everyone else from the Great Yu Empire had failed. I give up, I give up, I give up, someone shouted. If the first attack was like this, then the next two attacks would only get stronger. Many people started to give up. The Sentinel path was long, but there was an end. Some of the first batch of cultivators had already reached the end, and they could even see a beam of light in the distance that connected the heavens and the earth. As long as they stepped into it, they would pass. Here, the temperature was so high that it almost melted the ground. Several sentinels hid in the shadows of the mountain walls, their mouths parched and tongues parched. They would take out water from time to time, but they would soon be thirsty again. I won't give up, I won't give up. I want to enter the Astral Combat Academy, I have to, a girl muttered to herself as she stared resolutely at the beam of light in the distance. At this point, no one wanted to give up. They were the closest to the end, and even if the next two attacks would take their lives, they didn't want to give up. At that moment, another attack descended from the void, and the girl hurriedly dodged. Although she wasn't as fast as Lu Yin or Lulu, she wasn't slow either, far surpassing Lu Yin's roving step. She managed to dodge the first attack, but she couldn't avoid the second. She screamed as she took it head-on and was smashed into the ground. There were more than 10 cultivators in the distance who suffered the same fate. Not a single one was able to dodge. The girl coughed and slowly rose into the air. There was still one attack left, and she looked towards the end of the path. Her pupils suddenly shrank as she saw a figure appear at the end. It was a man who looked ordinary, but his body was faintly glowing with heat. He was like a sun that had descended to the earth, arrogantly looking down on all life. The man's clothes weren't damaged at all, and he just stood there with his hands behind his back. He quietly swept his gaze over the girl and many others. The girl felt her body heat up, and her eyes widened in shock. This person was far stronger than her. Who was it? Someone from the Astral Combat Academy. That had to be the case. Otherwise, he would have been attacked. She didn't believe that anyone could avoid the second attack. Far away from the Sentinel path, Lu Yin and Lulu dodged the second attack once more, but this time it wasn't as easy as the first. On the other side, Coco was still holding onto the syringe. From the looks of it, she was planning to continue holding onto the syringe and take the 3 attacks head-on. Speaking of which, the syringe's hardness was beyond imagination. The 2 attacks did not damage it at all. If the syringe was so hard, then the needle must be too. Only a ghost would be willing to touch such a hard needle. This girl would not be able to find anyone willing to accept her treatment in this lifetime. Just as Lu Yin was curiously looking at the syringe, the 3rd attack descended. In that instant, Lu Yin knew that he would not be able to avoid it. The 3rd attack was untraceable, and if he couldn't find it, then there was no way to avoid it. He activated the Art of Sirius, but he still couldn't see the attack's trajectory. These 3 powers were colossal in the Interverse, and comparing the Great Yu Empire to them was like comparing Earth to the Great Yu Empire. Hua Qingshan was shocked. He had been to the inner verse before and experienced the terror of the Blaze realm. This power had left a deep impression on him. If it really was someone from the Blaze realm, then who in the outer verse could pass? Zhu Lang's voice was low. Is the Ross Empire the one that supposedly obtained the legacy of an ancient technological civilization? The most terrifying ones are the Sylvan Dragons. They're a terrifying race that defected from the astral beast domain and came to the human domain. Any adult Sylvan Dragon is invincible, Doran said solemnly. The three powers were like three mountains that weighed down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, it wasn't just the Great Yu Empire, many other Outerverse powers had received the news as well. Astral 10 was the hope of the Outerverse, but it had been attacked by the three powers. They weren't targeting the Outerverse, but rather Astral 10 itself. They didn't see any need to attack the Outerverse, but it was precisely because of this that the other powers were furious. This was the end of their climb. At the end of the 10 paths was a beam of light that connected the heavens and the earth. Passing through this beam would allow one to enter Astral 10. When the three powers appeared, someone from Astral 10 asked, "Are they that eager to make us disappear? They're here as candidates, so we can't expel them. They didn't cheat, and they agreed to all the requirements. Then let's treat them as the most difficult test." The Outerverse test is already relatively easy, but with them, it'll be as difficult as the previous 9 academies. I'm afraid there won't be many in the Outerverse who can pass. Maybe not even one. Everything has its limits. If Astral 10 really wants to leave the stage, then so be it. After all, this place is also a prison for us. On the Sentinel Path, Lu Yin walked out of the ruins and looked up. The last attack had been powerful, but it was still bearable. He looked to the side and saw Lulu walking out as well. At the bottom of the mountain, Coco grimaced in pain, but she still flew out with her syringe. She was disappointed to see that the two were fine, but it quickly turned into joy. "It's good that you're fine." Lulu pouted. "You were hoping that something would happen to us." "No." Coco immediately shook her head and carefully put the syringe away. She had hoped that the two would be injured so that she could give them a shot. Unfortunately, Lu Yin looked around. After the beast wave, many of the astral beasts had gone to the other end of the path, making it much easier for them to reach the end. After 3 attacks, there shouldn't be many cultivators left. Let's go, we shouldn't be far from the end. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 105. Lulu nodded and flew off into the distance with Coco. Along the way, Lu Yin activated his gadget and saw few cultivators outside of the beasts. Those who survived all had looks of despair on their faces, not having the confidence to continue. Once the sun experienced winter and heat once more, the trio finally saw the light beam that connected the heavens and the earth. "We're here, that's the end," Coco said excitedly, her face flushed red. The Astral Combat Academy was the greatest academy in the universe. How many would emerge victorious from the trials of millions of people? How strong were they? He was looking forward to it. There were a total of 3 sentinel paths, and at the end of one where the sun scorched the earth and the light beam connected the heavens and the earth, dozens of sentinels stared in shock at a giant beast in front of them. No, it wasn't a beast, but a sylvan dragon. In the universe, humans lived in an astral domain, and the astral beasts similarly had their own astral domain. The sylvan dragon was a branch of the astral beast's astral domain's dragon race, but it had defected to the humans after a war. It had the horns of a deer, the body of a snake, the eyes of a rabbit, and the ears of a cow. It also had sharp claws and 2 large wings on either side of its head that glowed a dark red. At its tail was a meatball covered in tough armor. Its gaze was cruel and filled with a ferocious aura that made one shudder. What is that thing? Someone cried out in fear. Everyone else was at a loss. The Sylvan dragon was from the inner-verse and had defected from the astral beasts. Few people in the outer-verse knew about it. Sensing the dragon's terrifying aura, all the cultivators stopped in their tracks. Suddenly, two figures rushed towards the light beam, attempting to get past the dragon. The dragon's ferocious and cruel gaze suddenly turned ferocious as its massive body suddenly split into two. Two loud bangs rang out as the two cultivators were sent flying. One of them was directly split into two, blood splattering all over the ground. Everyone gasped at the absolute speed of the beast. Although it was huge, its speed was incomparably terrifying. And like humans, this path is blocked. Scram! The dragon roared, causing a huge storm to erupt. The dozens of sentinels were unwilling to give up. They had finally reached the end, enduring the terrible weather, beast tides, and 3 attacks from the void. They didn't want to give up. Everyone, charge! He's also a sentinel. I don't believe he can stop all of us, someone shouted in a provocative tone. The next moment, dozens of sentinels gritted their teeth and charged towards the beam as quickly as they could. The dragon roared angrily, its huge body splitting into 2 and then 3 to completely cut off the path of the beam of light. An earth-shattering boom accompanied the violent bombardment, forcing the figures back one by one. None of the sentinels who could make it here were simple, and all of them had powerful battle techniques. However, it was useless against the dragon. Their attacks were simply not enough to defeat it. The Sylvan dragon roared at the sky, its tough claws stained with blood as it repelled all of the sentinels, guarding the end with its own strength. Humans, you will not pass. The dragon raised its head proudly, its claws tearing through the ground as it extended forward. There were dozens of pale-faced sentinels there. Suddenly, a flash of silver streaked past, stunning the dragon. By the time it reacted, a figure had stepped into the beam of light and disappeared with a wave of his hand. No one had expected someone to be able to pass through the dragon without leaving a trace. It was like the wind blowing through leaves, but the moment the leaves rustled, the wind had already disappeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 106. Aside from the 3 of them, everyone else was either heavily injured or dead at the end of the path. The trio didn't say much before heading towards the light and disappearing from the sentinel path. The moment they disappeared, they heard the words, Bone Age, Cultivation, Trial, Approved to enter Astral, 10. In space, Doran and the rest looked at the 10 paths with apprehension. They didn't know if anyone from the Great Yu Empire would be able to pass. It would be embarrassing if no one did. Astral 10's arrival in the Frostwave Weave was equivalent to the Great Yu Empire. If no one from the Great Yu Empire could enter, they would become the laughingstock of the universe. However, no one could help them. The Universe's top 3 powers had attacked the assessment, and no one knew about it. Facing the elites of the 3 powers, Doran didn't have much hope of passing. Look, there's a screen on each path. Those who pass should be able to leave their names on it, Rakiana said. Doran and the rest stared nervously at the screens, clenching their fists. There were 3 sentinel paths and 3 screens. One of them already had a name on it, Silver, with the Great Yu Empire behind it. The other sentinel path also had a name on it, Zhaoilong, from the 10,000 Swords Peak. Doran and the rest stared blankly at the name, Silver. Is he one of the people we brought? One of them took out a list of students. Your Highness, no, this person should have come by himself. Doran's eyes flashed. Investigate this person, he's not simple to participate in the assessment here. Yes, Your Highness. Huaqing Shan looked at Zhao Ilong's name in surprise. Someone from the 10,000 Swords Peak from the inner verse came as well. No wonder he could pass through the three powers. This Xiao Yilong should be very strong among sentinels. Doran nodded. Fifth sister is the senior apprentice of the 10,000 Swords Peak. She should know this person, I'll ask her. There were a total of 10 paths, and the battles on the Sentinel path were relatively simple. The 7 Melder paths didn't have a single name on them, not only because the battles were more intense, but also because the Melder path was longer than the Sentinel path. The last Sentinel path appeared, and Doran and the rest stared at it. This was the path all Sentinels in the Great Yu Empire took. The first name that appeared on the screen was Lulu Mavis. Her name was Mavis Bank. No one was surprised, as the Mavis family was a colossus that surpassed even the 3 major powers. It would not be difficult for them to break through the blockade. The second name appeared, Coco. She was from Windrift Hall. There's actually someone from the Windrift Hall here. It seems like the Interverse doesn't care about Astral 10 at all, Rocky Onnit said in surprise. At that moment, a third name appeared, Lu Yin, from the Great Yu Empire. The moment they saw Lu Yin's name, Doran and the others were delighted. Lu Yin was a pure citizen of the Great Yu Empire, and he was also King Zishan. His passing wouldn't be a loss of face for the Great Yu Empire. Although Silver was also noted as a citizen of the Great Yu Empire, he was a little mysterious and couldn't compare to Lu Yin's pleasant surprise. Rocky Anna nodded in admiration. Being able to enter Astral 10 meant that King Zishan was worthy of the Anna family. Even if he was just an idle prince, his status as a student of the Astral Combat Academy was more than enough to cover up the humiliation of being rejected by Princess Wendy. Hua Qingshan stared at Lu Yin's name, his eyes twinkling as he thought about something. Zhu Lang had been silent all this time, and he only glanced at Lu Yin's name. Doran laughed excitedly and immediately contacted the Empire to pass on the good news. News of the Interverse's 3 great powers sending people to ambush the assessment had already spread, and many people along the way had heard the news. Some immediately gave up, but most of those who had reached the end weren't willing to give up. They had sacrificed too much and wouldn't give up. Meng Tao's face was resolute. He was from the Vast Earth sect and was one of the top 3 powerhouses of the younger generation. The Vast Earth we've dominated and wouldn't allow anyone to flee without a fight. He wanted to personally experience the power of the Interverse powerhouses. When Meng Tao's group reached the beam of light, there were already people waiting for them, and more were arriving from other directions. There were more than 20 people in total. In front of them was a giant sylvan dragon that looked down on them, emitting a ferocious aura. Its star energy was as unfathomable as the ocean, and every surge of star energy caused the ground to crack. The air it spat out was like a sharp blade. The dragon's huge eyes swept across everyone and it let out a deafening roar. I am Dragon 9, remember this name. This is the name of the powerhouse who blocked your entry to the Astral Combat Academy. All the Melders were furious. Meng Tao stepped forward and faced Dragon 9. Meng Tao from the Vast Earth sect challenges you. Dragon 9 lowered its head and grinned at Meng Tao. It spat out a powerful air current, I'll satisfy you. Less than half a minute later, Meng Tao screamed as his body was bitten by Dragon 9. Blood dripped down the dragon's enormous body, and a dignified powerhouse from the Vast Earth sect had been bitten to death. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Meng Tao was one of the strongest people in the group, but even he had suffered such a fate. Who else would dare to challenge Dragon 9? Everyone, let's attack together. This thing is called a Sylvan Dragon, and that meatball on its tail is its weakness, a woman's voice rang out. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and Dragon 9 was furious. Who dares to slander the Sylvan Dragon clan? The next moment, more than 20 Melders attacked together. This was their only chance, and no one dared to say that they could beat Dragon 9 in a one-on-one. Dragon 9 was enraged, and its huge eyes searched desperately for the person who had spoken. It specifically targeted women, and a few of them were seriously injured. However, there were also a few who broke through Dragon 9's blockade and rushed towards the beam of light. Dragon 9 growled and unleashed his extreme speed. His huge body split into 2, then 3, and finally 5. 5 afterimages appeared in the sky, blocking the path of the beam of light so that not even a drop of water could escape. All of the melders were shocked. This speed was too terrifying. This was a powerful creature from the Interverse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 107. Dragon 9 sent someone flying with a swipe of its claw, but it suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from its tail. Someone had the power to threaten it. Dragon 9 turned around and roared in anger. A silver needle pierced the meatball at its tail, causing it to wail in agony. That person had been right. The meatball at the tail was indeed the Sylvan Dragon's weakness. Many powers in the Interverse knew about this, but there were very few people at the same level who could actually break through the meatball's defenses and injure the dragon's main body. Dragon 9 had never expected to encounter one in the Outerverse. Although the needle had injured the meatball at its tail, it hadn't caused much damage. Still, it was enough for the attacker. She hadn't actually planned on defeating Dragon 9, she had only wanted to break through the seal. While Dragon 9 was injured, a woman rushed into the beam of light, a silver needle in her hand shining brightly. Dragon 9 was enraged and vented all of its anger on the others. On the bluestone platform, Luin looked at the distant rain and listened to the sound of it. His heart grew calmer as he felt that this rain wasn't as simple as it seemed. Lulu was also immersed in the rain as she looked into the distance. At that moment, a figure descended, and everyone looked over in shock. It was a man with an ordinary appearance and dressed in ordinary clothes. He looked very ordinary, but his black hair made people unable to shift their gaze. It was too black, without any luster. No, it could even be said that it absorbed the surrounding light, making the black hair look like a black hole. It made the man look very strange. The man didn't pay attention to the crowd and stood there quietly without moving. Almost at the same time, another figure descended. It was a woman. "Ah, Sister Zora!" Coco shouted in surprise. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw Coco. "Coco, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Coco shook her head and looked at Zora excitedly. "How about you? Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Zora quickly shook her head. "No, I'm not hurt." Oh, Coco was disappointed. "Sister Zora, let me introduce you. This is Brother Luin, and this is Sister Lulu. It's all thanks to them that I was able to pass the test. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it here." Coco introduced Zora to Luin and Lulu. Luin nodded at Zora. She was also from Windrift Hall. Lulu's attitude was much more indifferent, but she was still polite. Zola thanked him and then pulled Coco aside to say something. At the end of the Melder's path was a deathly stillness. The ground seemed to have been flattened by something, and there were no survivors. Even the experts from the Ross Empire who had been standing guard in front of the beam of light had been reduced to scrap metal and were covered in blood. This was a path of death that had been completely annihilated. Incredible. That black-haired young man's talent is incredible. It's a pity that he's too murderous. Based on his experience, it's only natural for him to be so murderous. Our academy lacks people like him. Countless people were waiting in space as 2 screens appeared on the Melder's paths. One had Zora's name on it, indicating that she was from Windrift Hall, while the other only had 2 words, Dark Void. Her origins were unknown. Time passed slowly, and another day passed. At the end of a Melder's path, Asharam stood proudly in front of a beam of light. In front of him were dozens of Melders who had been roasted by his high temperature. He was from the Blaze domain and ranked 5th on the Blaze domain smelting rankings. He was not someone these trash could compare to. Suddenly, the sun was completely frozen, and a frigid chill descended once more, sweeping across the land. In front of them, a half-human, half-machine man lowered his arm. Beneath his feet were a dozen Melders who had joined forces to try and break through, but had fallen at his feet. I already said that you can't pass. The difference between the innerverse and the outerverse is like the gap between heaven and earth, the man said indifferently, his tone stiff and mechanical. The dozen Melders were aghast. The half-machine monster's every attack was within the range of a Melder's, but the terrifying power of each attack made them tremble. They were not even on the same level. Schutz gritted his teeth and stepped forward. As the #1 expert of the Great U Empire's younger generation and the only one who had reached the end, he could not retreat. He had to enter Astral 10 even if it meant death so that Princess Wendy would no longer look down on them. The mechanical man looked at Schutz impatiently, "Come out and die." He then raised his gun and fired a string of light beams at Schutz from strange angles. Schutz growled and slashed out with his blood-red warblade. A dazzling slash tore through the air and pressed down in all directions. The shockwave spread out behind him, shocking the Melders. This person was not weak. However, Schutz's strongest slash was easily torn apart by the light beams. One after another, the beams condensed into a terrifying force that no one could resist. Not only did they tear through the slash, but they also reached Schutz and aimed for his heart. Schutz roared and blocked with his blood-red warblade, but it did not even last a second before it broke. In that instant, he felt the man's powerful strength, and it was unstoppable. This person's strength was far beyond his imagination. Just as everyone thought that Schutz was dead for sure, the light beams suddenly disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at Schutz. "He's not dead." Schutz raised his head and looked at the half-machine man. His pupils shrank as he saw another person standing behind him with a gentle smile. Schutz recognized this person as one of the Melders from the Great U Empire, but he was not from U Academy. Schutz had only seen him once and had not asked much about him, but now, this person had saved him. "Who are you?" The half-machine man's voice was icy. "Xiao Luo, I'm sorry, but please let us pass." "Sure." Xiao Luo nodded at Schutz and turned to walk towards the light beams. Schutz had a complicated look on his face. That powerhouse from the inner verse had been intimidated by Xiao Luo. Was this person from the Great U Empire? Everyone watched as Xiao Luo and Schutz slowly walked towards the light beams. From start to finish, the half-machine man did not turn around, but his eyes were cold. He had just felt the chill of death, and he had subconsciously stopped his attack. He was sure that this person had the strength to kill him. How could there be such a terrifying person in the outerverse? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 108. I'm Eva, Xiao Luo. Remember my name, I'll find you in the Astral Combat Academy. The half-machine man suddenly turned around and roared. He didn't want to be threatened and didn't even have the courage to attack. Xiao Luo smiled and stepped into the beam of light. Schutz took a deep breath and closed his eyes, stepping into the light as well. This time, he was being led in. Next time, he would walk out of Astral 10 with glory. At the same time, Doran and the rest were pleasantly surprised to see Schutz's name appear on the screen along with Xiao Luo's. These two cultivators from the Great U Empire were enough to make many jealous. Ha ha ha, Schutz passed. He's indeed the top youth of the Great U Empire. Doran was delighted. Hu Qingshan and the rest nodded as well. Shuzi's strength must have improved greatly to be able to pass the test guarded by the Interverse powerhouses. Who's this Xiao Luo? Rocky Anna asked curiously. Everyone shook their heads and Doran ordered someone to bring up the file. What? Top secret. Everyone was shocked. Even I don't have the authority to check. I can only ask my father when I return, Doran Yushan said solemnly before smiling. The Great Yu Empire is the biggest winner this time. 4 people passed, which is enough for the entire empire to celebrate. Don't be too happy. The 3 great powers of the Interverse didn't succeed and 4 of our people passed. They'll definitely be unhappy, Zhu Lang said. Hu Qingshan's gaze turned cold. So what? The Great Yu Empire is strong and we don't fear war. Far away, on the capital star of the Great Yu Empire, everyone was ecstatic as Doran had guessed. Undying Yushan had issued a general amnesty and reduced taxes, pushing the atmosphere to a peak. However, there was one person who was extremely angry, Baser. Lu Yin's passing meant that he wouldn't be able to cause trouble for the time being, especially since Lu Yin had entered the Astral Combat Academy. He didn't know much about the Astral Combat Academy, but he knew that it wasn't ordinary. This person might be able to threaten him in the future. Thinking about Ghostfire's miserable state, Baser's face turned ugly and he smashed the ground with his palm. Within Xinyu Star's Imperial Palace, Undying Yushan was still smiling as he looked at the screen in front of him. On the screen was a beautiful girl with a tranquil expression and serene eyes. Father, you shouldn't have let anyone enter Astral. 10. Undying Yushan took a sip of tea. The gap between the outerverse and the innerverse is too great. We have to find a way to reduce it. It can't be reduced. You've ventured into the innerverse before, so you should know how terrifying this place is. Do you really think that sending a few brats into Astral 10 can make up for the difference? They'll only realize how insignificant they are, the woman indifferently replied. She was the 5th princess of the Great Yu Empire, Wendy Yushan. The Undying Yushan stared at Wendy Yushan. Little 5, you're too arrogant. The universe operates according to its own rules, and the stars are subverted. One day, the other day, the other, the heavens. No one knows when the heavens will change. Father is old, and I can't protect the empire. You're also unwilling to return, so we can only take a gamble. Wendy Yushan's gaze remained indifferent, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she did not care. Do as you wish. The Great Yu Empire is just a speck of dust in the universe, and there's nothing I can do if you insist on clinging on to that speck of dust. However, I still have to remind you that the Astral Combat Academy isn't a staircase to heaven for those people. They'll realize how insignificant they are and how laughable their words are. Undying Yushan looked at the disappearing screen and sighed. It came from Michelle and the others. They seemed to have discovered something. Lu Yin frowned and glanced at Lulu. Her eyes were shining brightly, as if she had sensed something. He then glanced at Xiao Luo, but the man's gaze was always gentle and unreadable. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He couldn't continue like this, or he would fall behind. Lu Yin's gaze hardened as he thought about it. He actually didn't want to use the serious art. This was the Astral Combat Academy after all, and he might be recognized. However, he had no choice. Once he fell behind, he would always fall behind. The next moment, Lu Yin activated the serious art, and 6 stars revolved around him. This was the result of his many days of hard work. He didn't know if the serious palm with 6 stars could match Gerbok at his peak. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be too far off. Amidst the rain, a pair of weathered eyes opened and saw Lu Yin through the boundless distance. He was astonished. What kind of technique is this? Someone from the outerverse actually obtained it. Interesting, very interesting. All communication with their gadgets had been cut off ever since they had entered this land covered in rain. They didn't know how much of a commotion Astral 10's examination had caused in the outside world, but they had already spent 3 days in the rain. During these 3 days, Luin had been staring at the raindrops. Through the serious art, he saw something different. The rain was helping him wash away the impurities in his star energy, and he could faintly see human figures flickering in the rain. He saw explosions of star energy, and all sorts of incomprehensible and inconceivable phenomena. The sound of raindrops in his ears cleared his mind, and what he saw was the rain, but what he felt was the various changes he had experienced since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation. Just as he was immersed in the sound of the rain, Michelle opened her eyes and unleashed another burst of star energy. This time, the burst of star energy pushed the rainwater aside and transformed into a shock wave that blasted forward. It was as if a gap had been torn open in the curtain of rain. Michelle's eyes lit up, and she took a step forward to appear within the curtain of rain. She reached out with a hand, and a chip appeared in her palm. The others stared at her in shock. This was her first present. He stared at the star energy around Michelle's body and then at himself. He knew where the problem lay. Michelle's star energy had taken on a physical form that could repel the rain, but his own star energy was formless. The rain would pass right through it, and it wouldn't be able to repel the rain at all. The present was right in front of them, and it wasn't hidden at all. It was a test of their star energy. Luin took a deep breath and mobilized the star energy in his body to feel the raindrops. His star energy had to take on a physical form in order to tear through the rain. It seemed simple, but it was actually quite difficult. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 109. Not long after Michelle, Xiao Luo extended his hand, and star energy spread out from his palm as he retrieved a chip from the rain with a smile on his face. Hui Dayknight frowned, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Deep within the rain, a pair of weathered eyes swept over Michelle and Xiao Luo, revealing a trace of admiration. Star energy is the foundation of all cultivation. The same battle technique can have a huge difference in power if it's different with different star energy. Mediocre cultivators focus on weight, while strong cultivators focus on quality. To be able to materialize star energy in 3 days is not easy, but you're still considered a genius. The next step is the realm of infinite changes, and those who can achieve that can be called geniuses. Another day passed, and Hui Dayknight suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed at the rain and tore it apart in a domineering manner. He took out a chip with a proud expression. Almost at the same time, Lulu also took out a chip and glared at Hui Dayknight provocatively. Hui Dayknight's eyebrows rose, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. What right did an ant from the outerverse have to look him in the eye? Lulu simply couldn't stand the Dayknight clan, and she raised her fist at Hui Dayknight. Hui Dayknight's eyes narrowed. Woman, you're courting death. Lulu sneered, a mere Dayknight clan member. Hui Dayknight was shocked. Who are you? Lulu Mavis, Lulu said proudly. Hui Dayknight was shocked, but he didn't say anything else. He knew how terrifying the Mavis clan was. Michelle and the others received 4 gifts, but they weren't in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stood in the rain and looked at the scenery. This place was mystical, and it could cleanse one's soul. Luin had been using the serious arts to sort out his star energy while looking at the rain. He tried to imitate raindrops in a futile attempt to liquefy his star energy, but he failed. He had also tried to atomize his star energy, but it had also failed. Regardless of whether it was liquid or mist, they were both beyond the realm of ordinary power. Since power was formless, turning it into something tangible was transcendence. Hold on, he suddenly thought of something. He cultivated the serious arts, and the principle behind it was to imitate the movements of the stars. But where did stars come from? It was formed by star energy, which meant that it was corporeal. Lu Yin was vexed. He had been too stupid to have thought about the stars. He had been training in corporeal star energy from the very beginning. Lu Yin opened his eyes and reached out to grab something in front of him. A star tore through the curtain of rain, and he saw the fifth chip. Just as he was about to grab it, a fierce force suddenly attacked him and transformed into a sword. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, and 3 swords pierced through the air in a triangular formation. The star in Lu Yin's palm exploded and collided with the 3 swords. Everything had happened too quickly, and he had only been able to simulate a single star. It was simply unable to withstand the pressure from the 3 swords, so he immediately withdrew his hand. The final chip landed in the hands of a man, Zhao Yilong from the Myriad Swords Peak. Lu Yin glanced at Zhao Yilong, but the man ignored him and continued to study the chip. "Friend, it's not very nice of you to suddenly attack," Lu Yin said coldly. Zhao Yilong glanced at him. "You can snatch it from me." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he was just about to make a move when a shadow flashed past the crowd and landed on the northern plateau of the platform. Everyone looked over. It was a man with his back facing the crowd. His surging star energy suddenly turned solid and swept across the crowd, shocking everyone. This was a Lammeter. Everyone fell silent. The man with his back to the crowd had an elegant figure and slightly long hair that fluttered in the rain. He had the demeanor of an expert. The man slowly turned around, and as he did so, he said, "Congratulations, juniors." At this point, the man blinked and stared blankly at the crowd. May I ask where the students who passed the test are?" Coco was a good kid and immediately answered, "We are." The man was stunned and forced a smile. "Little girl, don't mess around. How many people do you have?" "Our academy recruits at least 1,000 people." Zora raised her head. "That's us. Are you a senior here?" The man's face twitched and he suddenly shouted, "Rainmaster, is there a mistake? How can there be so few people? Where's the cute juniors? Where's the cute juniors? Where did they go?" "Shut up. There are only 12 people who passed this time." "That's all," a shout came from the rain. The man's face turned bitter. "How can this be? Has Astral 10 really fallen to such a state? Only 12 people passed the test. How sad." Michelle furrowed her brows. "Senior, please get to the point." The man sighed and looked as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. His gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly stopped on Michelle's face. His eyes lit up and he instantly appeared in front of her. He bowed in a gentlemanly manner. "My name is Big Pow." "Junior, may I know your name?" Michelle was dissatisfied. "Senior, please get to the point." The rain suddenly became heavier and the sky became gloomy. "Big Pow, if you embarrass yourself again, I'll punish you by sending you to the sand ocean for a year." The man was shocked and quickly retreated to the high ground. He coughed a few times with a solemn expression. "Greetings, juniors. My name is Big Pow and I'm a student of Astral 10. I'm your senior. Now, let me introduce you to Astral 10. He winked at Michelle and continued, "As everyone knows, the Astral Combat Academy is the top academy in the universe. Astral 10 has a long history and is a treasure of the universe. It's a holy land that countless elites dream of." "Senior, please don't talk nonsense," Hui Day Knight said coldly. Big Pow glared at him unhappily. "Junior, don't interrupt when your senior is talking. Be polite." Hui Day Knight looked at him with disdain. "Senior, please get to the point." Michelle spoke for the third time with a slightly impatient tone. Big Pow coughed again and was a little embarrassed. All right, Astral, 10 doesn't have a mentor to teach you. You're all self-taught. There are 3 famous cultivation holy lands in the universe, the Rain Observatory, the Stargazing Deck, and the Sand Ocean. The Rain Observatory is here, and the rain has never stopped for countless years. It's good for cultivating your star energy. As for the other 2 places, you'll know when you get there. After the introduction, Big Pow suddenly thought of something. A friendly reminder, if you want to leave the Rain Observatory, it's best to use a teleportation device. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long it'll take you to reach the other 2 places. Senior, is the academy big? Coco asked obediently with a curious expression. Big Pow looked at Coco's adorable expression and his heart melted. He smiled brilliantly. Yes, it's very big. The Rain Observatory you're at isn't the entire place. It's just a corner of it. The entire place is made up of tens of thousands of towering trees. Tens of thousands. That's not a lot. Big Pow laughed strangely. Not a lot. What if I told you that the platform you're at is just the top of a tree, and that the countless green trees you see in the distance are actually branches of a single tree? What would you think? Everyone was shocked. Coco covered her mouth and looked into the distance in shock. Those green trees were branches. Did that mean they were only looking at a single tree? Was it that big? They were all cultivators with a wide field of vision, but they couldn't see a second tree. With your speed, it'll take you at least a day to fly over the Rain Observatory, Big Pow said as he raised a finger. One day was enough for him to fly from Asia to the westernmost part of Europe, which meant that the Rain Observatory was as big as Earth's Eurasia. How could it be so big? If it was just the Rain Observatory, was Astral 10 as big as Xenia Star? Was that even an academy? There are many things that you need to pay attention to in Astral 10. It's not easy to explain, so I'll send you the information. Remember, you can't contact the outside world within the academy, so you can only contact each other. Alright, let's exchange contact information, Big Pow suggested. Michelle and the others didn't move at all and ignored him. The situation was a little awkward. Big Pow was speechless. This was completely different from what he'd imagined. Where were the cute juniors? None of them, only the little girl was considered cute. What a pity. Senior, where are the mentors? Schutz asked. Big Pow had already lost interest and listlessly said, look at the information yourself. The rest immediately checked their gadgets. Sure enough, there was a message about Astral 10. There wasn't much in the message. Other than what Big Pow had just introduced, there was also information about the treasury, the trial zones, and so on. One of the things that caught his attention was that as long as one obtained the recognition of the Rain Observatory or the Sand Ocean, they could become mentors from both places. It wasn't that Astral 10 didn't have mentors, but if one wanted to be mentored by a mentor, they had to obtain their recognition. He didn't know if the other academies were the same, but he felt that this method wasn't right. Michelle frowned as she read through the message and looked up at Big Pow. Is this how Astral 10 teaches? The other 9 academies have mentors who specialize in answering questions, but why doesn't Astral 10 have any? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 110. Big Pow glanced at Michelle in surprise. This brat knew quite a lot. I don't know, I'm just a student. Although I'm a little handsome and have a bit of seniority, I have no right to interfere with the academy's matters. Michelle retracted her gaze and continued to record something on her gadget. Big Pow looked at it and suddenly thought of something. His expression changed, and he immediately whispered into his gadget, "Sandmaster, the rumors might be true. The 10 Arbiters Council sent someone to monitor the academy, and it should be that woman." "What? Ignore it. How can that be? That brat will leak our secrets." Yes, I know we don't have any secrets, and there's just a problem with our education policy. But your catchphrase, "whoever learns is an idiot," doesn't sound good. Fine, I won't care, but don't blame me if the academy is shut down by the council. How do we confirm that we've been recognized by the Rain Observatory? It's simple. You just have to write your name with star energy and it won't shatter after crossing the Rain Observatory, Big Pow answered. Zhao Yilong moved and flicked his finger, causing the star energy at his fingertips to form a long sword. It then twisted to form the words Zhao Yilong and was pushed into the distance. However, it was destroyed by the raindrops and the star energy dissipated into nothingness. Michelle's voice was cold. "To be recognized, you have to improve your use of star energy. It's too harsh. No wonder Astral 10 hasn't had any outstanding talents for thousands of years. There's something wrong with your education methods, the mentors don't even want to teach." Big Pow rolled his eyes. Although this woman was pretty, she seemed to be looking for trouble. Coco raised her hand and asked, "Are the mentors here really that powerful?" Michelle replied, "They're at least hunters. Otherwise, they don't have the qualifications to be mentors in the Astral Combat Academy." Coco exclaimed, "Hunters? That's amazing." Hunters were on the same level as Undying Yushan, but Undying Yushan was a powerhouse from the Outerverse while the mentors here were from the Astral Combat Academy. It was obvious that they were far stronger than Undying Yushan. Were all mentors that powerful? It would be great if we could get a mentor to teach us, Coco muttered. Big Pow smiled, "Of course. As long as you meet the requirements, you can even become a mentor's direct disciple and obtain Astral 10's ancient battle techniques." Everyone's eyes lit up. What conditions? Big Pow laughed strangely. Passing one's name across the Rain Observatory will allow one to gain recognition, but since ancient times, there have always been peerless geniuses who have not only passed their names across the Rain Observatory, but also left their names behind for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. These names have formed a list called the Rain List. As long as one enters the Rain List, they can become a direct disciple of any mentor and obtain Astral 10's ancient battle techniques. Everyone's eyes lit up. The Rain List. It was a name that had been passed down since ancient times and had not faded for tens of thousands of years. Where is the Rain List? Zhao Yilong asked loudly. Big Pow chuckled. I don't know. Apparently, only those who have entered the Rain List can see it. Others aren't qualified to see it. Michelle turned around and faced the rain. She raised her hand and used her star energy to carve out the words Michelle. Then, she pushed it into the rain as everyone watched. Although there was no comparison, Michelle was probably the strongest. She had been the first to receive a gift and knew the most about the Astral Combat Academy. Everyone was curious about her origins, but they were even more curious about her strength. Zhao Yilong was a sentinel from the 10,000 Swords Peak, but his name didn't even make it 100 meters. Michelle's name, on the other hand, was pushed further and further into the rain. Everyone stared at it, and it didn't take long for the name to shatter. What a pity, it didn't fly out of the tree, Big Pow commented. Michelle frowned. The others continued to experiment. Lu Yin used 5 stars to open a path and pushed his name into the rain, but it shattered around 300 meters away. Hui Daynight's name shattered around 500 meters away. Xia Luo's name was the closest to Michelle's, but it shattered as well. There's no need to try. I've been in Astral 10 for so many years, and even I haven't been able to do it. You guys are still far from it. Rumor has it that only 100 people are left on the rain list. If you guys are strong enough, you can try to push those 100 people down, but not now, Big Pow said. Hui Day Night was disdainful. He wouldn't have been confident in the other 9 academies, but Astral, 10. There weren't any powerhouses there, and he was confident that he would be able to enter the rain list as long as he had enough time to comprehend it. Senior, I want to go to the trial zones, Lulu said excitedly. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked at Big Pow. The most attractive places in the Astral Combat Academy were none other than the 9 trial zones. It was rumored that one could obtain ancient battle techniques, cultivation methods, bloodlines, and so on. Even the 10 arbiters had been there before, so it was very attractive to everyone. Big Pow shrugged. Sorry, Junior, but the trial zones can't be entered casually. Michelle's gaze turned cold. The Astral Combat Academy holds the keys to the 9 trial zones. Anyone who enters the academy can enter, so why can't Astral, 10? Big Pow spread out his hands. There are conditions. Everyone was helpless. Was this still an academy? Shouldn't the academy allow students to learn freely? How could the academy not teach students what they wanted to learn? What conditions? Hui Day Night asked coldly. You should have heard of the ported battles. As long as you win 100 battles, you can enter the 6 daos of the trial zones, Big Pow said with a sympathetic look. Michelle was furious. Preposterous. I represent the 10 Arbiters Council in protesting against this. Any student who enters the academy has the right to enter the trial zones. This is publicly acknowledged by the universe. What right does Astral, 10 have to violate this rule? The 10 Arbiters Council. Everyone looked at Michelle in shock. This woman was actually from the 10 Arbiters Council. Big Pow was helpless. This woman was indeed here to cause trouble. It was a pity that such a beauty was going to die. Junior, this isn't something that a senior like me can decide. Why don't you go see the trial master? Michelle snorted. Lead the way. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 111. There was an old man sitting not far from the teleportation stone. He had white hair and a benevolent face, but no star energy leaked from his body. He looked like an ordinary old man. Michelle landed in front of him and bowed slightly. Michelle, a subordinate member of the 10 Arbiters Council, greets the trial master. Lu Yin and the rest immediately followed and bowed as well. Only the black-haired Dark Void and Hui Day Night remained indifferent, not even bothering to look at the old man. The old man opened his eyes, as if he had not spoken in a long time. Just as he was about to say something, he coughed twice. His cloudy eyes slowly cleared as he looked at the group. His gaze swept across everyone before finally settling on Michelle. Student, I'm sorry. I'm old and my ears aren't working. Could you please repeat yourself? Michelle repeated herself. Michelle, a subordinate member of the 10 Arbiters Council, greets the trial master. The old man was confused. 10 Arbiters Council. The 10 Arbiters Council. The 10 Arbiters what? Michelle frowned and repeated herself several times before the old man finally understood. The 10 Arbiters Council. Michelle relaxed and nodded. She solemnly said, Mentor, I'm from the 10 Arbiters Council, and I'm here to supervise Astral, 10. May I ask why Astral, 10 students need to pass the 100 victories ported battles to enter the trial zones? Student, what did you say? Could you please repeat yourself? The old man leaned forward and spoke with great effort, his expression serious. Michelle was stunned for a moment before helplessly taking a few steps forward. Mentor, I'm from the 10 Arbiters Council, and I'm here to supervise Astral 10. May I ask why Astral 10 students need to pass the 100 victories ported battles to enter the trial zones? The old man was stunned for a moment before pointing at the teleportation stone. That's the teleportation stone. Student, do you want to enter the ported battles? Michelle was speechless. Lulu laughed. Lu-Yin was also amused. Michelle turned around and glared at the two of them before looking helplessly at the old man. She didn't know what to do. Could this old man really not hear her? But it seemed like he really couldn't hear her. Michelle helplessly turned around and walked towards the teleportation stone. By this time, Hui Day Knight had already stepped into the teleportation stone. Not far away, Xiao Yilong was watching. Who went in? Michelle asked Xiao Yilong. The Day Knight clan, Xiao Yilong replied coldly. Michelle looked at the fog below the teleportation stone and waited quietly. Lu-Yin and the rest also arrived, all of them wanting to try their hand at ported battles. A teleportation stone could only be used by one person at a time, and Astral 10 only had one. Hui Day Knight walked out with an ugly expression on his face. How is it? You failed, didn't you? Lulu gloated. Hui Day Knight snorted. Hui Day Knight, 0 wins, 1 loss. The sudden loud voice startled everyone, and they all turned to look at the old man. Hui Day Knight had an ugly expression on his face. The old bastard was targeting him by reporting the results of his defeat. Michelle's face did not look too good. The old man must be faking it. His voice was so loud, and he could even call out the other person's name accurately. Who would believe that he could not hear, old man? The more Lu-Yin looked at the old man, the stranger he felt. He had a feeling that the old man wasn't as benevolent as he appeared. He was actually a little two-faced. Zhao Yilong stepped into the teleportation stone. Not long after, he walked out with an unsightly expression. Zhao Yilong, 0 wins, 1 loss, the elder shouted. Michelle snorted at the old man and stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Michelle took a little longer, but there was a limit to how long she could stay inside. Michelle, 1 win, 1 loss. Hui Day Knight was about to enter again when Michelle walked out. Zora was the one who wanted to go in, but she said, "Hey, Day Knight brat, back off. It's not your turn." Hui Day Knight sneered, "You'll just be wasting resources if you go in." He then stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Zora was furious and raised her hand to attack, but before she could do anything, Hui Day Knight was pressed to the ground by an invisible force. Everyone immediately turned to look at the old man, who calmly said, "You can't cut in line, student." Hui Day Knight was furious, but the attack that was suppressing him was formless. It was as if it didn't exist, and he couldn't even resist. Michelle was shocked. This old man had hidden his strength well, and he was at least a space-exploring powerhouse. How could such a powerhouse not have good hearing? He was obviously pretending to be stupid. She decided to report this to the 10 Arbiters Council as soon as she left and have Astral 10 replaced by another academy. Zora entered the teleportation stone's range. Zora, 0 wins, 1 loss, the old man shouted. Zora had no choice but to grit her teeth and glare at the old man. Xiao Luo entered right after Zora, his expression indifferent. His entry had caught Michelle's attention, as he was the second person after her to receive a gift from the Rain Observatory. Xiao Luo quickly walked out and spread his hands. Xiao Luo, 0 wins, 1 loss, the old man shouted. Even Xiao Luo had been defeated, which meant that the ported battles were as terrifying as the old man had described them to be. It was no wonder why she could join the 10 Arbiters Council as a melder. Schutz, 0 wins, 1 loss. Dark Void, 1 win, 1 loss, the old man said with some surprise. He hadn't expected someone to win in this group. Everyone looked at Dark Void, his black hair seemed to swallow all light, and his face was expressionless. He gave off a cold and lonely aura. All of the Melders had entered, and even Zhao Yilong had been among the sentinels. Lulu happily jumped in but quickly came out again. How dare they run into a Sylvan dragon, and a Lemmeter one at that. They're going too far. Lulu Mavis, 0 wins, 1 loss, the old man shouted, his gaze lingering on Lulu for a moment before shifting away. Meng Yu, 0 wins, 1 loss. Coco, 0 wins, 1 loss. Everyone had tried, and only Lu Yin and Silver were left. Silver smiled at Lu Yin and gestured for him to enter. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony and stepped into the teleportation stone's range. The inside and outside of the teleportation stone felt different, as if he had entered a different world. When Lu Yin walked to the bottom of the stone and touched it, the world spun around him, and he instantly appeared at the mouth of a volcano surrounded by erupting magma. The ported battles would completely replicate the person who touched the stone in a virtual space. The space wasn't fixed, and it could be an ocean, a volcano, or even the sky. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 112. Lu Yin smirked and looked at Coco. What about you, Coco? Coco was embarrassed. I am Little Angel. Lu Yin was speechless. I'm Silver Needle, Zora said as she came over. Meng Yu walked over and stared at Lu Yin. Remember, I'm desolate. If I meet you in the ported battles, I won't hold back. There's only one teleportation stone, we won't be able to touch it, Lu Yin said. Silver walked out with a smile that was standard for a fox's, looking very happy. Everyone thought that he had won, but the old man shouted, Silver, 0 wins, 1 loss. At this point, all 12 had tried their hand at the ported battles. Aside from Michelle and Dark Void, the others had all lost. Not only did they have to face powerhouses with higher realms, but they were also all top elites and geniuses. The universe was vast, and Lu Yin finally felt that the Great Yu Empire was too small. Back in the Great Yu Empire, his sentinel strength had been enough to rival Yu Academy's Melders. Especially after activating his 6th star, he was confident that he could go toe-to-toe with a Hallmaster like Gerbok. However, he wasn't confident in facing opponents in the ported battles, including those at the same level. Perhaps he might even meet powerhouses who also studied the serious arts in the ported battles. Hui Day Knight stepped into the teleportation stone's range once more, intending to continue. Most of the others did the same. Ported battles were new to them, and they all wanted to give it a try. After a few rounds, Lu Yin entered as well. He gave himself a code name, 7th Bro, and for some reason, he felt like he should be ranked 7th. In the ported battles, he had been very unlucky. He had encountered 2 Lemmeters, 1 Explorer, and 1 Melder, but even that Melder had easily defeated him. On his 5th trip out of the teleportation stone, Lu Yin heard the old man shout, Lu Yin, 0 wins, 5 losses. He walked away, deciding not to enter for the time being. There was no point in fighting like this. The people participating in the ported battles wouldn't give him time to react. They only cared about the number of wins, and it wouldn't help him increase his strength. Lu Yin finally understood that the ported battles were a benchmark to test one's strength. Student, want to eat something? Silver smiled as he held up a piece of barbecued meat and sprinkled some seasoning on it. Coco, Zora, and Lulu were all already eating. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony and walked over to pick up a piece of barbecued meat. He had to admit that it was delicious. Big Brother Silver, your cooking skills are really good, Coco praised. Silver smiled. Eat more if you like. I'm a gourmet. How many matches have you fought? Silver raised a finger. Only one battle. Lu Yin was astonished. Silver rolled the barbecued meat around and smiled at Lu Yin. You've already fought 5 rounds. Are you going to continue? Lu Yin shook his head. Silver casually tossed the barbecued meat to the old man, who caught it and sniffed it. Not bad. You're perceptive. Good kid. I'm glad you like it. Silver smiled. The old man's face bloomed into a smile. Yes, I do. Fortunately, Michelle didn't see this scene. Silver's voice wasn't loud, but the elderly man heard it clearly. He was clearly feigning ignorance in front of Michelle. If that woman saw this, she would definitely explode. As time passed, people left one after another. Zhao Yilong, Schutz, Xia Luo, and Zola all left to find places they were interested in. Silver also left. Lu Yin stayed near the teleportation stone for 3 days. He wanted to know how many victories Hui Day Night and Dark Void had. Hui Day Night, 1 win, 27 losses, the old man shouted. Not long after, Dark Void, 7 wins, 22 losses. Lu Yin was stunned. 7 wins. That person had actually won 7 times. Hui Day Night also stared at Dark Void in astonishment. This person was far stronger than him. 7 wins. That's amazing. An unfamiliar man appeared 10 meters away from Lu Yin and looked at Dark Void in astonishment. Lu Yin looked at the man with a puzzled expression. The man smiled at Lu Yin. Let me introduce myself. I'm Little Pao. You can call me Senior Little Pao. Lu Yin was puzzled. Little Pao. You and Big Pao. That's my older brother. Lu Yin nodded. The 2 brothers had chosen their names quite casually. Senior Little Pao, I have a question. We've been here for 3 days, but why haven't we seen a single senior? Little Pao was embarrassed. They've all left. Aside from the mentors, we're the only ones here. What? They've all left. Lu Yin was shocked. Little Pao nodded and sighed. Astral 10 used to be in the innerverse, but it was relocated to the outerverse. The former students either transferred to other academies or left. No one wants to come to the outerverse. Lu Yin hadn't expected Astral 10's situation to be so bad. No wonder he hadn't seen a single student. Not long after, Lu Yin bid farewell to Little Pao and left the trial zone entrance. He headed towards the sand ocean that Big Pao had introduced him to. Most of the others had left in 3 days. The sand ocean was one of Astral 10's 3 main attractions, on par with the Rain Observatory and the stargazing deck. There was no introduction to its specific uses, but the Rain Observatory could temper star energy. Lu Yin guessed that the sand ocean was used to temper one's physical body or battle techniques. Astral 10's teleportation device had very few options, so Lu Yin chose the sand ocean. Soon after, he felt a tearing force as he left the trial zone entrance and appeared in a vast expanse of yellow sand. What appeared in front of him was an endless desert. He had already expected this. He had also read the basic introduction of the sand ocean that Big Pao had passed to them. This was a boundless sea of sand that far exceeded the Rain Observatory. From time to time, sandstorms would sweep across the land. This place was dangerous. Lu Yin didn't enter the sand ocean. He just wanted to take a look before teleporting away and heading towards the stargazing deck. Of the 3 main attractions, the stargazing deck was the most mysterious. It wasn't just owned by Astral 10, the other 9 academies also had it. According to Big Pao's introduction, everyone saw different things on the stargazing deck. Some saw their own past, some saw the starry sky, some saw powerful battle techniques, and some even saw a corner of the future. Of course, Luin didn't believe the last part, but it still reflected the mystical nature of the stargazing deck. Zhaixinglu was really a wooden building. It was made of unknown wood and was stacked in an octagonal shape. The layers were stacked on top of each other and it was less than 100 meters long. At the top was a flat ground. The entire wooden building looked ordinary, but it was this building that had too many mysteries. When Lu Yin reached the stargazing deck, Xiao Luo happened to walk out and the two walked past each other. "How many ported battles have you tried?" Xiao Luo asked. He had left after his first failure. 5, Lu Yin replied. Xiao Luo smiled. "It's still too early for us to challenge the powerhouses of the universe." Lu Yin nodded in agreement and changed the topic. "You know silver." Xiao Luo was surprised. "Why do you ask?" Lu Yin laughed. "I'm not blind. Your attitude towards him is completely different from your attitude towards the others." Xiao Luo shook his head. "I don't know him, but I hate his aura." Lu Yin immediately thought of the Neo-Human Alliance, which was made up of evolved corpse kings. Silver didn't look like one no matter how he looked at it. The two didn't speak further, and Xiao Luo left. Lu Yin walked up the stargazing deck step by step. The stargazing deck was very ordinary, and even when Lu Yin reached the top, everything he saw and felt was normal. There were no abnormalities. "Close your eyes and meditate," a voice rang out beside his ear. Lu Yin knew that it was his mentor, so he didn't think too much about it and slowly closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, he seemed to have fallen asleep, but also seemed to be awake at the same time. He looked past the stargazing deck and saw an unfamiliar region of space that was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. Looking deeper, he saw an incomparably large ancient warship sailing through space, one after another. Every ship was incomparably large, and he couldn't see the end of it. Some even included galaxies. He could vaguely hear an ancient war song in his ears, and beside the ship at the very front, he saw two words: boundless. Suddenly, everything turned into bubbles as a jade finger tore through space and crushed him. Lu Yin's heart was filled with boundless rage. "How dare you!" he roared and opened his eyes. Everything returned to normal, and he was still in the stargazing deck. The space, the warship, and the jade finger had all disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he panted heavily. It was that scene again, and he had been crushed. Why? This was the second time he had seen this scene. Was it real or just an illusion? If it was real, then why was he still alive? If it was an illusion, then he could clearly feel his rage. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 113. His clothes were drenched in sweat as he stared at the ground, recalling the scene he'd just seen, the unfamiliar sky, the huge ancient warship, and that jade finger. Go down, stargazing deck picks the stars. It picks the past and present, the cycle of karma, and the stars that belong to you, the mentor's voice sounded again. Lu Yin looked up and bowed, his tone respectful. "Mentor, may I ask if stargazing deck picks the past and present, but can it also pick the future?" The mentor replied indifferently, "Everything has a cause and effect. If you pick the cause, there will be an effect." What do you mean by the last sentence? What do you mean by the stars that belong to me? What I saw was clearly an unfamiliar sky, Lu Yin asked. Ask yourself. You picked the past and present, the changes of time. Go down, I will not answer you again. Lu Yin walked down the deck doubtfully, his gaze lost. Everyone saw different things, so what did he see mean? His overdraft of innate gifts and stargazing deck had allowed him to see that jade finger. Whose finger was it? Why did it want to crush him? Why was he angry? After arriving at Astral 10, Lu Yin only felt one thing: insignificance. Invincible among the sentinels. What a joke, that was only the Great Yu Empire. A person's strength was not only reflected in the same level of power, but also in their realm. How many people in the Interverse were younger than him but far more powerful? All that talk about being invincible within the same realm and having a fair fight was just a lie. Bezer had once said that no one would seal their realm in a fight, as realm was also a type of power. This was the same for ported battles. He hadn't met a single sentinel in his 5 battles. Powerhouses didn't believe in fairness, only in crushing their opponents. He would never forget the humiliation that Wendy Yushan had brought upon him. She hadn't even appeared personally, she had looked down on him from a high vantage point. She hadn't even looked at him with disdain. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Yin looked up and walked into the teleportation device, choosing the Rain Observatory. He wanted to start there. After passing the exam, he would be sent directly to the Rain Observatory. This was Astral 10's arrangement, and there had to be a reason for it. Perhaps it was the beginning of everything. The rain from the Rain Observatory made the sky dark green, and Lu Yin suddenly felt a sense of familiarity when he arrived there again. He looked around and leaped into the sky. It took him a few minutes to fly out of the range of a large tree. Looking down from the sky, Lu Yin could not help but feel a little shocked. Big Pow had been right, there was a bluestone platform at the top of each giant tree, and these unbelievably large trees formed Astral 10's Rain Observatory. He found a bluestone platform 2 hours away from the teleportation device and sat down cross-legged, quietly watching the rain fall. Back in the Great Yu Empire, above the second ring of Xenu Star, Zhang Dingtian slashed out with his blade and cut down a flying astral beast. "Good, you've recovered your sentinel strength," a man nearby cheered. Zhang Dingtian's face was calm as he looked up into the sky. He saw the first ring of land and Xenu Star, and even further away, he saw the stars. Lu Yin should be in Astral 10 right now. "Brother Zhang, let's spar and see how strong your realm breaker is." The man walked over to Zhang Dingtian excitedly. Zhang Dingtian retracted his gaze and tightened his grip on his blade. "All right." Not long after, the two separated. The man was a melder while Zhang Dingtian was only a sentinel, so victory was quickly decided. "Amazing, you've just recovered your sentinel strength and already have the strength of an elite from Yu Academy." As expected of a genius who broke the rules and remodeled his body. "Even the captain thinks highly of you," the man praised. Zhang Dingtian wiped his blade, he was far from enough. "Right, I heard you know King Zishan," the man asked. Zhang Dingtian nodded silently. The man was surprised. "Tell me, is King Zishan really that talented?" 4 people from the Great Yu Empire entered Astral 10, and he's one of them. It's said that he's unrivaled amongst the Sentinel realm and has even defeated a melder from Yu Academy. "I'm not sure," Zhang Dingtian muttered. The man was disappointed. "You're too stupid. If you could get on his good side, you would be able to do whatever you want in the Great Yu Empire. Let me tell you, he was just an idle prince before entering Astral 10, but his status has changed ever since. He might be able to enter the Interverse like the 5th princess, but he might not even set his eyes on the Great Yu Empire." Zhang Dingtian's gaze turned cold as he gripped his blade firmly. He would also leave the Great Yu Empire and seek revenge on Qingyu and Lu Xiaoge. On the second ring of the continent, Bai Shui was panting heavily as she stared ahead. Her body suddenly disappeared and reappeared a few meters away. "No, no, no, it's too slow. It's not Flash, it's turtle crawl, Peach complained as she sat on a peach tree and swung her legs, munching on snacks. Bai Shui gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. Faster, faster. Flash is my special skill, and as my personal secretary, you have to be extremely fast. Even faster, use your innate gift while you flash. On Xenia's star, outside the Imperial Palace, the courtiers were walking out. It was supposed to be a normal day, but today was different. All of the courtiers were avoiding the 11th Squad's blind monk, not only because of the blind monk himself, but also because of Saruzin behind him. Far away in space, on a giant spacecraft, Su-san was sullenly looking out the window as Xenia's star grew further and further away. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had to leave to meet Captain Batson in the 7th filament, and he didn't know when he would be able to return. Boss, I miss you. In Astral 10, on the limestone platform of the Rain Observatory, Luin sat there for 5 days, not moving at all as he watched the rain fall. The rain had changed from a mere droplet to a mere curtain that connected the heavens and the earth. Unknowingly, the star energy within his body began to mimic the rainwater, and it began to transform around his body as it began to rain. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. He sat there for 15 days, quietly watching the rain fall. His star energy had indeed changed, and he could feel it, but it was too slow. He was sure that if he sat here for a year, his control over star energy would be far greater than what it was now, but he couldn't wait that long. Luin admitted that he wasn't a patient person, or else he wouldn't have robbed those trial takers for star crystals. He had to think of something. He exhaled and moved his limbs. I haven't rolled my die in a long time. It's time to roll it again, but I don't have enough star crystals. It'll be a waste. Just as he was thinking, the dark green sky suddenly trembled, and the raindrops actually stopped falling. An unimaginable pressure swept over, and Luin was instantly pressed to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Terrifying star energy that could be seen with the naked eye swept out like a hurricane, instantly crushing the tree that Luin was standing on and crushing it towards him. Luin's pupils shrank, he was about to die, and he couldn't resist. Director, stop! Someone shouted. Just as Luin felt like he was about to be crushed into a puddle of blood, the terrifying force disappeared, and a ragged old man laughed maniacally in the sky. You started this war, and now you're reaping what you sowed. Ha 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 ha, the war you started. Luin stared blankly at the crazy old man as he ran past, his head swelling as he fainted. The moment he fainted, mysterious runes flashed on his back, forming a lock that glowed before disappearing. A middle-aged man walked out of the void and arrived behind Luin, looking at him in shock. Was that a seal? This kid's body has been sealed, but what seal? Why haven't I seen it before? I can't even see how many lines there are, and I can't break it. Interesting. The crazy old man destroyed dozens of giant trees before disappearing. Luin was more unlucky. If not for the Rainmaster, he would have died. He only woke up after a day and a night. His head hurt, and he opened his blurry eyes. Raindrops dripped from the back of his hand, bringing with them a slight chill. Was this the Rain Observatory? What happened to him? You're awake, an ancient voice sounded from behind him. Luin turned around and saw a middle-aged man. He looked ordinary, but he knew this voice. It was the Rainmaster. Are you the mentor? Luin asked, his voice hoarse. The man looked at him with a strange gaze. I'm Guan Yu, you can call me the Rainmaster. Yes, Rainmaster, Luin replied respectfully. The Rainmaster looked at him. Do you remember what happened? Luin frowned and thought for a moment before his expression changed. He looked around and saw dozens of giant trees that had been destroyed, stretching far into the distance. There was a crazy old man. The Rain Master sighed, "Forget about it." Louis nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Before he fainted, he had vaguely heard the words, "Director." That old man couldn't be Astral 10's director, could he? The Rain Master tossed a chip to Louis. "This is for you." He followed the mission's instructions and borrowed a personal spacecraft from the treasury. "Return it when you're done, or pay for it if you don't," the old man said as he handed the spacecraft to Louis. Louis entered his fingerprint and teleported to Astral 10's space station. There were no less than 100 personal spacecraft, so he randomly picked one and entered it. Not long after, the spacecraft took off and rushed into space. Astral 10 was hidden from view, and when Louis appeared in the dark sky, he couldn't see Astral 10 at all. The huge Astral 10 was completely hidden, as if it didn't exist. Louis couldn't imagine how this was done. Half a month later, Louis finally left Astral 10. At this moment, he was traveling through the universe as a student of Astral 10. Elsewhere, at the Sand Ocean's teleportation device, Coco looked at the boundless desert in fear. "Brother Little Pow, I don't like it here." Little Pow laughed. "This is a good place to train, it can stimulate anyone's potential." "I'm not in a hurry, really," Coco said hurriedly. "Then I wish you victory in the upcoming freshman competition," said Little Pow. Coco was shocked. New student competition. What's that? All new students will have a martial arts competition to determine their status in the academy. The strongest person will be rewarded handsomely. Coco pursed her lips. "When will it be?" Little Pow shrugged. "I'm not sure, maybe in a few days or a few months. It depends on the mentor's mood, but the last person will definitely be punished." Coco was speechless. She thought back to all the new students and realized that she was probably the weakest. "How can that be?" Little Pow laughed. "Go train." Meteors streaked across the dark sky. 2 days later, a dark yellow planet appeared in front of Louis. This was his destination, one of Iltal Corporation's garbage disposal planets. This dark yellow planet was one of the most common planets. It was under the control of Ultoko, and everyone on it was Ultoko's people. Liu Yin's spacecraft was confirmed to be allowed to land. When he opened the door and walked out, he saw a slightly plump middle-aged man smiling at him. "Welcome to Iltal Corporation, I'm Manager Ake," the man immediately greeted him politely. Louis nodded. "I'm Louis." There were countless abandoned machines that reached into the clouds, some large and some small. The largest one stretched far into the distance. It was probably a large spacecraft. Dark yellow clouds floated in the sky as Louis stretched his limbs. "Let's begin. I hope I get 2 pips." He then took out his die. The die emitted a hazy starlight. It didn't need to be replenished with star crystals. After so many days, it should have returned to its original state. He gulped. Every time he rolled the die, Louis was always nervous. He tapped the die, causing it to spin rapidly until it finally rolled a pip. There was a clatter as a warblade fell to the ground. Louis picked it up and inspected it. It wasn't bad and was suitable for a melder, but it was useless to him. He took out a cube of star crystals from his cosmic ring and crushed it. The die returned to its original state and he tapped it again. His luck wasn't bad, he rolled a pip and a disassembler vortex appeared. Louis was delighted, this was it. He crushed 18 cubes of star crystals without a second thought. This vortex was similar to the time-stop space, and it could use star energy to increase time. 1 cube of star crystals could increase time by 160 minutes, which was twice as long as the time-stop space. 18 cubes would be enough to sustain the vortex for an entire day. But it's a little small, Luin muttered to himself as he picked up an abandoned machine and tossed it into the vortex. The moment it passed through the vortex, some unknown materials fell to the ground. Luin took a deep breath. Let's get to work. He pushed the mountainous pile of trash towards the decomposing whirlpool. Although the whirlpool was small, anything that passed through its range would be decomposed. Luin could only push it back and forth, and it took him a full 2 hours to decompose the mountain of trash. There was a considerable amount of material on the ground that he didn't recognize. When he thought back to how he had broken down the cosmic rings, he guessed that these materials could be broken down to obtain even more precious items. However, he decided against it after some thought. His own speed of decomposition was already shocking enough, and if he broke down even more precious materials, who knew what would happen? A day passed just like that, and Luin spent the entire day disintegrating a considerable number of abandoned machines. The area around the hill had become more spacious, and the materials he had disintegrated piled up into a mountain. I wonder how much I can earn from this, Luin thought about it and crushed another 18 cubes of star crystals. Let's do this for another day. 2 days later, Ok received a notice and hurriedly took a flying device to Lu Yin's location. When he saw the 2 mountains of decomposed materials, Manager Ok rubbed his eyes hard. It was real. It was actually real. They actually decomposed so much in 2 days. Even a limiter wouldn't be able to disintegrate so much in a month with the most efficient disassembler. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 116. If he could get the Mavis family's money, he could keep the time-stop space open indefinitely. Student Lu, this is your reward. Manager Ok handed over a white Mavis family card. There are 2 billion cosmic dollars inside. You can go to the nearest Mavis bank and exchange them for star crystals. It's convenient for you to carry them around. Exchange. Luin was surprised. Ok explained, transactions in the Innerverse are mostly done in star crystals. The number of cosmic dollars is too large and sometimes inconvenient. 2 billion cosmic dollars can be exchanged for 3,200 star crystals. Luin nodded, secretly excited. This job was perfect for him. He had decided to come whenever he needed money. Wait, when had he ever not needed money? He would return once he turned in the mission and saw if it was okay. Ok was puzzled by Lu Yin's happy expression. They guessed that this student must have brought his own materials to complete the mission. Although the mission had been completed, the materials had been lost. They had only paid 30% of the value of the materials, but why did this student seem so happy? Were the missions that important? That shouldn't be the case. They couldn't give out missions that were too important. Student Lu, do you want to continue decomposing or return to the academy? If you want to continue, we welcome you with the same reward, Ok probed. Luin shook his head. No need, let's go to the space station. Ok nodded, please. Along the way, Luin looked at the countless abandoned machines on both sides of the road. To him, these were all treasures that could be exchanged for money. Manager Ok, can I come whenever I want to decompose materials? Luin asked. Ok smiled, of course, unless you're a limiter, you'll have to pass the test. Students of Astral 10 don't need to, and you've already proven yourself. If you want to come, just let me know in advance. This is my private number. Luin noted it down and thanked Ok. Ok hesitated and probed, Student Lu, you seem to be a sentinel, and your control of star energy seems to be very good. You're much faster than most Lemeters. Lu Yin casually replied, my innate gift is more suitable for decomposing materials. Innate gift? Ok was shocked. He wasn't sure if this person was real or fake. If he really had such an innate gift, Iltokos definitely couldn't miss out on this opportunity. There were many strange innate gifts in the universe, and it wasn't like there hadn't been a lockbreaker before. Student Lu, is your innate gift a strange one? Lu Yin looked at Manager Ok. Manager Ok quickly apologized, I'm sorry, Student Lu. I shouldn't have asked. Lu Yin turned around. Sort of. Ok was envious. It seems that you have the potential to become a lockbreaker. A lockbreaker? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as he had forgotten to check. Has Manager Ok met a lockbreaker before? Ok smiled bitterly. Don't joke with me. How could a lowly person like me ever meet a lockbreaker? Even our company's CEO might not be able to meet him, as he's an important figure at the peak of the universe. Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything. He looked at his gadget and tapped a few times, causing an introduction to lockbreakers to appear. A lockbreaker was an honorific given to a group of people who could perfectly strip star energy. The universe had been developing for countless years and had been destroyed multiple times. There were countless things left behind, and many things that had existed since ancient times would be wrapped in layers of cosmic energy, forming a protective layer that was similar to an outer shell. It was equivalent to being sealed, and forcefully opening it would easily destroy the items inside. Due to the many mysterious phenomena in the universe, some protective layers were also dangerous. Thus, one had to slowly strip away the star energy within the protective layer in order to extract the items inside. Lockbreakers were people who could strip star energy, and this was their job. Anything that could form a protective layer was not simple, or else it would not be able to absorb the universe's star energy. It was equivalent to a sealed treasure that needed to be opened, and only a lockbreaker could do so. However, the requirements to become a lockbreaker were too harsh, and it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was why lockbreakers had such a high status that it was unimaginable. It was rumored that many powerful battle techniques, cultivation methods, and even technological products from ancient times had been stripped away by lockbreakers. The more such rumors spread, the higher the status of lockbreakers. Lu Yin was shocked, as he had never thought that such a group of people existed in the universe. Lockbreakers could perfectly strip star energy. Student Lu, we've arrived at the space station, Ok said. Lu Yin walked down from the spacecraft and said to Aker, thank you for your hospitality, Manager Aker. I'll be leaving now. We should be thanking you for your help, Student Lu. Have a safe trip. Of course. Lu Yin quickly entered his spacecraft and found the nearest Mavis Bank to set the route. Not long after, the spacecraft entered the universe and disappeared from the eyes of Aker and the others. This mission had earned Lu Yin more than 3,000 star crystals, which was more than what he had earned in the Great Yu Empire. It was no wonder that this company was able to issue missions in Astral 10. Even the Great Yu Empire was unable to issue missions in Astral 10, and this company seemed to be a subsidiary of some large company in the Interverse. Being able to issue missions in Astral 10 had to be related to that company. It would take a day to reach the nearest Mavis Bank, and Lu Yin spent most of his time browsing through information on lockbreakers. Before he knew it, the spacecraft had already landed at a space station. There was a fee for docking at the space stations of various planets, and it was not cheap. However, Lu Yin did not care about such a small fee. The planet he landed on was huge, and its architecture was similar to the Great Yu Empire's Xenu star. It was also located in the Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin went straight to the Mavis Bank and exchanged all the cosmic dollars that Aker had given him for star crystals. He had a total of 3,270 cubes, and in addition to the 28 cubes he had left, he now had 3,298 cubes of star crystals on him. As for cosmic dollars, he still had 2 million left, which he had obtained in the Great U Empire. 2 million cosmic dollars seemed like a lot, but compared to this mission, it was too shabby. Lu Yin checked the price of the most common spacecraft and found that it was at least 10 billion. It was only then that he realized how stingy Undying Yushan was. He had only given him 300,000 cosmic dollars. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 117. In Astral 10's treasury, the bearded old man looked at Lu Yin in shock. Not bad, kid. You must have paid a high price for exceeding the quota. What price? Lu Yin was puzzled. The old man snickered. Everyone knows, so it doesn't matter. They've already confirmed that you've completed the mission, so there's no need to hide it. Lu Yin was puzzled. What was there to hide? The old man scoffed. Exceeding the quota in 2 days. Do you think they're idiots? Unless you're a lockbreaker. Alright, let's see what other missions you want. Lu Yin didn't pay attention to the old man's words, nor did he accept any missions. He left immediately after receiving his reward, which was just a few star crystals. Astral 10 didn't have a fixed residence, so Lu Yin returned to the space station. He guessed that this was the only place that wasn't monitored by the mentors, so he decided to roll his die. He had rolled it twice on Iltal Corporation's trash planet and rested for a few days. He should be able to roll it 3 times now, but he wasn't sure if that would yield anything. He raised his hand and crushed a cube of star crystals before tapping the die. The die spun slower and slower, and Lu Yin's breathing grew ragged. Finally, it rolled a 2. Lu Yin was speechless. It wasn't like he was going to decompose anything. He crushed another cube of star crystals and rolled a 5. Lu Yin cursed inwardly. It was useless again. Who knew who had an innate gift here, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to find anyone in 10 seconds. There was still one last roll left, and he was a little nervous. He tapped the die and the 5 sides disappeared, leaving only a 6. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He had rolled a 6 once before, but it had absorbed all the star crystals he had. The memory was still fresh in his mind, but what about this time? He didn't have much time to think about it before the die began to absorb the star crystals in his cosmic ring. 100, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, all the way to 10,000. The moment the die absorbed all 10,000 star crystals, the scene in front of him changed. He found himself in a strange, dark space, and his consciousness transformed into a ball of light that flew forward at a slower speed. There were countless balls of light around him, some large, some small, some ordinary, and some as hot as stars. The 6th point allowed him to fuse with someone in the universe and experience that person's entire life. Activating the 6th point required more than 10,000 star crystals, and that was just the starting price. The orbs of light that he was currently looking at were those that he could sense with his current strength, and they were the closest to him that would not cause him any harm. Lu Yin himself also transformed into a ball of light, and when he looked at the countless balls of light around him, he was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a pulling force, and he knew that something was wrong. He didn't have enough star crystals left, and if he used them all up, he would have wasted a chance before he could fuse with any of the balls of light. He didn't think too much about it and rushed towards the ball of light that was as hot as the sun. He guessed that the stronger the ball of light, the more terrifying its owner would be. However, before he could even get close, he felt like he was about to be burnt to a crisp. These balls of light weren't something he could touch, so he had no choice but to rush towards a ball of light that was slightly larger than him. He fused with it, and at the same time, the 15,000 star crystals in his cosmic ring were all absorbed by the dye. A beautiful girl called out anxiously from a dark patch of grass, "Delay, wake up, Delay." "Yes." Luin heard her call and opened his eyes. It was no wonder that a Lemeter like him could only use common battle techniques and couldn't even leave this planet. "I won't agree," Luin said again. Ramos shrugged. "A blockhead is a blockhead. Do you really think you can attract the attention of the 13 Imperial squadrons? This universe has no lack of geniuses. Let me tell you, the Empire is paying attention to King Zishan and the others who have entered the Astral Combat Academy. You've long been forgotten. Even if I kill you tonight, no one will bother me. Attack!" Immediately, several Lemeters attacked Luin. He instinctively used Flash to dodge, but his body was unstable and he almost fell. He had forgotten that this body belonged to Delay, and even if he could use Flash, he wasn't used to it yet. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the ground shattered and Luin flew into the air. Behind him, a middle-aged Lemeter growled and attacked with a battle technique. Luin raised his hand and condensed star energy to its peak before striking out with his palm. The two sides collided, and the middle-aged man was sent flying into the ground. This was the terrifying power of controlling star energy to the realm of infinite change. It could even resist battle techniques. At the same time, several other Lemeters surrounded Luin. Luin gritted his teeth and used Flash to dodge again. This time, he succeeded and his body vanished, causing their attacks to miss. Luin appeared behind one of the Lemeters and used his star energy to form a sharp blade. The Lemeter reacted quickly and dodged, but the blade sliced through the void and a huge amount of star energy swept out, cutting the ground in half. At the same time, the shockwave blasted towards the river in the distance, causing it to flow backwards. The battle here should have attracted the attention of the army, but they had yet to show up. Ramos had already arranged everything, and he was going to bury Delay tonight. He had no intention of letting Delay go, even if Delay had agreed to give up his spot. Ramos wanted to see the despair and regret in Delay's eyes as he watched this genius fall before his very eyes. Luin panted and then laughed. This Delay was really lucky. If he hadn't taken over this body, he would have been finished tonight. "Delay, your little girlfriend looks pretty good," Ramos's voice came from the ground. He had already walked to Aya's side, crouched down, and reached out to touch her. "You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.